Hello everybody, welcome to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. I am Reid, I'm joined by Oscar, and we are bringing you here the first Halo LAN event of 2025, Oscar.
It is indeed, isn't it? And it is a doozy. I hope you all enjoyed our little fly through our brand new virtual set layout here. Got everything spiced up for you guys, but first of all, we have got a match very, very soon to be on the way.
Yeah, should we talk about the format first?
We should talk about the format.
Anybody that's watching that hasn't really seen what's going on here, we are running a 2-day event. So we're starting off with a Swiss top 16, kind of people will play. First to 3 points will promote to tomorrow, and then anybody that loses 3 matches will get knocked out. And then by the end of this will essentially be 5 full rounds. We'll then have top 8 bracket tomorrow.
Top 8 double Elim bracket at the end. So the Swiss is a little bit of something new for Halo fans, I imagine. Something you may have seen in other esports if you do watch them. We've got, first off, obviously our 0-0 round.
Yep.
That is coming up. Our first game on stream, it's going to be Legion Esports versus God Squad. It's Seed 9 versus Seed 16. If you didn't see the way that the seeding is going to work, 1 is going to play 8, and then we're going to move down that way. 2 will play 9, continue onwards, and then eventually Bochel score kicks in, and everything goes crazy, and we can't really predict how that's going to happen at all. So hopefully it keeps the matches exciting for everyone, but first off, let's get a little bit into these teams, into a little bit of these players.
Yeah, so Legion Esports, they are kind of tied in with the university that's helping us run this event, so thank you very much to the College of Esports. Do you want to talk through some of those players? Yeah,
let's do it. So Legion Esports, Nebula, Manxie, Light Axel, and Frenzied. It is going to be... They're a good team. They're very nicely done. Nebula here is a student of the College of Esports, of course.
Correct.
So he's kind of the guy heading up the team, I guess, bringing in Manxie from UHL, and then Light Axel and Frenzied we see in a lot of European competition all the time. They're in a lot of the HCS Cups. They've played in a lot of EHL Cups. So these are names that we know and love. And then on the other side, we got God Squad. That's Tom, JPR, Makul, who I've been informed is a very old school.
He is an old school player,
back in the day player. So it's good to see him come out. Bobby and the I Spiteful favourite, Rock Eagle 04.
I love Rock Eagle. What a great guy.
Rock Eagle Cam is going to be... I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, we obviously do have face cams for this, so not only do you get to hear the names of these people, you might get to see them for the first time, which we'll be excited for. Now, day one, we're going to kind of focus on close matchups, so that may mean you guys actually see players you possibly don't get to see on stream a lot, which I think is quite good, right? And then tomorrow, as we get into the bracket, you'll start to see some names you know, ITB, the BH3 squad, Streamer Zone, etc., etc.
Yeah.
We've also obviously got some sponsors for this event.
We do.
So we have Victorial. If you have not been familiar with them, if you didn't catch our seeding tournaments, they're a game publisher. They've got a really great sort of three-dimensional puzzle game type thing, which you can type !Vexed in the chat to have a look at. You can wish us that on Steam. We have it playable here at the event. Hopefully we'll get a video somewhere in the stream showing that off. And then we've also obviously got the College of Esports who are helping us put this event on. Big thanks to them. And also Scan have provided us with a few prizes for a little bit of a side tournament we might have. You might not catch that on stream, but we'll try to put that up for you guys best we can, kind of on the socials. We'll get some kind of videos taken and stuff like that.
Yeah, there'll be some information being relayed. It seems like we're going to look again at the teams here in our wonderful V-set. God Squad, the first one up, as we've mentioned the names already, Tom, JPR, Makul, Bobby, and Rock Eagle. FPS, looking beautiful in their little blue Spartan armor right there.
Yeah, so in terms of like predictions, so we're obviously analysts for this again.
Of course.
So we know everything.
We should analyse.
We should analyse. I think that, I think Legion Esports, obviously the highest seed, they might have a little bit more kind of luck going into this one. However, God Squad, they have like changed a little bit, so they've picked up a few people. So let's look at London Legion, right? So we have Neb, Manxie, Frenzied, and Light Axel. Honestly, pretty high squad team. Like I think going into
these guys have got some firepower.
If Neb's on form, he's been away from the game a little bit. Didn't play in some of the university stuff. Didn't really play in some of the seeding tournament stuff we were doing. But I think if he's kind of locked in and ready for this, then we could see something good coming out of him. In terms of Manxie, Light Axel, and Frenzy, they're always playing the game. Man.
Yeah,
I see them in
these guys are
MM
grinders. They're playing a lot. Obviously, Frenzy and Light Axel, as I mentioned, we've seen in competition so often. Those guys do tend to put up good placings. So I think this team, very, very stacked for God Squad. It could be a little bit of a difficult one to overcome, but definitely I think with some of the experience they've got in that roster, if things go their way, they can pull it off.
Yeah, let's take a look at the seeding tournament stuff. So just before we get into the game, let's have a look at where these teams placed in the seeding tournaments and how they did. So obviously we have 9th seed here versus 16th seed. I believe the God Squad team was a little bit of a throw together last minute, so we might not have full stats from them. But the London Legion guys, we should have, or Legion Esports rather, we should have a good enough kind of idea of what they were doing. So who did they lose to, Oscar?
Legion Esports lost to Leaking Esports in the seeding tournament here.
Okay.
They lost that 3-0 in round 2 of the losers bracket, but in fairness, Leaking Esports, very strong team. They've only just seeded above them, but I think Harshly, Hecht, Suspense, these are all guys that we're going to see a little bit later on in the day. They're going to be seriously hard to beat. We got our standings up there just very briefly for you to give you guys an idea of the seeding. As you can see, 9 versus 16 is the game we're watching right now, but you got some familiar names up there. ITB, obviously, up in seed number 1, BH3 in number 4. We got some heavy hitters at this event.
Yeah, there's been a slight change. Some players have had to kind of switch out. We've had, for example, Ninja. He's came in last minute, booked a plane, like, I think yesterday or the day before, came over. He's playing with Lunny and...
on the jump out, Baseline Beavers is
Baseline
what it is
Beavers.
now. That's our classic WoW guild.
Yeah.
That's the name of the WoW guild that we play in. So I like that they've brought that here, kind of represent the World of Warcraft guys. I know if any iSpiteful viewers are in this stream right now, some of those have probably been playing on that guild. So appreciate the name mentioned there from Terry Tibbs.
Terry. Terry and his gang. So they're slightly lower seed than maybe they should be, just based on the fact that they've kind of been thrown in last minute. So we should see them tick up. Definitely excited to see how that goes. Yeah,
I think they're going to be one of the teams that is crawling up towards that kind of 2-0 side of the bracket, trying to stay on that higher side, trying to give themselves a really good chance of getting through without having to go to a 2-2 decider.
Yep.
Obviously, we can kind of say ITB, BH3, probably both going to be in that 2-0 end, as expected. So it's going to be the 2-1 games, the 2-2 games that start to get really interesting.
So I'm interested to see what maps and modes we have coming up. So I'm wondering if maybe Prod can pull that up for us. But you should be able to have a look as well as what we have coming up first.
Definitely can indeed. I will give you the 0-0 game matchups. We have got, first off, Livefire Strongholds into Aquarius Slayer. Empyrean CTF will be the decider if it is required. That is one hell of a start to the day.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't know who made the map pool. In fact, I do know who made the map pool.
We do know. Yeah, we do know.
It was James.
Yeah.
But that's a good start, right? Like, Livefire, easily the best map in Halo Infinite in terms of, like, mixture of game modes. Arguably, Aquarius CTF is, like, the ultimate pairing. But...
We'll take Slayer. We'll take Aquarius.
We'll take Aquarius and Slayer, Livefire and Strongholds, and then Empyrean CTF. Everyone loves the pit. I think it works pretty well in this map, in this game, rather than, in Halo 3, but...
It's proven to be a staple out of some of the remakes, I think. We've had a lot of CTF maps come and go, lots of new ones come in, but Pit, since it's been introduced, has basically stayed as one of the only remakes that's not really had a faff here. I think we're going to pull the maps up for everybody so you can have another look. Here we come. As we said, Livefire Strongholds, Aquarius Slayer, Empyrean CTF is our first series of the day. Every 0-0 matchup is going to be playing on these maps.
Yep.
So expect, as the scores come in, they're going to come in as they do on stream, and then we'll move over into the 1-0 games. All those are going to be different maps, different series. We're looking forward to that. But I think I'm hearing from production that it might be time to go to games, so we are going to love you and leave you. Yeah, we're going to switch out. We're going to bring you your top quality casters, and then we're going to head into the game. See you all very soon.
welcome, a warm welcome from everyone at the College of Esports and from European Halo and from us as well. My name's Hixie. I'm joined by the illustrious Lethal.
I'll stop at you. But no, this should be a good series, shouldn't it? To start things off. A few players kind of like maybe unknown globally, but we know them in the European scene and how things are going to go. And with Legion Esports and God Squad, it's going to be an interesting affair, I think, so to speak. We're not really too sure how this is going to go. I think there's going to be a lot of favoritism between Legion Esports with their experience in Halo Infinite overall. But on the other side of things, we have God Squad with Tom, Michael, Rock Eagle and BML. Michael, I actually know personally. He used to be called Shutout back in the day. His first event was like back in 2008 in the second year of Halo 3, and I think his first event was I-36. We're going way like 16 years ago. Didn't announce his retirement, but he just thought he would turn up and just see how things are going to go and just see what the crack's all about. And yeah, I think it'll be quite interesting to see how things are going to shape up for our first match of the day. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely going to be a fun series to have on stream, like Reed mentioned as well. You're going to probably see some teams and players that we don't often get to see when we do our online tournaments. So it'll be fun to see, you know, some other guys getting a little bit more stream time. And yeah, for this Legion Esports team, I think, you know, maybe throw some predictions out early. I'm thinking Legion are going to be taking this one, but I don't think it's going to be an easy win. I think, like Reed mentioned, I think Neb's going to really have to show up. He's a very big part of this team. So yeah, I think for me, I'm going to go like Legion 3-1. Oh, okay. So you think it's going to go all the way? Oh, yeah, of course. No, it's a best of 3, so 2-1, my bad. Oh, wait, 2-1, my bad. Sorry. I think it could be a bit of a sweep here, but we'll see how things go. But do you know, I hope you're right and I hope I'm wrong, because I want to get as many games here as we go through the entire course of the day. Starting things off on live fire, we're going to head over to Strongholds. And I'd like to see a few indicators here from these teams early on to find out exactly how things could shape up for them through this Swiss format. So if you're just joining us, today it's just going to be a Swiss format. The first team to get 3 wins will then go into tomorrow, and it will be the top 8 teams which will go into the double elimination bracket over to tomorrow. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how things unfold over the course of time. But live fire, we know things can get a little bit hairy here and there depending on the circumstances, and it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a restart, so we'll be jumping up into the game very shortly. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how this God Squad is going to do, because me personally, I'm not too familiar apart from Michael. I don't know how these players are going to fare up. I know I've seen them in ranked a few times, but not really enough for me to kind of establish any kind of information to deliver in terms of how they're going to perform going into this matchup. Yeah, we've seen BML coming through UHL as well. Love Bobby. I'm glad he's here. It was nice to see him again. It's been a while for me, so nice to catch up with him again. But yeah, I think Bobby I'm looking forward to seeing on stream, because it has been a while, right? I'm not the kind of ranks you guys are. I'm not matching up with people in matchmaking. So these are my I'm probably I don't want to say my rank now, is that bad? Well, it's a damn sight better than mine, mate. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Bobby's going to be playing, because it has been a while for me seeing, you know, kind of the strats he's going to be pulling out. And the rest of this God Squad team, yeah, I think I'm not too familiar with, like Rock Eagle, McCall, Tom JPR I've seen here and there everywhere. So I think there's a little bit more of a, you know, a couple question marks for me above the God Squad team, more so just because I'm not too familiar with you know, like half of the team. So Legion, you know, I know these guys obviously. Oscar and Reed mentioned about like Frenzied, and we've got Light Axel, who we always see, you know, in the EU scene. They're always running through MM as well. And then we do have that mix of Neb and Manxie being both from the UHL, you know, kind of getting into more EU stuff. It's been really good to see with both of them being so young. It's really promising to see how well they're already doing. So this series is going to be a fun one, I think. It's going to be a good start as well. Strongholds, live fire, like you said, Harry, it's going to be a good one to start off. I love the sniper on this map. I feel like the sniper has kind of slowly fizzled out of being in ranked as much as it was. It was on Plaza, or sorry, Solitude is the name of it now. It will always be Plaza to me. I'll die on that. Same. I honestly, feelings are mutual, trust me. I sometimes call it Plaza even now. And yeah, it's a shock rifle on that map now, and I just miss the sniper. Maybe it's just the nostalgia of H5 and having that thing just rip heads, you know, taking visors off. But it's so nice, and you know, having it on this map, just it keeps me liking live fire. So I think it's a good one to start the series off as well. See who's going to be picking that one up. For either team, who they want to kind of throw at that sniper as well, because it's very pivotal, that and the QT, and then having the camo on the other side as well. It's going to be interesting what either team's strat is going to be. But hopefully we're going to be jumping in very soon and we'll get the answers to our questions. We absolutely will. Legion Esports, the reason why I said it was going to be a clean sweep earlier, we know these names quite well from the past over the last couple of years in Infinite. So technically, we should expect them to create that 2-0 sweep. But the only thing they need to do is to make sure to put a stamp of authority in this first game to destroy any kind of momentum or any kind of possibility to come into this matchup. And they do, it's like I said before, players like McCall, who in God Squad, yeah, sure, not in the higher echelon in terms of their skill, in terms of tier, but for him, if he brings in that kind of leadership role to kind of make sure everyone's in place and does what they're told, then things could be a little bit easier for them. But momentum needs to swing in their favour one way or another. They need to come out the gate strong. If not, then it could be quite a quick series for them going into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I think it definitely, my 2-1 prediction kind of does lean on this first map, I think.
Yeah.
It's definitely, if God Squad are going to be taking this first map, I think is the only way that they're going to be getting that 2-1 in my mind, knowing this Legion Esports team just a little bit better. But yeah, we will have to find out. We do apologise for just the few delays we are having. Everyone's working hard here, trying to get everything sorted, but, these things happen. So yeah, we'll have to just give it a little bit of time. We just had to mull over these teams a little bit more.
Yeah, I wish I had a press start button, but we don't. So it is what it is. We just have to, be patient and just find out exactly how things are going to go in this matchup. But I'm very excited because it's quite rare we get a Swiss format, don't we? Because for any other teams, like normally you'll get 2 series and that's it. But at least any teams who are still struggling and trying to qualify, they got at least 3 series guaranteed going into this tournament. So they've got as much playtime as possible, all that LAN experience required as well for them to go into future matchups, into future tournaments. So it's quite good for them coming into this. And it's going to be quite interesting, not just this matchup alone, but for the tournament overall, because we've had a few shake-ups here and there, a few last-minute replacements, even for some of the top teams as well. And it's going to be quite debatable in terms of who's going to be able to break through. I feel like the top 3, top 4 could potentially be set in stone, but the top 6, top 8, it's anyone's guess going into this.
Yeah, for sure. I think top 3 though is a good question. I still think just with BH3 not having Sunrise, right? They've got Mr. come in to sub in for Sunrise, so I think that does throw a little bit of a cloud over that team and maybe puts them in the fog just slightly. When we look at that Cat Smile Gaming roster as well, they are their closest competitors for that, 2nd or 3rd spot. So I think it's going to be a good series if they do match up, which I imagine eventually tomorrow they will be facing off against one another.
Yeah, it's the loss of Sunrise is a bit of a blow. Let's be honest, that is quite a big blow for them overall. But now you've got to ask yourself, who would have been a good replacement? Mr. coming out of the woodwork out of nowhere, he hasn't really been playing much recently, so it's a little bit more of a difficult chore for them, or different thing to choke. But I would say that for any kind of replacement they could have had last minute, Mr. is definitely one of the best picks, if not the best pick. Even without the playtime he's had recently over the last couple of months, but he's got the experience there to then be able to develop over time and then be able to catch up overall in terms of that skill ceiling. Because, yep, sure, he's going to be rusty, but, give him 6 hours today and then he would have de-rusted and then he should be all right. So, yeah.
Yeah, a team comfortable to get through to tomorrow. So, yeah, he definitely has that availability to be a little bit rusty in the earlier series.
We'll let you off, mate. It's fine. We know we haven't played for about a month or 2, so...
yeah, but also going back to the Swiss format, like you mentioned, it's not really something we've seen in this scene all that much, and it's the first time for us as well running this. And I know he's sat at home watching with his son as well. Captain James Force has been the one pining for this type of Swiss format. We see it in Counter-Strike as well, and I know he's a big fan, as am I, of that esports. So I think James is very happy to see that we've got Swiss in, and we got to shout him out as well. If he wasn't at home, tending to his new family as well, congratulations to him and his wife. He would definitely be here. He'd be getting down and dirty with us.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, I do believe Swiss format is one of the best formats in terms of how things will go into day 2 in terms of the seeding and everything else. Because it's like I said before, a few last-minute drops here and there, so it has affected the seeding massively. And even with it all being a best of 3, I think it's the most even playing field in terms of equality with how things are going to shape up going into day 2. Because we know that there's a few teams who are very low. Like I think there's a couple of teams who are 14th, 13th, who could easily be top 8, no doubt about that. And this is where the Swiss format comes in, where they can pretty much take their seed back and then head into tomorrow feeling a little bit more comfortable, a little bit better about themselves as well. So this is going to be a a bit of a back burner for some of these teams, and for some of them, they're going to be appreciating how this Swiss format's going to go. And then, if you guys aren't aware, then once the Swiss format's done, then tomorrow it will just be normal, standard, top 8, double elim, as you would normally see in past and obviously future broadcasts.
Yes. Cool. Looking like we're going to be jumping back in. Appreciate production for working tirelessly throughout today and obviously this upcoming weekend. Yeah, appreciate everyone's patience as well as we just do load into what we hope will be the beginning of this first series of the kickoff for 2025
Yeah, first LAN January. You know, loving it, mate.
Starting early, man.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like normally we wait till like more towards the end of the year, but I think the guys here were like, nah, you know what? Start the year strong, let's go. And we're going to get straight into this first game, first series here. And funny enough, we can start off with Nebula to see exactly what shenanigans he's going to be getting up to.
Yeah, on board with Neb, going straight for that QT as well, just trying to stop any attempt to grab B early on from Legion. Oh, from God Squad, excuse me. I believe we do actually have the names the wrong way around. Blue team is that God Squad. Just having a couple issues again. Game audio, believe, is the problem at the moment. Apologies, guys. We do just have to iron these things out. You know how it is. First series, first day. They're going to be maybe a few teething problems, but
it happens. It does happen. You know, it happens here and there, but we'll be back to normality very soon anyway. At least we've got to see a smidgen of Nebula before we go into it.
Just a little tasting.
Yeah, I saw my call with no kills at the start, but he had an assist at least. So he's probably thinking, right, you know what, this is fine now. We can have a kind of reset our mentality, go straight back into it and see how things flow. But yeah, sorry guys at home, don't worry, we will get into this first series very shortly. So, you know, a little bit more patience required, but we will get there in the end. But yeah, still very excited to see how we start things here today.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we saw Neb just diving for that QT. So definitely something in their playbook is going to be involving that. Neb probably just going to be flying in, trying to do as much damage as possible, and then using that to his advantage, just dipping out. It's so good for that. You can just lay down so much damage, and as soon as you're getting a little bit close to being one shot, your shield's popping, just QT out there. You're safe. You should be, right? If you have a good setup, you got your team postured around where you're going to be coming back to, so then you should just be fine to dip out, and then they'll rush in, clean everything up, get the little, you know, the broomsticks out, and pick up some easy kills.
A few sweeps in there, exactly. Yeah. And that QT is going to be very beneficial. It's pretty much the second lifeline, isn't it?
Yes.
And so, you know, you can, you know, you're more than welcome to put yourself in a spot of bother and then put in a bit of a bad situation. But yeah, we'll see how things go later on and see if he picks up again. He's actually, if he's given a chance to actually grab it this time around, but I don't see him. He wasn't really contested that hard around B.
No, it seemed like they were diving onto the stronghold, trying to get some early points. We are just going to throw to a quick break. We do apologise for the inconvenience, but use this time to just, you know, make sure you're chilling out, get your water, get all your gamer fuel. Right, it's going to be a long day for us. We will be back as soon as we are ready.
Fair. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG? Space Station.
I think Optic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
That was SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic. Oh no, phase. Sorry, phase. Phase.
Phase Clan.
Phase. Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it was a phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station. That would have been Optic. Was it Optic? Optic. That was us.
Optic.
That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG. The SSG Invitational was won by SSG. SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, you know, it's a bit of a rough spot, you know. Was it phase?
We're gonna go with phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase?
I'm gonna say optic again. Oh no, phase actually.
Phase.
Optic.
Phase.
Phase. Phase.
Phase.
That was phase.
Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that optic?
No, it's phase.
I believe phase won that one as well.
It was phase, wasn't it?
That was phase.
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 Phase. Phase.
Phase. Phase. Phase. Also phase.
Phase again.
Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
I'm gonna, because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
Optic. That was optic because they won the, yeah.
For some reason, that was optic.
Optic.
Optic. Optic.
Optic. Optic. That was us.
Charlotte was optic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was optic.
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 Optic. That was us. Optic. Optic.
Optic. Optic.
Optic.
Optic.
Optic.
Optic.
Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was optic.
Optic?
Optic as well.
Optic. Optic.
Optic. Optic. Easy enough.
And that was optic.
Optic. Optic. That was us.
Optic.
Optic as well.
Optic. Optic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been, was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the two big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mine or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode. Barcode was on that, right? Yeah.
Mind Freak? No, was it Chiefs?
Mind Freak.
Chiefs? Mind Freak?
The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons team, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity?
Knights?
LG.
PK? Luminosity? LG?
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights?
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
That was Ascend. Quadrant?
Oh, wait, Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia? Ascend. Ascend?
Ascend.
Ascend.
Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe.
Sentinels. Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sen.
Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right? Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
Optic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9, yeah. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9. Cloud9. Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI ship administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop.
Oh.
I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
Serena. Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I have never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
No, hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up like Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he?
Welcome back. We're not loading into Aquarius, I believe. We're going to be loading into Live Fire Strongholds. We're waiting for that first game to start. I'm under the... Apologies, I am an idiot. I'm a buffoon. Legion won the first game, 250 to 36.
Oh, that's a
66, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
yes.
We did say at the very beginning that there's probably a good chance based on their experience on Halo Infinite in comparison that it probably will be not a stomping ground. I don't think we expected that at all, but we didn't expect it to be a closer 30 either. But yeah, that's not going to do much for the God Squad's momentum going into map number 2, as it's going to be Aquarius Slayer very shortly, as we will get underway soon, as the teams are currently getting ready to set themselves for map number 2, and hopefully God Squad can improve a little bit more going into this matchup. We've seen some teams where not as objective-minded, especially as last-minute squad, and hopefully they'll make a bit of a difference going into the Aquarius.
Yeah, hopefully they can make it a little bit of a closer game, because 250 to 66 is a little bit of a blowout in that first map. And
yeah,
I think we were both in somewhat of agreement that if God Squad are going to be taking a map, it would be that first one, try and catch Legion, you know, a little cold and a little off their guard. But looks like that was not the case. So Slayer Aquarius, yeah, it's going to be a tough one for God Squad to try and bounce back on, I think. We didn't get to see that last game, of course, and it's unfortunate because I would have liked to see how Neb came out. So I think Neb can be a pretty solid asset in all facets of you know, the team's game. But I feel like Slayer, he's a very good support player. He'll do the damage. He'll be able to duck out and not really be taken down, and the rest of the team just come flying through, or just getting the 2 shots, right? Getting 2 people just firing at one guy. Neb's play is very, very support. You know, heavy. So he is definitely going to be an asset to this team if he's frying. It'd be nice to see them maybe get a little bit further into bracket play possibly tomorrow as well. There is always that opportunity. But yeah, Slayer Aquarius is going to be a fun one. We didn't get to see the sniper usage as well. Yeah, so I'm going to be a little bit upset, a little bit salty, but it's fine.
Don't be upset, mate. We've got like 20 more matches to go. So
yeah, I think I'll manage. Right. I think I'll manage.
Yeah, we'll get at least one at some point. I'm pretty certain about going into this weekend. And yeah, you're right. With Aquarius, the start strategies for both his teams is going to be the breaking point to see who's going to have that clutch factor, get the overshield, who's going to be supporting from the back line, and how they're going to coordinate to go for them. But not only that, how they're going to prep for the overshield in throughout the entire course of the game as well. We expect one person to pick up the BR to kind of have that long range progression with the damage, and then the 3 members to, you know, try and bait their opposition to try and go for it and try and clean up. And it's going to be a bit of a difficult task. But even then, though, with Aquarius, you have to see how things are going to go. If the momentum swing in the massive favour of Legion Esports, they might just continue on their warpath and end up having to secure that 2-0 victory, which is what I expected. But you got to remember, with God Squad, for most of these guys, it's more about additioning or adding that LAN XP onto their as they are as a caliber of players, to then at least that way they've got that LAN XP required, and then they can continue in future tournaments. But the great thing about this is the fact that every single team is guaranteed 3 matches no matter what, which is the main factor, because as you know, with Double Limb it's 2, and it's like, good night, see you later, you had fun, and then see how the rest of the tournament progresses. But I don't know how you felt, but I kind of feel like every single time you go to an event, any LAN event, doesn't matter how big or small, but you do just naturally improve when you come back from just watching so much Halo and picking up so much information, not just from studying specifically, but just from muscle memory. Yeah, for sure. I think as well, having, you know, even just watching, like just being purely a spectator, you get a lot of insight into things that you might not have even considered. Yeah. Being a lower level player myself, excuse me, you know, watching you guys play and in MM and at these events as well, it's very different, right, to the decisions that I would be making. But that's why I'm sat here and they're over there. That's why I'm sat here as well. Well, yeah, I mean, you've had your time. Like being I'm just a filthy casual. I'll accept it. That's how things are. I understand. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's because people always wonder how people just naturally improve when they've been to an event and then they come straight back home, and then wonder how they've developed so easily, so quickly over the course of a weekend. It's not that they're specifically studying everything. Once you've watched and played so much Halo at a LAN environment, it is just mainly muscle memory. And if you have studied throughout the course of the event, picking up bits and pieces here and there from different players, it honestly makes a monumental difference to yourself and how you play. And then that's when you go on the uptrend on the ladder in terms of skill ceilings. Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely always a benefit to be coming to these events. And like I said, just even if you are just a spectator, like when I've not been, you know, on desk and I've been able to just watch the guys playing, like stood behind them whilst they're all comming, and just hearing how different it is to, you know, when I have played with friends and now kind of solo queuing and matching up with just other people just searching for games. It's very different how, you know, I guess you'd expect it to be different. You hope it would be different to just matching with a bunch of randoms. But finally, we're jumping into Game 2. Like we said, Legion Esports taking that first map, and already a trade comes through. Just Manxie does fall, trying to get, I believe that overshield has been popped, possibly. We'll have to find out eventually and get some game sound for you guys as well. We do apologise for just a couple of issues. Looks like it was actually picked up, so like Axel, I believe, just trying to push him, flush him out of this base. Yeah, I like what they're doing so far. They're playing from a defensive manner because they know they're just going to push in one by one, and they've got those narrow choke points in order to make sure to do as much damage as possible and then clean up straight afterwards. So all tied up here, and if you're just joining us, Legion Esports are currently up 1-0. They did take the first game on Live Fire Strongholds 250-66, and we can see if God Squad now can try and at least equalise things, but we've seen Nebula, Lyaxel and Frenzied all got one apiece, and Frenzied finally got traded out of here. But a little bit of a battle on P2, but looks like Time is going to take Nebula down quite comfortably here, as they're now just both pushing P2 to try and establish some kind of map control. But this is looking much better compared to what we saw in that first game.
Yeah, definitely looking like it's a closer affair in this map too. A double kill from Lyaxel as well is going to be a great way to start and get onto those double points. 10-7 currently within the first 2 minutes is a good start for Legion, but God Squad are definitely going to be a little closer, I reckon, Harry, to keeping this one just a little tighter, and playing together as well is going to be great. The trade does come through actually, and Frenzy there to clean that second one up, so doing a good job are Legion to still keep this lead surmounting. So just going to be wrapping around into that little cubby there.
And we see God Squad now. They're playing together quite well, but it's very slow. So it seems like if they did try to establish any kind of map control, they need to speed up the pace a little bit, dictate if possible, and not let Legion Esports just run around everywhere willy-nilly. As you see, Maxi managed to get one, but actually got traded out in the end. But would he be able to pick up the overshield? Yes, he does, quite comfortably. Not really too much congestion there. So now his world is his oyster going into util. He managed to get a little bit of damage into that util there, and now was considering wrapping around, but it looks like he's going to be coming back for more. And would he be able to dish up here? Yes, he does, as Frenzied adds another to the tally.
Yeah, really good job from Frenzy there to notice that they're all stood in that generator, excuse me. So all of God Squad maybe just having a little bit of a fumble, a couple jitters maybe, not really contesting for that overshield at all, and then you get Frenzy just able to pick that one up with, like you said, 0 aggression from that God Squad side, and unfortunately they're paying the price. 20-10 now, make that 21 as Frenzy gets a double kill and a killing spree comes through.
Yeah, Frenzied, loving life right now. You've got full use of that overshield, and you can see Legion Esports are just flipping the map back and forth. Get a couple of kills, make sure to have P2 in top car, and then manage to push on straight afterwards. They're collapsing really well, coordinating at a quite good pace here, and it seems to be very difficult to break as Lyaxel managed to add another, as we're now up 24. Make that 25-12, and it's just adding more and more. This could be a quick one here, as managed to get behind. Clean up duty here for Lyaxel once again.
Yeah, the snowball is definitely building. 27-12. What was such a close game, and unfortunately, Lyaxel picking up that killing spree with a lovely little stick. Doesn't even need to contest it any further. You get that stick down, you just got to get away. He does fall finally to that nade, but it was a beautiful life from Frenzy a minute ago as well. I believe that was a 7 or 8 kill life. So very, very impactful. Again, Frenzied and Manxie's picking up kills. And this is really getting quite worrying for God Squad, Harry.
Yeah, for a scoreline like this on Aquarius TS, it's very hard to swallow now. The only way God Squad are going to come back from this is do the exact same. Try and contest this overshoot a little bit better, get that top mid, top P, top car control, and then just keep flipping the map back and forth, but at a much faster pace. But at this stage, though, the scoreline says it all. It tells the tale here at 34-16 as Frenzied adds another, taking down Shutout, and again just push it on forward. Maxi managed to get one, but gets traded out straight after. But Frenzy's playing extremely well here, making it a double, almost got the triple, but finally managed to get stopped after that catastrophe. So now it looks like Legion Esports looking to try and seal the deal here, 2-0, continuing to apply that damage. But yeah, it's just the speed and the pace. It's just a little bit too slow, and just letting Legion Esports get away with murder.
Yeah, Frenzied getting that overshield completely uncontested again is definitely what God Squad need to try and sort out, but it's definitely too little too late. 42-19, and Frenzied and the rest of Legion have had their damage. They've laid out the law, and 13-5 for Frenzied. Lyaxel 15-5 as well, so both of them really just doing a great job to keep, you know, Neb and Manxie just up there. The assist coming through for the other two as well. This is a very, very solid team. You've got your main slayers, you've got the guys that are doing damage, right? We mentioned that Neb being that support player for the team is going to be so helpful, and when you've got Frenzied and Lyaxel on your team, just already getting that early damage if you're Neb is going to be so helpful, because you're going to get them going 13-7, you're going to get them going 15-5, and you're going to be winning 47-25.
My goodness, steak dinner already in the first series of the day. It seems to be the case on what we can see so far. But even though, still got a couple more kills in it, only one more required, and then Legion Esports, so it could be off to a fabulous start going into this tournament. And there we have it, 50-25. And yeah, it's like I said, I expected a slightly bit more of a closer affair, but I knew it was going to be a clean sweep one way or another.
Yeah, no, I definitely should not bet today at all. I'm already 0 for 1 today, but we'll see how the rest of the day goes. Yeah, a really good showing there from Legion. A very strong showing actually as well. I think I was expecting them, like we both agreed, that they were going to win. But I thought it was going to be a bit closer. I will be honest.
Yeah, I was more thinking of the scorelines kind of like 250 to 130 and like 50 to 35, something like that. But yeah, when I saw how slow they were playing, yeah, sure, they're playing together, but there wasn't really kind of any kind of coordination. I think they were like, do I go here? Do I go here?
Yeah.
They were second guessing. Shall I, I think they were a little bit scared in terms of like what their opponents are going to be up to. I think they were trying to let them make the decision first and then they try and adapt afterwards. But there was absolutely no time to adapt. They were absolutely flying.
Yeah, do you think it's fair to say as well, I feel like the God Squad team may be a little bit scared of what each other are going to be doing? Not really too sure of where each other are going to be. You had them all run into that generator. When Overshield was coming up, 10 seconds, it's on your screen, and they're all in gen. They do pick up 3 kills. I think it was Neb, Manxie, and I don't think it was Frenzied, but Frenzied was just able to pick up that Overshield just completely uncontested, because all of them were, yeah, they got 3 kills, but they were already so far behind. I feel like that Overshield is pivotal to trying to keep it close, and when Frenzy picked up, he just went on a tear.
He certainly did. From their standpoint, yeah, I think they were more concentrating on what each other are doing rather than just playing their own game. If you're a squad who's only been together for like a week or a few days in this kind of case, yeah, you just play your own game and then just, not saying treat it like matchmaking, but, focus on yourself and then just try and capitalize on certain situations and try and work together from there. Because if you're a bit too worried and too overzealous about what each other are doing, then that's where the pace is going to become extremely slow. And then, yeah, the coordination's there, but if there's no kind of pace behind it, there's not really much point in it. Like, from a defensive standpoint, it was looking very good. Yes, so they were sitting in the base, but they were holding the narrow choke points. They knew they were extremely aggressive, so they're trying to capitalize on making sure to take advantage of the fact that they get the first shot. They're going to be stuck in a corner, and there's going to be very difficult for them to just fly on through and trying to fork the ton of situation together. That's why it was very tight at the start, and then they just took full advantage. As soon as you saw them flipping the map and having that autonomy control, there was absolutely no way for them, or no chance for them to even try and come back from that.
Yeah, for sure. So Legion starting off well on the home turf. We're just going to be throwing to, I believe the analysts are going to be jumping in just after this, just to break down what we've just seen.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian.
Okay. Maythrillian.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing, because it's like, it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. Well, for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Bloody Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the Foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? The Banished. That was Zero's it, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maythrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maythrillian.
I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the Sen Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, Other top teams believe this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah, 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 because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and cons were like, oh, we're going to go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter and Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the two leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we'd post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions, we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people had played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, like we just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it to champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to be SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Not happening. But yeah, my man. No, sorry, mine with them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine. That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG or
I think I'm on this camera here. Welcome to the European Halo Kickoff 2025 once again. I will be joined by my analyst Reed. There we go, we're on that camera transition there.
How are you doing?
A little bit. Not too bad, not too bad. Obviously, first game in the books now. We got that one over. We got over the hump, I guess, getting that first one out of the way. Now we can kind of start to ease into the games a little bit. We got another round one match coming up for you all today. Here we go. We'll show you on this screen instead. No problem. So here we go. Conspiracy playing against Team Mystics.
Yeah, this is gonna be a game. Definitely gonna be a match to watch. It's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be a game. One of the games.
The last game we managed to catch a bit of it on stream. Yeah. There was a little bit of tech issues as you saw. We're resolving those. It happens every time.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of a stomp, right? So we saw 2-0, and if you didn't see the score, it was like 50-23 or something for the Flare. Probably going to be the same this time. Beginning of Swiss, it's pretty brutal. You know, you got 1 seed v 9 seed, you got 8 seed v 16. It's going to be like that. So you know, just sit back, relax, watch some names, and this is mostly just for people to kind of warm up, right? So from the first couple matches, if there's any upsets, we'll definitely let you know. So far, not quite yet.
Yeah, I think
other games are still ongoing.
I think everything's been going pretty smoothly so far. We can pull up maybe on screen, maybe not, but I can at least tell you guys where we're at in terms of the first round matches. Streamer Zone have taken their win against the Monica 2-0, and of course Legion on stream beat God Squad 2-0 as well. So far so good. Everything kind of going the way we're expecting it to at the minute. Another one, of course, coming up. Our game, Conspiracy versus Team Mystics.
Yep.
Got some good players on this team.
I love these guys.
Conspiracy is one hell of a roster.
Yeah.
Coming up, we have got Chaos, Franchise Finners, EMH, whatever you want to call him. I don't know what gamer tag he's going to be running with today. It's one of the gamer tags.
Yep.
Slink and brother of Wootem, famously also a very good player, Nick Senny, on Conspiracy. So this is a pretty stacked team. I'm expecting them to go quite far.
Yeah. So seeding tournament-wise, we saw these guys play quite a few times, and honestly, Nick Senny was looking pretty scary. I'm like, what is in, like, what do they get fed? What do they get? What do they drink? Because my God, both him and his brother are absolutely insane. And honestly, Nick Senny is creeping up to kind of match Wooten's level.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll take a look at some of the results from the seeding tournament. Maybe if you could just bring them up and think. But I believe they came second in one of them, or third, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think it may have been this first one. They came top 4 in this first one. They only lost out at the end to Cat Smile.
Right.
So, you know, maybe that's a matchup we see down the line, actually. I can see those guys meeting kind of in the 2-1 end of Swiss. That would be a really, really good one to get into, and I think it's going to be a good test for both of these teams to see how they do on LAN going into tomorrow's bracket, which I think we're both expecting those two teams to make.
Yeah.
Cat Smile, obviously, you know, this is top 4 in the seeding tournament, right? So if you're getting there realistically on LAN, top 8 shouldn't be too much of an ask. These are the things you've got to do to get by. But Conspiracy first off against Team Mystics. This is going to be their first test. It is outcasted La Catarina, the Mage Lord, and Sir Funky Face. A little bit of a UHL hybrid team going on here with the man Steven jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not aware what UHL is, it's the university league that we run here at Atlas. Basically across the UK, universities kind of pitch up against each other. 3 of these players, with the exception of Outcasted, who I'm hoping you are aware of because he is a legendary in the Halo scene.
You may need to stay tuned into the stream for a very long time.
Yeah, he's like wanted a bit of a chill event apparently, so he's like join up with some guys he likes and throw a team together. So I'm excited to see how they play together. Honestly, these guys have improved massively. Like from starting to play UHL 2 years ago, when they're like, oh, I kind of like Halo, I play a few games.
Yeah.
They have just absolutely stormed through. And now, honestly, I mean, they are worthy of being in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I don't think anyone is going to be complaining about any of these players being here on LAN. Katarina, the Mage Lord, obviously, as you said, loads of UHL experience.
Yep.
Those guys are ready to go. But anyway, we're going to have a... It is going to be Recharge King of the Hill into a Street Slayer map 2 and a Live Fire Oddball if we get there for a game 3.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I mean, Recharge, classic, right?
Yep.
King of the Hill, I think, is probably my favorite mode on that map. Maybe Oddball, I don't know. Well, King of the Hill works quite well.
One style.
With the new hill, I say new, it's been about a year now. But,
yeah, it's been a long, time.
But that starter hill on top of batteries is nice, and I think this is going to flow very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think no players on these teams should really struggle with these maps.
Nope.
We'll see how it comes out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, we are expecting Conspiracy to perform pretty well here, but you never know what happens on LAN. Anything can happen. We've seen it countless times. Teams that are supposed to be really strong show up and they look a little bit shaky, especially in that first game of the day.
I don't know if this will really have that much of an impact, but Connor had to get an emergency flight because of the storm we have going on here in the north of the UK.
Yeah.
So I think he turned up like an hour ago in London, and is now here. So
I have
hopefully
spoken to Chaos this morning.
he might be a little bit jet lagged, and that might give Team Mystics a little bit of a boost, but we'll see.
We'll have to hope so, because I spoke to Chaos out by the front doors maybe about an hour ago,
okay.
and he was looking feeling good. He said he was ready to go, no issues. Okay. Nice steady flight, nothing through the airport, basically just smooth sailing the whole way. So hopefully for Team Mystics, we've had a little bit of a delay there with the flight, and maybe that just kind of knocks him off his game a bit. But other than that, you're kind of grasping at straws here, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm excited. This is a big one, and I mean, honestly, I'm expecting a 2-0. But if we can get that to a close score, then that might give Team Mystics a little bit of, that boost, that morale boost they need going into their next match. These matches should only get closer as the Swiss goes on.
Absolutely. Any Halo is good Halo at the end of the day. We'll take a 2-0, we'll take a 2-1. We'll take some nice game 5s down the line once we get into the best of 5s. But
so
yeah, we're here. We get what we're given. And at the minute, this is where we're at. Round 1 should be a very, very nice one.
Okay. So I wonder if we've got any more scores reported.
I'm going to have a look for you right now while we're getting this one set up. We do have another one.
Ooh, okay.
We have another 2. BH3 have officially finished their game 2-0 against Numbface, and ITB have finished their game 2-0 against Outsiders. Again, another 2 we're kind of expecting to see. Both of those guys, ITB and BH3, realistically, should be going through as 3-0. So we wanted those guys to get off to a good win, try and keep things nice and simple for them. Maybe even can be out the door a little bit early if they try extra hard to get through it. So yeah, that means we're waiting on I don't know if we're waiting on any games actually anymore from the kind of first half of this Swiss. Another thing to mention, I'm not sure if we did mention it, we have 5 stations here, so not every Swiss game is going to be played at the same time. That's why we can bring you another round 1 game right now.
Yep.
We got another group lining up onto the station, getting ready to go.
Okay, that's my question to you. Then the maps should be the same as round 1, so we should be saying the same maps as round 1.
That is a very good point.
So we just did the wrong maps for you guys.
I think Prod might have snaked us here a little bit. I think we are actually still on, because it is round 1, Live Fire Strongholds, Aquarius Slayer, Empyrean CTF. We'll see, obviously, as we get into the game. We're having a little bit of fun here, trying to get everything kind of smooth. But once we got a few games down under the belt, I think we'll be getting in the right direction. We're nearly there anyway, so that's what we want to hear at the end of the day. If you, obviously, most people on the stream aren't going to be here. If you are here, you see me running around this building for many hours. We've been working on getting this all right for you guys, so hopefully we're not too far off getting it.
Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll get some fancy casters in here.
Yeah.
They'll have a good time.
Yeah, they will.
And you'll get to hear more of their lovely voices.
Beautiful, smooth
It's going to be exciting.
Unlike mine at the minute, which I feel like any moment now it's going to go completely.
No, it'll be fun. But and then, just once more, I just want to shout out our sponsors. So obviously we have Victorial, 3D puzzle game. If that interests you at all, hopefully you'll get to see an ad for that coming along. Maybe you saw one in the break. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe. !Vexed in the chat. Check them out. Have a look. They have really helped us enable to sort of bring some more EU Halo to you guys and to everybody in the venue. So, show them some love. Go wishlist their game on Steam. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. And then maybe down the line you give it a buy when it gets released.
I think you should. I just wanted to play the demo while I wasn't on my desk doing my desk duties. I thought I'll give myself 10 minutes off. Really good, really fun game.
I'll tell you what,
Said,
for the next sponsor shot, I wonder if I can grab a caster, if they're stood there, and they could grab me a dragon, and we could maybe show you who we have a potential other sponsor.
That would be a wonderful idea. If you want to pass it to me over.
Yeah, here we go.
Look at this guy in the middle, the MSI dragon, of course. Scan, with their partnership with MSI, have brought us some goodies today to give away. It's not just dragons. We got some peripherals. We got a nice monitor, their headset, and a keyboard, as we mentioned at the start of the stream. Those are going to be going out kind of as a bit of a side prize. I'll throw that one off to the right side there. They're going to be going out as a prize on the side stations, potentially for an FFA tomorrow, something along those lines. Going to try and be men of the people.
Yeah, we'll try to get some kind of MVP award. We're not sure quite how that's going to work. Maybe you guys at home might get a chance to vote on that. We'll see.
Little
possibly
voted poll MVP.
Well,
that's a possibility.
Nothing ever goes wrong for public vote, does it?
No, never. No. Not one time.
I swear, Boaty McFostface, if he wins this MSI prize, I'm going to be mad.
I'm just thinking about that one time where we did the draft, and I had to spin a wheel for who Milsey was going to pick. And everyone wanted it to be Bastos so that the French team couldn't have 4 French people in the draft. And I said, guys, I'm going to spin the wheel. We're not doing a poll because everyone was voting for Bastos. I was like, this is not fair. We're not doing a poll. I spun the wheel and it went on Bastos anyway. French team completely lost it.
It happens.
Yeah, you know, sometimes leaving things up to choice isn't always the easiest way to do it. But I thought quickly, while we're still waiting on a few more test bits being done on the main stage, we'll go through the rest of the round 1 games that are currently going to be getting played out.
Sure.
So these ones should be starting in this second bracket, so we're not going to get these scores for a little while, probably at the end of this series. But right now we got Margin lining up against Baseline Beavers.
Okay, yeah.
I believe that is in the GH2. And then we've got Leaking Esports versus Zeta Sky coming up. And Cat Smile Gaming, fan favourites, of course, just mentioned earlier for their series against Conspiracy. They're playing against RS3, Cuzzy. A good... Great team name. Great combination of team names, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that Cat Smile Gaming squad, we're expecting to see them kind of top 4, probably. Top 5, maybe.
I think so.
So that's Warlord, Subatomic, Franklin, and Marine.
Yep.
Marine's at LAN?
Marine is at LAN.
know.
I think for the first time since 2022, Dan Marine has showed up to a LAN.
I need to find him.
Couldn't make Blackpool. Did he come to London? I don't think he came to London, did he?
He bailed, didn't he?
I think he didn't come to London. So that would mean the last time that we saw Dan Marine online was HCS Valencia, open bracket, 2022. And that was a hell of a long time ago.
Speaking about Valencia, let me tell you, it is not as hot here as it was at Valencia.
No.
I remember walking out of that convention centre being absolutely sweated through.
Oh, yeah.
Here, I'm putting on the layers.
Do you know what, though? It's quite nice in this room. I think we've got a good temperature in here. It's a little bit cold outside, but the sun's coming. You know, I'm starting to get a bit of the sun shining on everyone. So clearly the weather has decided to bless us after nearly ruining everything yesterday. We have still got one person, I think, that we're awaiting, which is Hollers on RS3 Cuzzy. Hopefully his plane's here. Maybe someone in chat can tell someone and we'll get that information relayed to us if Hollers has arrived.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
It's a plane from Scotland. It can't be that hard.
Yeah, you can walk it. Scotland's not that far.
Yeah.
I'm sure toward the American viewers, it's just like over the fence or something. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Buttons drove from Scotland.
I don't know. He could have bought Hollers.
Yeah. Why didn't he pick him up? What's going on?
Buttons, man. What are you doing? Call you out on stream.
Very, very ashamed, to be quite honest.
So, which of these matchups that we have left, which ones do you reckon the closest? So we got Majin versus Baseline Beavers.
Yes.
That probably is the closest we got there.
I think out of all the 0-0s, yeah, this is probably the game to look out for. I think Cat Smile should wash RS3 Cuzzy realistically, as much as I hate to say that. And Leaking Esports against Zeta Sky could, you know, maybe. I don't know. I think Leaking Esports realistically should win that one quite easily, but at the minute, this is what we've been given. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably bring you back the casters after this. We'll see how ready we are. Maybe we'll be back. Maybe your casters. Don't know. Lucky them.
Sounds good. All right. Well, we will see you all very soon. Off to a quick tech pause for us.
They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp, or pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how like it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on like the pro forums, because we had access to like the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. Like, so like it's like we're either like posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said like we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events like coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told like, yeah, there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything House, and like if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but like obviously in this big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at that time, like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable, like some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month, but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, I am Walshy. Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'd be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, that we could have done well. To see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and Debay, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. It wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just... I think they're just saying that. Go one more.
One more then.
One more. That's it.
Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Right on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like, they were going to be good. But literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and like really calm around what we did. Like I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training. I'm just going to say this there. Custom. What time's custom? 47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin'. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin', which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video, as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find. So thank you for watching, and peace. When we think about EU Halo and the face of our region, depending on the generation, you might think of different people. In Halo 3, the Buck Twins. Halo 5, Jimbo. Halo Infinite, Legend. But who was the face of Europe in Halo 1 and 2? Let's take a look back at the career of Europe's first Halo superstar, Harry Lethal Thomas. Before even the release of the first Halo title on Xbox, Lethal was already preparing for Halo to become an esport. He would start with various games such as GoldenEye and Perfect Dark.
We were quite prepared and we were quite ready for Halo 1's launch. We didn't know if there was going to be a tournament scene or any kind of competitive scene for that matter. But we just assumed it would. We was hoping that it would in some way. We saw, like, back in the mid to late 90s with the launch of CS 1.0 and 1.1 as it was developing over time. So we thought, well, if CS is going to have this kind of competitive scene, same with Quake 1 and Quake 2, they already had their own competitive scene already, which was in the dual format. And we saw Street Fighter 2 also accelerating, as well as Street Fighter Third Strike in the tournament scene. So we're like, well, there's no reason why Halo 1 couldn't.
Then, March 14th, 2002 finally hit. The release of Halo in the UK, and Lethal spared no time in getting with his friends to start practicing for their first tournament. Lethal will attend a few local tournaments in London before hearing about the World Cyber Games qualifier from Xbox Magazine through one of his friends in school. This was it.
This was the opportunity he had been dreaming about even before the release of Halo, so he started to practice. Through this practice, he would learn that Halo Combat Evolved was different depending on the country you're in, and it wasn't as simple as playing a lot. You had to practice for the right game depending on the tournament, as well as the right rules.
You've got 3 versions, right? So you've got Halo 1 NCSC, aka the NA version. So it's what you see is what you get in terms of the speed of the game, the pace.
Hello, we're back. Thank you. Welcome to the European Halo Kickoff 2025 LAN. I'm joined by Vanadam now as well, and we're going to be throwing to this Conspiracy versus Team Mystics game very shortly. We do apologise for any tech issues that we just have been having, but production are working tirelessly to get this one sorted. Vanadam, first of all, how are you, mate?
I'm great. I'm super excited to be here. The amount of online tournaments that we've casted together.
Yes.
And then there was like this huge break, and suddenly Atlas are like, "Hey, do you want to come and do the kickoff LAN?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, do I want to do the kickoff LAN?" And then I heard you were casting, and I'm so hyped for this. I know we've had a few tech issues, and again, thank you for sticking with us while we do that. The prod team, the amount of steps I have seen our producer do already is insane. Man is sweating and trying so hard to get everything sorted out for you, and the team are working really hard. But I'm super excited. I'm really ready for this game. This is a round 1 game again.
Yes.
So similar map pool to what we had before, but the teams we've got very different. We'll probably talk about some of that stuff as we go through, especially with the stakes and the Swiss and all that. But yeah, I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to be sat here with you. But yeah, you guys left to deal with the slight downgrade from Lethal to myself for now.
Oh man, I wouldn't put yourself down. No, it's good. We're finally first LAN cast together as well. We've done a few onlines for European Halo guys, but yeah, never in the same room. So you know, can no longer question whether we're the same person because we are sitting next to one another. Yeah, Conspiracy, we'll start off with them, right? A very, very solid team in Conspiracy. Contention for top 4 for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But we were talking just outside of this, right, during the break, that there is a little bit of a question mark above them in where within that top 4 they're going to come, right? 2 to 4. We got Conspiracy coming up on your screen there for the lovely graphics from everyone working tirelessly here. We do not actually have Finners, that is franchise, but the rest of the squad are there. So we got Chaos, Slink, and Nixeni as well, which is Wootum's older brother.
Yeah, there's a whole story with Nixeni. You know, everyone's looking forward to seeing how he's going to perform in this, and as well as the rest of the roster. You know, incredibly strong roster, but Mystics on your screen now as well. Definitely some standout characters in here. Outcasted, pretty much a household name in terms of European Halo, and then we've got some UHL players that have also come on, like La Catarina, who's been playing for a while, managed to make a name for herself, as well as the rest of the team, Mage Lord as well. So I think this is a difficult game for Mystics. I think, you know, the Swiss, as we said with the format, you get to play against another team with a similar score to you in the next round. So Mystics, this one, if they can take a map, that's going to be great for their morale. As we said, Conspiracy are a top 4 team. On Conspiracy's side, they need to make sure their Swiss is strong because they do not want to be against the likes of BH3 or Cat Smile too early should they manage to get through, which they probably will, to tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's pretty confident. I'm pretty confident, excuse me, that Conspiracy are going to be making it through to tomorrow. You know, their team is pretty stacked. And like we've seen in the 2 seeding tournaments, they have done very well. They have managed to place quite highly in that top 4, like we said. But like you put, Adam, it's a very important for every team, of course, the Swiss, but especially for Conspiracy because they have potential to get top 2. They have potential to, you know, even like 3rd. I think they're pretty comfortable to at least get minimum 4th, right? This Conspiracy roster, they've done very well. But with their seeding tournaments, like you said, they've had a few issues against obviously BH3 and Cat Smile being their closest competitors, but also Streamer Zone.
Yeah, Streamer Zone managed to take 1 map from in the first week, and then in the second week they made it go all the way to the 5th map. So, you know, LAN being a slightly different beast for Infinite, you know, there's ping and other things you have to consider. All these players are from the European area, so when you're playing on London, Paris, etc., there's going to be slight things you have to think about. But definitely Streamer Zone, they don't. If they go against Streamer Zone in the Swiss, winning against them, Conspiracy beating them is going to be incredibly important for their sort of Sunday game plan. So they end up in a different part of the bracket. So it's kind of like the Conspiracy show right now. But at the same time, you know, Mystics have got plenty to play for. To get to tomorrow, obviously, you have to win at least 1 game in the Swiss. We're playing 3 rounds. So Conspiracy need to win at least 2. They have to win at least 2. I don't see them not, but they have to. and Mystics need to win at least one, and I think they could.
Yeah, I do think, obviously, Conspiracy, we are expecting to win, the majority of their matchups today. And Mystics, I do also think they have potential. They have been a bit rocky, it must be said, in the 2 seeding tournaments we've had for, this weekend. But I do believe in, Team Mystics. Their squad on paper is pretty solid, right? Like you said, they've got Steve kind of leading the charge, calling the shots. And then Mage Lord and Katarina as well. I've casted quite a lot of UHL for the last year or so, and seeing these guys constantly popping up. They won the UHL LAN alongside BML and I believe it was Manxie as the Durham defenders. So they definitely have the potential for sure. The Mage Lord and Katarina to step up, and I think if both of them are very heavy slayers from what I have seen. So I think if even one of them can just kind of start popping off, then the other can support. They have played together for a long time. They've teamed for a long time. So it will be interesting to see if they can recognize when one of them is kind of popping off, and then how they can coordinate the rest of the team around them to really help that one player flourish.
Yeah, and like you're saying, with the experience that Outcasted has, like he's the linchpin for them. If Katarina can support him in the right way, and then Mage Lord can do what they do, then that's going to give them space to do something. And the Conspiracy do have really strong players, but as we've seen through the seeding tournaments, there have been moments where teams have taken maps from in ways that we wouldn't normally have expected. And everyone's going to have LAN nerves. Yeah, it's been a while since everyone's played here in person. Twickenham was, like 9 months ago, and then before that, the LAN we had was like Blackpool. So these teams, European teams don't get the chance to play on LAN very often.
Yeah.
And so there will be a bit of nerves there. It's not like our US brethren who get to play like every 2 or 3 months or something like that. So plenty to think about, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And also this Conspiracy side not having Finners as well. That's something we definitely should bring up. They're bringing franchise. Finners not able to make it to the LAN, unfortunately. So we'll see how that might affect their game as well.
Yeah, and that's I'm not familiar with franchise as a player. Finners himself, he's been in the ranked queue. He's been consistently in similar ranks to Slink and other players like the 1700 plus. He's clearly a good player, but moving a player like that off your team and then subbing in someone else, that's going to have chemistry problems for the team, which they've not. If this switch was last minute, which to my knowledge it was, that's going to have some problems. Yeah. You got to find out where you sit in terms of like where the when you push in who's where, and you get used to how your teammates play, right? So subbing in at this level, this is not like matchmaking where you just like invite another guy to your 4 stack and then you just play against random people. It's definitely the case of like all these teams have prepped, all these teams have got game plans, and suddenly now you have another player in the mix.
Yeah, for sure. I think it could throw a little spanner in the works for Conspiracy. So, like we've mentioned with BH3 as well, not having Sunrise, it's a very similar situation for Conspiracy where they are bringing in franchise as well. And we have seen franchise on, on stream a few times for EU events that we have had online, but definitely something that we would, kind of question, is franchise going to be able to fill the role that Finn has had? Not only as an individual, but like you said, within that team as well. You get used to playing with the players that you do. It's not right? These are, you need your pushes, you need your opening gambits to go smoothly, right? You want to start off hot, and it's whether franchise can fit into that role. Yeah,
for sure. And whenever I've spoke to Finners and had the chance to sort of play with him and stuff, he's very much that sort of main slayer type of player. Like, he loves to get in. He's really like rowdy with his communications and stuff. And if the substitute player does not bring that, then they're going to have to mold themselves around it. So still an incredibly strong team, but again, just the idea of subs. And I think that's going to be a subject that maybe comes up quite a lot in the Swiss today as we go through and find out that certain players can't play. Like you said, Sunrise for BH3.
Yeah.
And another very pivotal team that's going to be an interesting story to follow, particularly tomorrow. Just the change in chemistry is just going to be something that's going to create maybe a bit of drama, a bit of an interesting story for us as we go through. So
yeah, for sure. And I think with Team Mystics, that maybe could be something that Steve is just trying to instill in the guys, is that, look, they're still obviously a 3-stack, but they're a player down. They could be finding it a little harder to have the set plays they want, the openings that they want. They haven't had much time to really get a feel of how they want to play with franchise. So something I think Steve should definitely, or Outcaster, sorry, for those who might not know him by his actual name, call him out on his govy. Team Mystics, yeah, I think that's definitely a point that they're going to have to try and, keep in their minds, I guess. As well, I've got to mention Funky Face is a player that I can't say I've seen too much of, so I'm also looking at him. We did have him playing in the seeding tournament. This Team Mystics team is, the set. They have been playing like this in the seedings. But yeah, it's Funky Face is someone I would like to look at because I just haven't really seen much of him.
Yeah, and I think with all these things in consideration, going into Live Fire Strongholds, Live Fire is a very fast-paced map, and the teams are going to know the skill level of the other team. And one of the things that we're going to have to be careful for Mystics here is if Conspiracy managed to get a 3-cap, it's learning how to sort of deal with the pressure, because you will get spawn rotated, you will get a lot of pressure, especially with the sniper rifle on this map. We keep mentioning the S7 today and how it's not in many maps now, but it creates a tremendous amount of stress for the other team. If someone's just sat on S2 with the S7, it's just going to make your life hell, and especially with a team like Conspiracy. So the momentum in this first game is going to be really important. It's definitely not going to... You can't let the momentum of it affect you for the second game, otherwise you're just giving the series away, right? So yeah, it's going to be something they're going to have to think about.
Yeah, for sure. Team Mystics as well. Like I want to keep kind of talking about them, just because they're a team that we're hoping can make it to the the second day. Right? They have had their struggles, like we mentioned earlier. They've gone out quite early in our seedings tournament. So I'm really hoping that Team Mystics can find a way to fight in their other 2 series, because this is still their first series for Conspiracy as well. It's their first matchup of the day. So whilst we're still pretty confident Conspiracy are going to be taking this one, I would like to see Team Mystics make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just getting the rounds in, right? Like when you're on LAN, you just want to get down, you want to sit down, you want to play, you want to just get familiar with the environment, because you're not sat at home, you've not got your normal setup, you've got your controller, but it's just the mental game of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the players are still setting up. We've just received word that someone somehow managed to turn their PC off, so maybe they're not used to playing on PC. Maybe it's like, oh, I thought that the Xbox power button or whatever. But yeah, we are trying to get that sorted out, and we are very shortly going to head to another break. But please stay with us. We're doing everything we can to get these games on. We've got other games running, and we'll be back as soon as we can. So we'll catch you soon.
Everything's there, pristine out of the box, but I still get PTSD even thinking about this. So you've got a UK PAL version and a French PAL version. As an example, let's go with the map Battle Creek on Halo 1. So if it was the NCSE version, the Overshield will come up in 1 minute, Camo will come up in 1 minute, Rockets will come up in 2 minutes, and the Snipers come up every 30 seconds. But on the PAL versions, it was Overshield and Camo every minute 10, every Rockets every 2 minutes 20, and Snipe every 35 seconds. So we had to practice 2 entirely different timings, and it was frustrating as well, because everyone in Europe weren't playing the same versions either. So, of course, everyone in NA was playing NTSC. They've got absolutely no reason to play the PAL version. But we had... of course, like France, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and a few other countries playing the French PAL version. And then you've got UK, Scandinavia, and other countries in the EU playing the UK PAL version. Apart from Poland, who would solely play the NCSE version tournament. So it was really confusing. And the best way to describe it was everything was 17% slower. So the PAL versions were 17% slower than the NCSE version, sorry.
As it was 2003, there was no Xbox Live at the time just yet. Lethal would practice via different means, GameSpy, Xbox Connect, and these would trick the Xbox into thinking it was playing on LAN, but in reality you were pinging to a different house or even country, but mainly just playing split screen and LANing with friends he had around at the time. The day would come where the World Cyber Games qualifier finally arrived in the UK. This was it. Lethal had spent the last few months practicing for this exact moment to prove he was one of the best in the UK and deserved that spot at South Korea. At this time, he was around 13-14 years old, and his dad drove him to the tournament. Sadly, but unsurprisingly, the tournament would then have its own problems, some to the benefit of Lethal and some not.
Long story short, the ruling was 1v1 setting. It wasn't generic weapon start, so for anyone at home, it's not AR pistol start, it was custom settings. So with custom settings in Halo 1, you either start with a plasma pistol, an assault rifle, or a pistol. It was one of the three, and it's all map dependent. So in Chill Out, you would start with an AR. With Derelict, which was the most unforgiving map, especially in a 1v1, you start with Pulse Pistol. Wizards, you start with Pulse Pistol, etc., etc. So it was rough. It really was. So yeah, I got there, didn't recognise anyone, but everyone just seemed to know each other, but I didn't have a clue. I went in there quite cold, ice cold, so to speak. My thought process was just to win, nothing else, or not to win because there was 2 qualifying spots, and it was single elim. It was single elim, it was 1v1, and it was split screen, of all things. That benefited me the most more than anything, because all these players have been playing on XBC, they've been LANing on separate screens, but I've been split screening for the last 6 years. That's all I've known. All I've known is split screen and nothing else. I would look at their screen 95% of the time. I wouldn't even care what's going on my screen. It was that bad. So a lot of people were not happy about that. I was fine with it. I was pretty chuffed. I was like, I'll take split screen any day, mate. But the only problem was for all of us is that they, it was the year where they started bringing in LCD flat screen TVs, and none of us were used to it. We're all playing on CRTs leading up to this event, and we're just like, what's this? This is a flat screen. Like, this feels so different. It's had a tiny bit of input delay. It's the quality of the graphics looks a lot better, but we're not used to it. We asked for CRTs, but it was already set up then. During that UK qualifier, it was myself and Fenris who qualified. Fenris was an amazing player, an outstanding 1v1 player, very well experienced, and he was able to adapt very well. And I think a lot of people were expecting Fenris and another player called Beast to actually qualify, but instead I don't know if Fenris defeated Beast or if I defeated him. I can't remember from the top. I think I might have done it, but I'm not too sure. But it makes sense because I probably would have had a really low seeding, because I probably came in and thought, who's this kid in a Nike t-shirt, like, just being really quiet? And I was just like, yeah, well, I don't know who any of you guys are. So to me, it's great because of the fact that I haven't got like names like, oh my God, it's this guy, oh my God, it's that guy. I just went in cold-hearted going, I'm going to make sure to smash the living daylights of every single person here and make a name for myself. I want to make an impact in the scene. If there's a time to do it now, do it right at very early stages. And at least that way, if I do extremely well in my first tournament, they'll recognise my name, and at least I can be some form of a threat in future tournaments. And that was it, basically.
He had done it. Alongside Fenris, they had qualified to represent UK at the World Cyber Games. So in October of 2003, Lethal would then pack his bags and head to South Korea to play Halo at the first global tournament for a console. As Lethal arrived in South Korea, he had never seen anything like this. This was the future of gaming. The Olympics for gamers. People flew in from all over the world of different ages to compete in different titles.
I didn't know what to expect. Like, I knew it wasn't going to be a holiday, but I made sense to myself. I wanted to try and do the best I could. Like, and I wasn't expecting first because, again, I've not played, anyone from outside Europe, because it wasn't just, NA and Europe there. There was players from Singapore, Taiwan, etc. So I didn't have a clue. I thought, like, I think when I arrived there, I heard there's a player called Zyos who was meant to be the godsend of Halo. But you got to remember, I went into the UK qualifiers blind. I didn't know anyone there. So it's the same thing again. I'm going to the grand finals, the World Championship finals blind. So I couldn't care less who I was against. And I heard some people say, oh, this player's really good, this player's really good. I was like, I don't care. Like, let's just get cracking and start going. But I did have an idea of who some of the players were and how good they were. And then the groups got announced, and I got put in the worst group possible.
As he played his first match, he beat them convincingly. Then he had to play the number 2 US player, Proxa. He smashed him as well. As Lethal went 2-0 up in pools, all he had to do was win one more map to qualify for bracket stages. Next up, the legendary Zyos. At this point, there were already rumors about Zyos' skill across the event. Although Lethal wasn't phased, he would soon understand why.
So I was up 2-0, play against Zyos. I was more like, as a 45-year-old kid, like I was like, oh, feeling this, I'm going to get out of the groups. No, he just absolutely smashed my head in. Like, he went in deep. Like, it was 2-2, and then he just ripped me apart. I was playing him on Wizards, his best map. It was actually my best map as well, but I couldn't get to any of the weapons at all. You've got to remember, it's past pistol start. I kept getting the spawn bought mineral, or I kept getting the spawn near the tellies, but the base I was at was where the needle and AR was, where obviously I wanted the pistol or PR spawn, and it was just, he just ripped me apart. It's just, when you got someone with PR and pistol with Ocean camo, and I'm sitting there like a Wally with a plasma pistol again. This is fun. This is great. I knew it was wearing off.
Lethal was now 2-1. He had to win one more map in pools to qualify for bracket. He was against another one of Europe's best player, a Halo legend from the Netherlands called King Tur. For Lethal, it was now or never.
It was derelict. We had a saying back then where if you had top spawn, you've won. Simple as. Like, derelict was it was the official FFA map, but it was the most dominant 1v1 map, and it's still, even to this day, like in team games, like in 2v2s especially. Speak to any Halo 1 player about it, like they'll tell you. But you got to remember, not only was it the most dominant map, it was Plaza Pistol Star again. So obviously we had to try and nade a pistol to ourselves from across the map, or go for the telly and nade it to ourselves. And we didn't know too much about nade tricks back then. We knew a few here and there, but not a lot to really stop ourselves from getting deprived from some of the items or power weapons. But of course, I had the very worst bottom spawn, which was near shotgun, and he got top spawn right next to the pistol, went straight for rockets. He got overshield camo, and it was just rough. It was like 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 6-0, 9-0, and I was sitting there and I was thinking to myself, like, what can I do to change?
Hey, we're slowly getting closer. How's everyone doing? Apologies for the tech issues. We are just trying to iron those things out. You know how things get. Sometimes players just do what they want. And apparently that's turning off their PCs. But we have switched seats. And, you know, we've also kicked that player out. We actually haven't. No, we're going to be jumping into this series onto Live Fire Strongholds very, very, very soon, hopefully. It will be Team Mystics versus Conspiracy. We chatted a little bit before about both these rosters, and you know, a couple question marks around having franchise come in for Finners, and then also not having too much footage on Sir Funky Face for that Team Mystics side as well. And I think the only thing we haven't really talked about, or we've alluded to, is predictions for this series. Obviously, it's still you're laughing because we have already spoken about it, but yeah, we're going to be going into still Series 1 for these guys, so it is Strongholds, which we're going to be jumping onto now. Strongholds Live Fire, Aqua Slayer, and then Empyrean CTF if we need it. Adam, I'm going to ask you first, what is your prediction for this series?
I think that Mystics are going to put up a fight, but I think it's 2-0. I think Conspiracy are a very strong roster.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I think it's going to be a 2-0 as well. As much as I really do want Mystics to, like you said, put up a fight, I don't think they'll just roll over and show their bellies, but it's going to be a difficult one. I think just the caliber of this Conspiracy team, unless the sub in late is really going to throw a spanner in the works. I do think 2-0 is pretty confident as well.
Yeah. And as we go through and look at this map for I think the 4th time today, I'm starting to get the excitement that we're about to get some gameplay here. And as we fly around Live Fire, we've spoke a bit around some of the stuff, the sandbox on the map, but like in particular here, I think we talked about the sniper, right? But we're about like things like QT. Like one of the things I really enjoy about this map is the quantum translocator. I think it's a fantastic addition to this map, particularly with how you can play with how, you know, rat run Live Fire is with like the bottom side.
Yes.
Space for some cool players with that this game, you think?
With the QT?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I feel like the QT, I've definitely warmed up to it. I wasn't a huge fan when it came in. I'll be honest. I thought, you know, this isn't Halo. This isn't what I'm after. But I've definitely warmed up to it, and it is a really, really fun thing to see, especially when you get it in the hands of these aggressive, you know, Slayer players, right? You just send them in, go do your work, and then as long as you can get out, we'll come in, we'll clean up everything that you've done, all your hard work, you'll get assists galore. I think it is really, really... It just adds a bit of chaos, right? It's really fun to watch. It's really fun to see how teams try to react to having a player come in with QT. You get that little effect around the spot, and you know exactly... who the QT player is. You know, there's no hiding it. So then you have to try and think, well, they're obviously going to try and, you know, zip away when things get hairy. So how can we try and shut them down? There's probably call outs as well of like try to find where the teleporter is and just get an easy backsmack as soon as they disappear.
You can almost play like the chess game with them. You can rotate on them in a certain way where you almost checkmate them, right? And I love the mind games of that piece of equipment. Don't get me wrong, you know, Halo purist through and through. I love my overshield. I love my active camo. I don't necessarily miss the speed boost and other things from Halo 4, but I do love those pieces of equipment. And especially with the QT, like I still haven't managed yet, the amount of games I've played, to teleport back and kill someone yet. Like that's one of the things I really want to do, but I've not managed to do it. But the fadeaway potential with it, just the style points it gives, I just love it as a piece of equipment.
I think as well, where QT spawns on this map specifically, having it play around B, if you're in like a 1v1 with someone with that QT as well, it can be so difficult if you're the player without to try and catch them, and then having, you know, if someone pops it where it spawns up, right, you pick it up and you instantly pop it, and then you get an engagement with someone, and you kind of move a little bit further away, their back is turned to where the teleporter is. Oh, it's so satisfying to see them teleport back as soon as they get that enemy one-shot. And then just get that easy one shot to the head from behind, because they can't turn around unless they're someone like Wooten playing on mouse and keyboard. The chances of them actually being able to, you know, turn that into a win for the non-QT player is so low if it's played so well. So yeah, I wasn't a huge fan when it came in, but I have warmed up to it a lot, and I love the tactical approach that teams take with it.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things we hope are still warmed up is our players. Spying through our production room here, I can see the server is indeed loading in. But we are trying to see if the game's going to play. We're just going to head back to ourselves in a moment, and we'll keep you updated on that, unfortunately. But plenty of action still to come. We'll just have to keep talking about live fire and other things as we go through. But I'm sure, that the production team are doing everything they can to get that game up and started for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely running around frantically, and I feel a bit useless, I'll be honest. I want to help. I want to reach out and just do what I can, but I would be the worst person. I'd probably make it last even longer, these tech pauses. I would not help at all.
Yeah, and the setup especially, I think if you've not seen the production that goes into like something like what we've got here right now, the amount of staff and the amount of pure amount of computers that we've got running in here, I think it's a testament to the amount of effort the team's put in, and it's just trying to iron out those issues, right?
Yes, for sure.
We've got so many pieces of equipment running right now, and as I said, we're doing everything we can to get the game started.
Yeah, but LAN environment is always a tricky one, I think, for production, but it's always a fun one, right? It's always the enjoyment that you get from just having the players together and being able to, you know, trash talk across from the room from one another. It takes us back. It goes back to just what I think is such a good part of esports, to, you know, keep trash talking within the series, but do as much as you want. You know, there's barriers and there's things that you shouldn't, you know, lines you shouldn't cross. But so long as it stays in the series, I think trash talking is such a good part of esports. I think it's great to have at LAN.
Yeah, I love the excitement when players like jump out of chairs. Like I remember Twickenham last year, Boo Boo Doo Boo doing the Darth, doing the death grip, the force grip. I can't remember who they were playing against, but that did the rounds on Discord.
I think it might have been Quad
a few times. Yeah.
But yeah, it's really fun to have everyone in a LAN environment. You know, see faces. It's a nice community. Everyone is part of as well. So it's always good to catch up with people we don't often get to see. Right, everyone's so busy with their own lives. It is good to have things like this where everyone can get together and everyone's here for a similar interest. I think that's what drew me when I first went to my first ever event for any esport. It was Counter-Strike. The amount of just how friendly everyone was, because everyone was there for the same thing, right? It's a love of the game, and it's really nice to have people and have conversations with people that you've never met before, maybe online once or twice, but then you're chatting about a shared interest and you instantly build up relationships. Is really, really nice.
Yeah, and especially like today already, we were outside the venue just before everything started to kick off, and the amount of people that you, like you said, you see in matchmaking or you've heard the voices of on that when we've been working on the Atlas tournaments and things, and it's just great to feel that sense of community. And I feel like, especially with EU, we are unfortunately a little smaller than America in terms of community that we've got, but a very strong community of, you know, a lot of dedicated people that have been in the scene for a really, really long time. we have got word that we have managed to get a game 2 run, but we're just trying to iron out the last of the tech issues. So But the voice in my ear is currently telling me that Conspiracy are ahead 30-0 at the moment, and trying to spy without getting my binoculars out. It looks like they had a triple cap and they've just lost it here.
Yeah, we can give you some. We can give a radio style
of
commentary. We can see the screen over there, so can't give you names or you know who's on red and blue, but QT was just picked up. And I'm trying my best with my. Thank you, Prod, for moving the screen over. Yeah, QT just trying to stay alive round back B. Does get taken down. The trade does come through though, so a really good job there from blue team just to flush him out. I believe blue is Conspiracy, but Prod will just confirm that in my ear in a second, I hope. Looking like the lead is still going. I'm gonna guess that's like 47-17 is my guess. But red team have just been able to switch over A and C. Looks like C also. Yeah, C going to go in favor of blue team. So still going to be holding onto this lead and just letting it grow a little bit.
I'm getting flashbacks to Blackpool when the stream went. I think the prod went down and they had to get their mobile phones. I think it was Onset who was like casting over the shoulder of the teams that were playing at the time.
Yeah, this is an interesting. You know, we're just working on casting skill, right? Trying to observe from further away.
My eyes are too old for that.
Oh, I'm struggling as well. Don't get me wrong. Looks like a blue team still smarting points. I believe that is Conspiracy that are just still keeping this lead active. Looks like A is getting a little bit. Oh, A is being reset, so A is still in control of blue team.
Yeah.
B is also being switched over, so still looking like Conspiracy are leading the charge as well. See an M&K player just whipping around. Does pick up an easy kill there. Nade doesn't come through and does damage himself as well, so he's going to have to back off, trying to fight down onto the nest. This is definitely testing our callouts as well, trying to give you the audio-visual.
And I feel like the way that we've been able to sort of spy what's going on here, and again we'll try and get that on screens as fast as we can, is I'm surprised that, well, not surprised, but Mystics have managed to put some points on the board and they're not allowing themselves to be triple cut. Oh, we're going in, and here we are.
Here we go.
On board with Nick Senni. Potentially, we're trying to get something on. Yes, we are indeed in. So the triple cap coming in. We're joining at 125-13 with Conspiracy as your blue team.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Yeah, A and C looking like they're going to be attacked, but A does get switched over. B and C, 142 for Team Conspiracy. Looking at the scoreboard as well, 10 and 5 for Slink, otherwise known as level 50 in game. Always making it nice and easy for us to keep track of who's who. But also outcasted actually with a pretty solid performance. It does take down Nick Senni as well. Solid hold. Katarina does fall to the nade from Slink. Chaos as well. Good job to flush him out. So B is still going to get picked up by Team Mystic. So a great flush and rush in from Mage Lord and Funky Face to pick that one up. And what looked like Conspiracy were going to shut them down actually ends up being Team Mystics taking A and B for the hold.
And that was a huge switch in momentum. That 2v1 where Finners went down gave them the time to capture B and at least catch up with spawners. It was a 2v2. You can see on your screens now that as Conspiracy are trying to cap A, there's a huge movement around to the B side of the map. It's really important for to keep the big door area, but Slink, level 50 XD is moving in for this pivotal duel against Funky Face. So they are, Team Mystics, credit to them, they are not going into the night quietly with this. They are definitely showing that they have the ability to contest pushes, to be able to efficiently move resources around the map to ensure that they end up with two favourable scenarios like the 2v1 we saw on screen. And just here as they're capturing C, or attempting to capture in C, but unfortunately the rotation comes through and takes that player out.
Yeah, Mage Lord with no nade, not able to do any damage on his way out. And Conspiracy, like you said Mystics were, trying to show that they're not going to go down easily, but Conspiracy are trying to shut them down easily. The triple cap still coming through, 183-36. This Conspiracy are just chasing them. Team Mystics tucking tail, trying to get around and just get something. A goes, then C goes, and it's just constant rotation from Conspiracy, doing a good job to shut them down. Katarina not able to find anything. Slink just having a field day. 14 and 6 with 9 assists, and that active camo on him as well. He's got the plasma pistol, so Funky Face, say goodnight. This is going to be an easy cleanup, and it is. I thought he was going to go for the beatdown. Doesn't need to. Just gets the headshot. Right, and he's going to try and stop them from capping A, but only so much you can do from afar. Finners, though, Finners being such a pain, taking down Outcasted and Katarina and just injecting himself into that A site. as B is going to get flipped, hopefully by Mage Lord, but Nixeni going to try his best with the help from Chaos, doesn't even need to get involved.
Yeah, it very much felt like Mystics were on the back foot trying to recover from their players not being on the map. You can see that every time they tried to capture half of a zone as the 250 points hits, that someone from Conspiracy was there to be able to stop them, and the rotation kept going and going. So that was the stuff we were talking about with Livefire being such a quick-paced game. If you're behind on that and the other team is rotating that quick, it is nigh impossible to capture something without some form of sort of structured response to what they're doing. You can't just stand on the zone and just attempt to take it from the other team because they're just not going to let you do it.
Yeah, for sure. With a team like Conspiracy, you're definitely going to have to get a couple of them dead for sure and have that player advantage to try and take it. You can't get anything whilst it's 4v4. You're just not really going to be winning those positional battles because being on that stronghold, it is maybe a little bit of a positional disadvantage, excuse me. But yeah, 250 to 36, still a blowout. You know, maybe hoping for a little bit more from Team Mystics, but still, you know, that 36 doesn't tell the full story, I think.
No, and let's not forget there were some slays on the board for Mystics, and we did see, again, some good team play with the 2v1s that we were forcing Conspiracy into. So with Strongholds being much more of an objective-based, you know, efficiency movement-based game type, again, Slayer is going to be difficult. But at the same time, it's showing that there is some form of cohesion with the team and they are able to form fronts and not just allow Conspiracy to, say, just knock them over super easily. There is some resistance.
I think Conspiracy, though, one thing I'm quite nervous for Team Mystics about Conspiracy is how well they were able to put on a team push to shut down. You know, we saw Team Mystics spawning up at A and then they got completely flushed out. As soon as that happened, you see C starting to get converted to that red team, to Team Mystics. And instantly, Conspiracy are already on the rotation. You had Slink coming up from Brutes. You know, they had their plans and their strategies in play. And it looked like, you know, they're not really missing a beat right now.
Yeah, and it's, you know, Halo's all about not what's happening now, but what's already happened. And Conspiracy had the foresight and the planning to be able to say, right, we're going to do this and then we're going to rotate here. And you could feel the very sort of methodical push through that was denying Mystics from really getting anything on the board for much of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to be jumping into Aquarius Slayer now. No tech issues for us at all. We're going to be diving right into this one. A missed nade from Slink, but does not matter. Maybe I spoke too soon. Funky Face does fall, though. The overshield not popped. Slink and the boys on Conspiracy going to be trying to pick that one up. And it looks like Slink actually wasn't the one to grab it. Maybe both of them diving for it. Could be a missed call, but Finners with that overshield is definitely going to be able to put the work in. Funky Face last alive does fall as Mage Lord spawns up. So already going to be hunted on an island. Mage Lord struggling to try and regroup with any of his teammates. Katarina, the duo, been together for quite a while. Just spawning up in that yellow base. And then a split spawn as well for Funky Face and Outcasted.
Yeah, the positioning there from Conspiracy was great. You could see in your corner of your screen about 20 seconds ago, Nixeni was holding the base to make sure that Mystics all spawned in the utility area. So again, we can already see at this point in the match that the planning of Conspiracy to efficiently manage the map and block spawns. Let's not forget, Aquarius is on Slayer is one of the most fast and furious game types in Halo Infinite. It is incredibly unforgiving.
Yeah, I think that leans towards Conspiracy far more as well. They played that live fire so damn quickly in a 10-2 scoreline. It was already what we're at. Funky Face picking up only the second kill for Mystics. Make that Outcasted with a third and trying to stay alive, but only so long. Nixeni takes him down. Katarina last alive is still not able to pick up a kill herself. 13-3, Adam, is getting a little bit out of hand.
And again, the positioning holding top mid, you could see as the entire of Mystics were spawning up in the back of the yellow base. Just the management that we're seeing from Conspiracy. This is the sort of stuff that you need to see from the higher tier teams. They can't be sloppy with spawns. They can't be sloppy with pushes. This has to be a game where they can solidify the strategy and how they're going to approach this against other teams, and they need to make sure it's dialed in because the tournament will get harder from this point.
Yeah, I was just about to call out Finners as well for not having a single death, but finally does fall. 16-8 is the scoreline as this overshield is going to be coming up. That's going to be huge if Team Mystics can get their hands on it. Funky Face diving for it again, able to pick it up this time. So he does get that pop. And now he's going to have to put some work, lay some work down, excuse me, with that 4-4 so far. But he could get backsmack, and the backsmack comes through. Funky Face falls, and so unfortunate for Team Mystics. They had the setup, they had everything they wanted, and just the big brain play from Conspiracy to just hide. They know exactly where they're probably going to be spawning up. So Conspiracy, that whoever that was, is getting hats off from me.
Yeah, the amount of times I've seen someone sort of rat out in the side doors in the back base or like in the little area in util, you've got to be careful in Aquarius. And while the map is fast, there's plenty of places where you can catch someone out like that. I thought Nixeni's death and Funky Face getting the overshield was going to give us some opportunity. You can see the players from Team Mystics at the bottom left of our broadcast right now. We see Katarina at the front. The way that went for Mystics, with the way they were trying to sort of get some energy back in this game, that must have felt pretty bad for them, and they've just had 3 players go down. So while it is getting a bit more of a brawl at this point in the game, you can again see that Conspiracy are sort of calling the shots on this map right now.
Yeah, a nice little re-engagement from Katarina. She does fall, but a nice pickup nonetheless. And Sir Funky Face as well. I've got to say, 7-7, trying to keep this one still as close as he can, but the 10-kill deficit is going to start to be a bit of a problem. Magelord as well, kind of caught out on an iron. Help from Outcasted to take down Finners, and actually does a really good job, the rest of Team Mystic, to keep him alive. Magelord and Funky Face just trying to get some extra damage down on this car side. Chaos is not going to get stick. A good attempt, but unfortunately just does tuck away from that. Magelord getting a little sneaky. He's got his dancing shoes on, but not able to stay up for too long, as Finn is still on a bit of a tear. Finally does fall.
Yeah, and the rotation that came in onto Funky Face from Chaos there shows you that there's clearly gaps in the information that Mystics have on the map, because Conspiracy are pressuring them so much. They don't have eyes where they need to have them, and it's allowing things like that you've just seen on top car to come through. Double kill coming in for Nixeni, potentially triple kill. Can he get it? No, just manages to lose the duel there. That would have been really nice for them. But this score, the score gap that we see at the bottom of the screen, it's not shrinking.
Yeah, Funky Face as well, having to drop back, just is caught one shot, and that overshield does fall to Conspiracy. So Team Mystics, things are just getting a little bit worse. A nice pick up there from Katarina. She's still struggling to really get too involved in this game, as of, to be honest, the rest of Mystics. It has been a bit of a bloodbath, and Conspiracy are coming out on top, 36-25. 11-kill deficit isn't the worst we've seen, Adam, but it's going to be difficult with this Conspiracy roster being as hot as they are. 13-7, 11-6. It's a difficult one, especially when you've got Slink only 7-7.
Yeah, and with just the discipline that we're seeing from Conspiracy, we have seen comebacks on stream of larger than 10. And larger than 15, we have seen it. In fact, it happened last year, and Outcaster's team was the team that it ended up happening to, but at this point in the game, with this amount of momentum that we're seeing from Conspiracy, the way that they're just commanding the map, you can see those players at the bottom of your screen now. They ain't taking any prisoners. The gap is now only 7, but the way that Conspiracy, as I keep saying, are pushing Mystics into a corner constantly by managing where they're allowed to be and their information they're allowed to have is just making them have a real bad time.
Yeah, a little bit of a life throwaway from Magelord as well. I'm not too sure what the comms would have been, but yeah, just maybe a bit too frivolous with that life. And when you get into close to those 45s to the 50 as well, to the end game for Conspiracy, you really don't want to be giving away anything you can. Team Mystics are going to have to try and take every opportunity they get from Conspiracy. Any blunder they make, they're going to have to try and, convert that tenfold, because Team Mystics are falling behind again. Like you said, it was a 7-kill deficit. Now it's 11, back to 11. Of course it is. And just getting in the mix, Slink surely going to pick up a double kill, takes down Katarina and Magelord. The duo from UHL not able to fight on much longer. One more kill remains, and that's picked up by Finners with a double kill. 50-36 and a 2-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Conspiracy. Not quite the spectacular, missing out on the dinner by 1 kill, but at the same time, a very strong. And we kind of expected it, didn't we? We said before the series started, Conspiracy a very strong roster, so it was to be expected. But at the same time, they didn't get staked. No. Like, the difference between the top teams and the bottom teams is huge, but at the same time, not a 15-kill deficit, getting some kills on the board, and even in Strongholds, getting some points on the board. So that's a good first round for them. It's going to be interesting to see how the Swiss progresses for the second round for Mystics.
Yeah, for sure. And, Team Mystics, like you said, they didn't get staked. So I think that's something that they're going to have to take forward into the next series, because we want to see them in there tomorrow, right? We both said that it would be nice to see them get through to day 2, to that, elimination bracket. We did expect them to go down 0-2 in this series, as they have done. So, you got to take away what you can from this series if you're Team Mystics. They had some good showings from individuals. Funky Face did surprise me as well, right? I mentioned before the series started, we haven't really seen too much of him on stream. And I can say for myself as well that it's a name that has kind of eluded me. So nice to see him try and keep that one a little bit more competitive in that, Aquarius.
Yeah, and I'd really like to see the stats for this if broadcasts are able to put them up, because I want to see where the damage is coming from. I want to see, was Outcasted playing the one-man army with this, or were his other teammates helping him and having the same issues. You know, as we said, Outcast has played for a long time. He's one of the more experienced players on the team. And it's interesting to see the dynamic that the teams have in the matches. Where are the difficulties? Even for Conspiracy, who's putting in the damage? Who's being proactive? We saw a few duels that didn't necessarily go their way. Nick Senny's death for the overshield that happened, that was a little sloppy from them. Maybe they were maybe they had the ego that they felt like they could take that. And, you know, if you're against BH3 or another team, you're Cat Smile, and you're just stood there on top flag platform just trying to beam the overshield, they ain't going to let you get away with that. In fact, you're going to get punished a lot harder for it.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm going to have to call back to it as well. You know, that overshield shutdown from Conspiracy, so disheartening. You get the high of picking up the overshield. You do a good job if your team Mystics, and then you do get shut down. It's pretty unfortunate, but you know, 2-0 Conspiracy, kind of what we expected. We're going to be moving into the next series very, very shortly. But we're just going to throw back to the analysts just briefly to have them break down what we have just seen.
Oh my God, who's this?
Oh, we're back.
We're back.
We're so back.
We're so back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I know we had a lot of little bits of issues there from time to time, but we got through it. That's mostly round one in the bag.
Yep,
we're steadily getting there now. We got a couple more games that we're just waiting to get scores through for, get everything uploaded, and then we're going to get to move on to round two. But obviously, just watched Conspiracy versus Team Mystics.
Yep.
Clean 2-0, kind of as we were thinking.
It was clean, but I was sat there watching that scoreboard, and I was like, that's ticking up too quick.
Yep.
It was a bit closer than I would have predicted, but that's good for them because it puts them in a good place going forward.
That's the kind of confidence you need, right, in a round one game when you're the lower seed. If you can keep the game close, then you know, okay, maybe I got a good shot here. These are guys that are supposed to be a top 4 team in this LAN. If we can even kind of compete with them, then we should stand a good chance for going through.
Yeah, I mean, I was stood there behind Team Mystics, and they were losing, but the vibes were high.
Yeah.
They were happy. They were having fun.
They are the vibes team.
Love
I think they are the vibes team of this whole event.
Yeah, I think maybe we should take a look at some of the Swiss standings and then have a look at roughly who's beaten who, and maybe
I think we should
have
take a look at some of the Swiss standings if we can get them up.
Yeah.
Let's hope they're going to come on screen very, very shortly. Here they are. It's not quite finished, as you can see. I think we're waiting on 1 or 2 scores to be reported. But on the left side, you've got your seeds. Not your seeds. This is actually just the standings. So you got all your 1-0 teams there. You've got the match that we're waiting to end, which is Streamers Over versus Catsmile Gaming. And then, or maybe it's not. No, sorry, they're the other way around. We got Catsmile versus RS3 Cuzzy and Margin versus Baseline Beavers.
Correct.
I believe Streamers Zone played Demonica, beat them 2-0.
Yep.
So we'll get all that figured out on the graphic. There's no problem there. But yeah, we are waiting on those 2 games to be finished, and then we'll be able to generate our round 2 Swiss. Obviously now, this is where Swiss starts to get interesting. So we're going to break into 1-0 and 0-1 bracket.
Correct.
So everybody that's won is now going to play against other teams that have won a game, and everybody that's lost is going to play against teams that have just lost a game.
Correct.
So now we're going to start to see these matchups start to tighten up a little bit. We're going to get more even games. We're probably going to go to some more game 3s, some closer score lines. This is the beauty of Swiss, essentially.
Yeah. And the way that the scoring works, I'm not going to pretend like I understand it. I do understand it, but I'm not going to explain it anyway because it gets very complicated quite quickly.
There's a lot to it.
It will take into account maps, wins, and who you played against, and your initial seeding, and all this kind of stuff, and it will generate sensible brackets for all those 1-0 teams and all those 0-1 teams.
Pretty much, games should be as close as we can get, especially once we start to get over to those elimination qualification games. That's when you really start to tighten up, and these games are going to get really close. They're going to be really intense. The 2-2 games at the end of the day, providing we get the time, are going to be incredible to watch.
Yep, and I believe, if you didn't know, we also have a B stream running now at the same time.
We do. It came on, it came off. It is back now, as far as I'm aware, pending anyone telling me otherwise. So we have got a B stream. You're going to be able to watch a second game. Maybe we have some more tech issues again. Hopefully we don't.
And that's on...
That is on Atlas GG1 on Twitch. You can go and tune into that right now. If you don't want to listen to me speak, I don't blame you.
Just gameplay, but it might be other players want to see.
Yeah, you know, we're going to make sure that the teams are in there, at least in the description for you guys. It's going to be a raw game feed, but you'll be able to watch another game as that goes on. So if there's a little bit of downtime on the main stream, feel free to tune into Atlas GG1. We should have some
them
games
both
on there.
open if you really want.
Oh yeah, of course.
That would work well.
Open. You got 2 monitors, stick both games up on there. That'll be lovely.
And obviously, if you want to support us, chuck us a sub. You know, some of you might be sitting there with some Prime subs. Not used.
We are trying
just
our very best.
Throw them our way. Yeah.
We're doing everything we can for you guys. Surely that's deserving. You got a little Prime, a little gift, something like that. That's very, very nice. I think.
We're going. We're off.
We're taking a little zoom. Are we being forcibly sent away? I'm actually not sure. We're just.
Yep. We're going to a break.
We're floating. Okay, we're going to a break. Bye, everyone.
We'll see you guys later.
See you soon.
So, like, my pads was buckets, right? It was like ripped apart pretty much. And I said to the ref, my pad was broken, and I was like, and the king was like, "What are you doing? What are you, like, you know, why are you?" And I was like, pad's broken. So I used to use the Big Duke, and they gave me a replacement. They gave me the new Controller S, and I was like, for God's sake! I said, "Have you not got another Duke?" And they were like, "No." They said you can either go back to your Duke, which is like half broken, or you can get your Controller S. I was like, okay, I'll go to my Controller S. So they restarted the game, but they carried on with the score. It was 9-0. I said, all right. So you can fill in the gaps for me. When the game started, guess where we spawned? He spawned up top, I spawned bottom. He won 15-1. The end. That was the end of that chapter. So
Lethal was devastated, as any 14, 13-year-old kid would be. As sad as it was, a European legend was born in Matt Logan, who represented France and placed second at WGC 2003. He lost to Zios in Game 2 by 1 kill, but in the end, Zios unsurprisingly got first. Matt Logan second, and in third place, we had the other British representative, Fenriz. Overall, Europe did pretty well. After that, in Europe, there was a huge break until the next year. Sadly, the UK wasn't even allowed to compete in World Cyber Games 2004, as the budget did not extend to us. And they oddly raised the age, so Matt Logan wasn't even allowed to come back and try to compete for first place. Lethal would sadly miss out on a few European tournaments due to exams and school at the time, but was able to make it to the last European Halo Combat Evolved tournament, the Elite Gaming Championship, also known as EGC, held in West London back in August of 2004, which had over 120 participants from all over Europe flying, just for the last shot to call themselves the best at Halo Combat Evolved. During this event, there was both an individual tournament and a 2v2 tournament.
I noticed that Phil 4, who was the best player in Poland, wasn't there. Matt Logan didn't come either. Maybe because it was a PAL tournament, not NCSC. But I knew that if I wanted to be the best player in Europe in Halo 1, this was the event I had to try and win. Like, maybe like I can say officially, but unofficially, people will have different opinions. Like, they'll say, oh, this person's the best, this person's the best. But I wanted it set in stone as the final Halo 1 tournament. I wanted to be the best player. I needed to prove myself.
Although sadly, the day before, Lethal's doubles partner had to pull out, so he had to stand in, and yet he still managed to get to the semis. That wasn't his priority. His priority was the individual tournament. This would be free-for-all until top 4, then they would switch to a 1v1 bracket format. As he got to the semis, he would play against an extremely talented French player called Magnus. Lethal actually beat him 25-10. Next up was a practice partner of Lethal's. He was a talented young Halo player known as Zola. The map? Wizard.
Killing spree. Game over.
Lethal had done it. He had won the last Halo Combat Evolved tournament in Europe. It was the perfect send-off for a game, but his legacy wouldn't end there. In November of 2004 was the launch of Halo 2 in the UK, and alongside Halo 2, we saw for the first time a Halo game with Xbox Live.
Xbox Live came out in Halo 2. We're all playing the same version. We're all playing the same game. It was sick. It was crazy. We had matchmaking, so we didn't have to like arrange your own games the whole time. We had a level system. We were just like, bloody hell, look at this, 1 to 50. This is honestly, we were just mind blown. You could have clans. You could have your own Halo 2 friends list. I was just like, look at this. Like I was just so happy. But like we fight. You got to remember, like just picture it in your head the fact that we've had to deal with a game which wasn't really that accessible online. The same like 100 people all the time playing against each other with an input delay of a second and a half. Crap physics on the cursor due to its online stages, to then this. We could play anyone in the world, matchmaking, clans, level system, any playlist, beta, competitive settings in the works of Battle Rifle. It was just, it was a great time to be alive. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Although the community were not huge fans of the game, not long after the launch came EGC2. Since the game was still young, the competitive settings were not out yet, so they competed with SMG starts. Lethal to make his run to the grand finals once again, but can he close out another win and be crowned the best EU Halo player again on a different game, or was he a one-hit wonder?
And in the FFA finals, it was a 4-way FFA, and it was 3 different players. GDF Sniper, you may have heard of, and we had Zola and Mr. Pink. And Zola, as you remember, I played against him in the last Halo 1 finals. Him and Mr. Pink on the same team. Again, it was bloody SMG start on Ascension. I was winning very early on. He actually got into the Banshee. He actually primarily focused on me. He stayed on the Banshee for about 6 or 7 minutes, trapping my big tower. I couldn't move, couldn't do anything. Mr. Pink and GDF having a 1v1 the entire time. And then eventually, after about 5 or 6 minutes trying to destroy the Banshee, I was able to catch up. And I think with 2 seconds left remaining, got the final kill top mid on GDF, won the tournament. And the owner, actually, funny enough, came up and whispered and said to me, we were gonna replay this match because of what happened, because the Banshee was actually banned, but for some reason he got into it anyway. But because you won anyway, it's your call if you want to have the rematch or take the win. Now, I'm gonna take the win straight away.
Once again, Lethal won, despite being targeted in the game unfairly and illegally. As time would go on, he would quickly learn that 1v1s and free-for-alls were things of the past, and the future would primarily be 4v4s. This would force him to adjust to a different style of practice, as well as start looking for teammates.
So we wanted to create a team which would win 4v4 tournaments throughout the entirety of Halo 2. That was our plan. So at first, it was actually me, Dread, Ruffle, and we were looking for one more player. Ruffle was one of my IRL mates, who I said one of the people I played with and practiced with, so that was quite convenient. Dread, who won the last Halo 2 1v1 tournament, and we couldn't find that other player. We were still wondering, and I remember there was a player called LA1 who I matched him in the finals of this. I think it was called a Vegas Net FFA tournament, and it was online. Played against him. He seemed really solid individually. He actually came from the Warcraft 2 scene, and he switched from Warcraft 2 to Halo. So we picked him up, and he was our tactician of the team. So we decided to put us four together, and then we'll see how things go.
TSG3 would roll around this time. This was exclusively an FFA and 2v2 tournament. Although Lethal would get 4th, his teammate LA1 would end up coming 2nd in the FFA. This team of 4 would be the birth of arguably the first European dynasty, TriStar Games. This team was confident, so they set their eyes on North America, MLG Meadowlands 2006. Without having a clue on how good the American teams were compared to the UK, they sadly didn't end up placing too well and didn't even make it out of the AM bracket. This is when they felt they needed a team change. They would then replace Dread with an incredibly talented player called Skills. With a few online tournaments, Lethal and the rest of his team would dominate the EU Halo 2 space. Quickly approaching was XL1 in November of 2006. This would mark an important time in EU Halo, as this was almost the first major 4v4 tournament. But alongside the 4v4, there was also a 2v2 and an FFA/1v1 tournament. Lethal wanted to win it all.
Bit of a sad story. So both my grandparents actually died just before the event, like a couple of months prior, and I was quite sad about it, as like, of course anyone would. I was very, very close to my grandparents, and I promised myself I would try and win it for them, so to speak. That was like my mindset. I was a lot colder than I was going into the event compared to normal, and I was like very well prepared. I put in 15 to 18 hours a day, solid practice, just doing everything I could. I did like 10 to 15 1v1s a day against mid-tier players. I would purposely avoid the top players because I know it's players like LA1 and maybe like Grips or Bobble could adapt to what I know. So I avoided them like the plague. So I would do 10 to 15 1v1s a day. I would scrim with my team in fours, a few hours a day on a regular basis, and then other stuff would be like, I know, ranked matchmaking or a little bit 2v2 stuff like that. So of course, with that thing, my grandparents went to like try and win it for them. It was like gave me even more incentive.
The FFA/1v1 was first. Lethal made it to top 4 with ease and had to switch to 1v1 round robin stage. First up, Ruffle. Lethal beat him 15-1 in the end without a problem. And next up was LA1. Known for his adaptation and raw talent, everyone knew this was going to be the series to watch. Lethal had no signs of slowing down, and to everyone's surprise, he beat him 15-3. Last was a player called Bubba, an up-and-coming player at the time known for his individual skill. Lethal knew this was going to be the hardest game of all. Lethal, in the end, beat him 10-6 and won the FFA/1v1 tournament convincingly. But the event wasn't over just yet. He still had 2 more tournaments. Up next, the 2v2, and his partner, LA1. Once again, he had no problems getting to the finals. And who would they meet with them? Skills and Ruffles, their teammates. The finals will be a TSG versus TSG match. And again, Lethal dominated his opponents and beat them 3-0. Lethal had won 2 out of the 3 tournaments at XL1, but the last was probably the most important to win. It was the 4v4. They would breeze through their first series without a problem. Up next, TCS Portugal, the best Portuguese team at the time.
We won game 1, which was a slay. Obviously, same routine, slay, objective, slay, and a best of 3. It was lockout ball, but the refs put it on instant. For oddball. Halfway through, I said, like, you need to. I want to reset. We need to change settings. They were like, no, we need to continue. I think I must have went up plus 25, plus 30 in that game number 2, and we lost because it's instant respawn. It was a Portuguese team. It was Lourenco, Nuno, Luis 27, and one other player. Sorry, I can't remember your name. It's so they won game number 2 just from running at the ball constantly, like headless chicken, just running at it. And we're just used to like setting up and being prepared. And then we lost game number 3, which is a slayer, because we're like pissed off about game number 2.
After a grueling losers bracket run, they had to play the grand finals around 1 AM. Up next, the legendary team Scar Tissue, comprised at the time Sacred, Adihash, Filza, and Wootzer.
Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team nearing victory.
If you can't say something.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Actually, we're Team TSG, we're sponsored by TrustIGames.com. We actually run the event. It's pretty
Mark, come on, bro.
At this point, Lethal and the rest of TriStar Games were just winning everything, but they felt something was off even after the event. Winning the series around 6-4, they knew a team change was needed.
Sadly, we dropped Ruffle, and it was very difficult for me. Like, everyone was gobsmacked about this change, just due to the fact that they thought we were just going to stick with the same lineup for the entirety of Halo 2's lifespan. No, we did drop him, sadly, and also you've got to understand how it felt, not just for my team, but between me and Ruffle as well, because we're both best mates in real life. Like, even now, Eleni lives like round the corner from me, pretty much. And yeah, so it was hard, it really was, but I knew that he would find a really good team afterwards, and he did, because his team beat my team in Halo 3 anyway during the first couple of events, but we'll go into that later on. So we replaced him for Adi Hash, who was the best player on SRT, or Scar Tissue. We were looking at Heavens and Omega at one point either, but how about we just nick the main Slayer from SRT? Perfect.
With the new team and player Adi Hash added to the roster, this team was unstoppable. They would poetically pull off what Final Boss did at the last European Halo 2 LAN, XL2, without dropping a single map and cementing themselves in European Halo history as the best Halo 2 team in Europe by going 21-0 in map count. Lethal's new team would play in a few online tournaments and winning all of it, as well as Lethal winning the X-League Solo League tournament in Europe, solidifying his status within Europe even more, and similar to his Halo 1 status, ending Halo 2 on a high note. After XL2, everyone was getting ready with the release of Halo 3 with the Halo 3 beta, and unsurprisingly, Lethal found himself competing at X-League's very own Halo 3 beta tournament.
He goes with the bubble. Oh, Lethal, and it's tied up here as we go to the end of the game. 26-26. Lethal and Angel both tie in the end there. Second place also tied, DMC. And another man right there.
Lethal would take this tournament placing second, and although Lethal would carry on his incredible run through Halo 3, his passion of the game would start to dwindle, and he would actually continue on and off playing in tournaments all the way up until Halo 5 at Insomnia 57, where he would place third. In my opinion, this is still an incredible achievement. Lethal still to this day has an influence on not only the Halo community, but gaming as a whole, through casting, hosting, and analyst on multiple games. I believe we won't ever get a player like Lethal again, as both his raw skill within every aspect of Halo, such as 1v1s, 2v2s, and 4v4s, is one of a kind. But his dedication was not driven by money, but pure passion and the love for the game. Even at a young age, he knew what he wanted to do, and he did exactly that, etch his name in Halo history. Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her and matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember, it's been so long ago, but because I was when all this came out, like all these girls were like, "Oh, free agents!" Like all these lists came about, and like I was a free agent or whatever. I just remember that, but I wanted to be a team of 2 with my best friend, which is Veronica, but that bitch like didn't solidify a team of 2 with me, and she was like a team of 2 with Domino, and that like got me. My feelings were hurt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with, or if I team with Haley. And Haley like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember like I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a fourth. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I don't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because we were all individually good, and then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know. But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they'll be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Yeah. Can I just say, we had the best org, and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
it was like an all-female owned org.
Yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
so,
we were
like,
just like competitive, you know?
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like, that's why I said earlier, like, we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive. And there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of, like, took to heart everything we said. And it
well,
was
that's the thing. Like, there's no, like, woman of Halo like there is now, or, like, whatever, where, like, people have, like, more, like, camaraderie and, like, like a support system. It was just, like, you were a female on the game, and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like gunning for each other.
Right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it. And like I think that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean, we were like toxic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top. We were like entertaining the hate. And so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like we weren't going to take any shit like that.
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of Optic Gaming of the FPL.
Play, no, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the Optic, quote-unquote, of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through their competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen. Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2, 1 shot, 1 shot.
Guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR. 2 in BR.
Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me out. Push me down basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching us. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking...
Orange. Long haul.
One call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh, what my god.
Victory.
Oh,
You're joking. Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would lead the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Corandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Corandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene in Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know. How far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG?
Space Station.
I think Optic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG. Space Station. SSG.
Space Station. SSG.
That was SSG.
Space Station. Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
Optic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase.
Phase Clan. Phase.
Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it was a Phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station that event.
Optic.
Optic.
Was it Optic?
Optic.
That was us. Optic. That was Optic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
That one was SSG. The SSG Invitational was won by SSG. SSG.
Space Station. SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase?
I'm gonna say Optic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
Phase.
Optic.
Phase.
That was Phase. Optic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that Optic?
No, it's Phase.
I believe Phase won that one as well.
It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase.
Also Phase. Phase again.
Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think Optic only won one major that year. I think I'm going to go with SSG.
Optic.
That was Optic because they won the, yeah.
For some reason, that was Optic.
Optic. That was us.
Charlotte was Optic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was Optic.
Optic. That was us. Optic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was Optic.
Optic as well.
Optic.
Easy enough.
That was Optic.
That was us. Optic as well.
Optic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been, was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs. Because those were like the two big ones. And I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on that, right?
Yeah. Mind Freak? No, is it Chiefs?
Mind Freak?
Chiefs. Mind Freak?
The Chiefs. Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I
I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity? Knights.
LG.
PK. Luminosity.
LG. Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights?
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
That was Ascend.
Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend.
Valencia, Ascend.
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 Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe.
Sentinels.
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 That was Sen.
Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9.
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 Optic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well.
Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI ship administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop. I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
So, yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned.
Oh my god, that was fast. I thought we had a little bit of time. That's completely caught me off guard. Welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. We have made it to round 2 of Swiss.
Yep.
Finally, we're here.
We're here.
We got there. Little bit off schedule, but we're going to try and keep things going nice and speedy now, nice and snappy. So to be nice and snappy, shall we bring up all of the results from the last round of Swift?
Let's do it.
Here they come up for you now. We have got every single team, all their scores. It's all been finished as we kind of expected. Pretty much all the top seeds won.
Yeah, so if we were running some kind of betting system here, I don't know what the odds would have been, but if they were all right.
If Bet365 had odds on this, I reckon it would have been carnage.
Yeah, yeah.
There'd have been some money to be made.
I mean, I actually thought possibly some of these might shift around just so we had some last-minute subs and stuff, but it seems like the subs were pretty appropriate because they matched what we had them down for seeding, pretty much.
Yeah, that's about what it is. So, as you can see, we got them all up there. ITB, Conspiracy, all the people that you know, obviously have all won. So, on that note, we can get into round 2. We have all of our games pulled up. We've obviously got a game for you here on stream, which we'll talk about in a second. But let's kind of just go over everything that has come up now in round 2. We've got 8 games for you in this round. I'm going to pull up those very, very quickly, very, very fast. On my
we'll have a look on our hollow table here,
on my
Oscar.
little table. Yeah. Click, 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 click. Okay, we have the games. So, obviously, there's 4 winners games. Everyone in 1-0. So, there's 8 teams that won. They're going to play against each other, and then there's 8 teams that lost. They're going to play against each other. So, in the 1-0 games, we've got Into the Breach versus Baseline Beavers. I think that is top seed versus bottom seed, basically.
Yep, yeah, that sounds about right.
In terms of the teams that won. And then we've got Conspiracy versus Legion. Streamer Zone are playing against Leaking Esports, and BH3 are playing against Cat Smile Gaming. Those are our 4 games in 1-0. They're the games that are going on right now. And the game we're going to watch is Cat Smile Gaming versus BH3 up on the main stage. We're going to show you the teams here and the names.
Yeah, so in theory, this should be the closest match. So these are the closest seeds that we have in 1-0. So we're going to have Warlord, Marine, Franklin, and Subatomic. I believe Subatomic, was he always in the squad or a little bit of a later addition?
I think he was. I think he was always in the squad. Obviously, Subatomic's been around for ages, played a lot with Baxter, played on those teams, and he's made it here in this kind of little bit of a fun mix, but also kind of pretty competitive just because of the standard of these players. Obviously, everyone knows Warlord. We're going to take a look at the BH3 roster here.
Yeah, and I think we already said having Marine at LAN, that's not something you can take for granted.
No, definitely not. Marine turning up in itself is a blessing, but here we've got BH3 up on the screen for you. Mose, Bastos, Shad, and unfortunately Sunrise couldn't make it.
No.
So we subbed in Mister, who in fairness,
pretty good sub.
When he's good, when he's going, he's good and he's going. But it's been a long time.
Yeah,
Mister's not really been playing the game.
So this is what I was going to say. Sorry, so everyone knows Mr. Shah, whatever he wants to go as. Very well known as a player, a very good player, but he's been missing for a little while.
Yeah.
So I think he's been warming up like literally the past 2 days since he knew he was playing.
Yep.
Trying to keep in, kind of keep it fresh. I think this wasn't actually Mr., but I did walk into a room where Lunny was practicing with the heat wave because he was not aware that was GA.
Yeah, that's
so some of these players are really good, but just a little bit rusty. So hopefully they're getting used to the GAs, learning some of the new maps. I mean, to be fair, it's only really Fortress they're going to have to worry about. And then, Fortress is just a remake anyway, pretty much anyway, so...
If we could take a look at the maps, then we'll be able to find out what is in this series. So
let's do it.
Hopefully Prod can get the maps up for us. We'll take a look at those and give you your full series layout. So this is going to be the same for every round 2 game.
Correct.
So this includes the 0-1 games that we're going to watch in a little bit. We got Recharge King of the Hill, Street Slayer, Live Fire Oddball. Obviously, these were the maps that we introduced last time on stream when we got it a little bit muddled around. So this is a good series, to be honest. Like, I like these maps a lot. I like these modes. Recharge King of the Hill, as you mentioned, always a fun one to watch. Street Slayer is generally pretty good, and obviously having an oddball in there, while not everyone's cup of tea, I think generally, especially when you watch it at a higher level. We got RS3 Cuzzy on the screen. I've only just realized that. It is BH3. We'll get that one fixed for you. But yeah, Live Fire Oddball at the higher end of the game, when you really start to work on your spawn manipulation, your tactics, you have proper setups. It gets really fun to watch. So I hope that we can get there.
I love to see a nice smooth like tower to B rotation or A to B rotation. They look pretty good on the eye. Yeah, exactly. And knowing an oddball game, we probably expect that to be quite a long one. So
yeah. Maybe lock in for this series. Who knows? If we go to Game 3, we could be here a little while. I imagine anyone doing timekeeping for us today is probably hoping that we don't.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, these guys, we could see them come up again. Like these guys could match up easily in like a winners round 3 or losers bracket towards the end of the loser bracket. I don't know, but yeah, these are definitely very close.
Yeah, 100%. That's the big one, right? Obviously, we mentioned some of the matchups earlier that are going to be on the other side stations. We're hearing very briefly that we're having a couple of problems, so we're gonna hang here for a minute, just talk a little bit more about some of the other games. Hang out, figure it out. Conspiracy versus Legion Esports, another game that's going on right now. Obviously, Conspiracy we've watched on stream, and Legion we've watched on stream. Both of these guys have been on main stage, so audience should already be pretty familiar to these teams.
Yeah, I would love to know people's predictions for that one.
Yeah,
drop it in the chat.
I got a feeling I know what they're going to be. Unfortunately.
Well, we won't put bets on it then, shall we?
No, maybe not. But yeah, that's one of our 1-0 games. Into the Breach versus Baseline Beavers, we've already mentioned. And then Streamer Zone versus Leaking Esports. 2 teams that haven't been seen really anywhere on broadcast yet.
Okay, yeah.
Leaking Esports did go by a former name that I don't know if I can mention for
We'll leave it out.
We'll keep it out the way. So they're Leaking Esports now. That's Harshly, Suspensed, Hexed, and Provocative, which is one hell of a team. In fairness, if anyone was going to go up against the Streamer Zone team and give them a bit of a run for their money, I think it is this team. There's some firepower on here. There's some older names. We got some newer names. Suspense, obviously, as much as some people like to take the mick a little bit, Suspense is like a seriously good. up-and-coming talent. So he's ready to go, man. And I think we're going to get moved over here. We're slowly moving towards the game. I don't think we're too far away. So we're going to hand off to our wonderful casters for this series. A little bit of a changeover, and we'll see you all very soon.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, guys.
European Halo kickoff, and we're getting ready for our next series of the day. It's going to be BH3 versus Cat Smile Game. Cat Smile Gaming, a fan favourite, I think it's best to say. And back with once again is Vanadam. He's going to be cracking on with me, my right-hand man, to see exactly how this series is going to go. And now we're getting to the thick of it, really, so to speak, because we've got BH3 where they are predicted to get at least top 3, depending on the circumstances. So they have had I wouldn't say a team change, but they had to get a last-minute pickup. Sadly, Sunrise wasn't able to make it, which is a bit of a brutal blow for them. And considering they managed to get missed at last minute is, well, that's probably the best they could have asked for, couldn't they, considering the position they were in. And even though Mr. hasn't been playing for fully for the last month or two, it's an incredible player, great long shot, extremely productive and proactive across the map, and it's kind of vital for this team. As in previous matchups, I remember speaking to Warlord, it's like, yeah, it's just been 3-0s. It's just been 3-0s. It's been a bit of a pain in the backside for him and the rest of the lads on Cat Smile Gaming, but hopefully things will change with that team change on BH3. May help him a little bit, maybe. Well, Mr. He does have some big boots to fill. I think it's the best way of saying it, because Sunrise is an extremely good player, but I think Mr.'s a great player to really fill that role.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is definitely going to be a benchmark for BH3, given that these teams have gone against each other twice, and as you said, they've swept them every time. BH3 swept Cat Smile, so having this change in the team and being against each other this early in the competition, they need to know, is this change, has it made any difference or not? How convincing are these wins going to be? Are we going to struggle? The game types that we've got in this series, the different game types they've not even played together before, except for Street Slayer, which is going to be in it. I think that's second. So yeah, this is definitely like a data collection moment for them to kind of see how the rest of the weekend's going to go for them against teams like Cat Smile.
It's quite crazy when you consider the position these two teams in, because these two teams are looking to get top 4, and the fact that they're playing against each other after the first match is just ridiculous. This is the kind of matchup I was expecting a little bit later on, like maybe more towards the early evening to try and qualify for one of those 8 spots. And if you guys aren't aware, that this is a Swiss format we're in at the moment, day 1, and the top 8 teams will go into day number 2. So the first team to get 3 wins will qualify straight away, and depending if people go 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, that's how the seedings are going to go in the top 8. And again, I was speaking to a couple of members of Cat Smile Game. They said they would like to get, preferably top 4, top 3 at an absolute push. They are well aware that top 2 could be potentially out of the realms of possibility, and I think it's more due to the fact that Into the Breach, well, they are heavy favourites going into this, and it's like theirs to win pretty much. And with BH3, they're looking to get second or third, depending on how their team's going to go, because they're kind of in that honeymoon period, aren't they, with Mr. But they've all played with each other before. They know exactly what Mr's capable of. They can be very comfortable with him. It's not like they pick someone not that good extremely last minute and they're going to fall off the pedestal, aren't they? But no, it's like I said, extremely great pickup last minute, and I do feel, for Sunrise not being here, it's a huge blow for them. They should be able to grab one of those podium finishes by the end.
Yeah, it is a big shame that he can't make it. He was quite vocal about some of the difficulties that I'd been able to get over. And having a team member missing is, when the LANs are so few and far between, it's not the best situation when you put yourself in. But as far as the meetups these teams have had so far in the last 2 seeding tournaments that we've run through, they actually met in winners round 2 in week 1, and then the way that the bracket went, because BH3 ended up in the final, they never met again. But in the second tournament, they actually met in the losers bracket final, and that's again when they lost 3-0. So Cat Smile have made it very deep into the bracket, even on the losers run both times. So like the top 4 finish for them isn't necessarily that outlandish. It's definitely in there. They've got to think about the likes of Streamer Zone at BH3, obviously, but I agree with you. We were expecting this to be a matchup we get in the 2 wins and 0 losses part of the Swiss, not the 1 win and 0. This is quite early on for teams of this caliber to be bumping into each other. But that's why we've got it on the stream. We really want to show it, because we know that it's an interesting matchup between some of the more heavy hitting teams that are in the tournament. Yeah,
we haven't had any heavy hitters yet, but finally we've got some, which is absolutely fabulous. And it's a nice way to find out exactly how these teams are going to go. I like to see, especially with the top teams, like, the whole point of day 1 is to find the indicators if they drop games, if it's a complete sweep across the board. That's we know how solid they are potentially going into Sunday. And it's good for us and the viewers at home to see if we're going to get there. And if we don't, that's where there could be some fireworks, could be some upsets. It's all crazy stuff going into it, and this is what we love to see. But for BH3, they want to continue, not dropping a game going towards the very end, which they technically should do, because I know that Warlord and the lads on Cat Smile are going to be a little bit worried about how this series is going to go, but they're probably feeling a little bit more optimistic now with that lineup change. Not saying that Mr's better than Sunrise or vice versa. It's just obviously with the last minute pickup, it's there's a lot of detail you've got to go through with that methodical mindset of how you want to approach a lot of the matchups. There's no practice there, but hopefully, like I said, honeymoon period should be right for them.
Yeah, and for the likes of Cat Smile Gaming, if they so based on the historic of data of what we have right now, it's likely to be for them. The end of round 2 is going to be 1 win, 1 loss. If they enter that Swiss draw on the 1 win, 1 loss, and they go against someone like Streamer Zone, that is potentially going to cause some very interesting situations to happen in the first round of the bracket tomorrow morning. So even though we're talking about the substitution that we've got here and potentially what effects that could have, this is quite important for Cat Smile in terms of benchmarking where they are against other teams in the tournament. And if Streamer Zone are feeling good and they get drawn against them, or some of the other high-performing teams we've got, that really is going to create some drama for us later on. But we'll be tuning into the game we've got right now soon. I keep looking forward and looking ahead. I'm just excited for all the games we've got to come. But yeah, this is seriously an important set of games, and it is going to set the tone potentially for the rest of the day, especially for Cat Smile. But I agree, BH3 should be looking to potentially sweep the day, really. They're a very strong team. They've taken games from ICB online. I think they've taken a total of 5 games over the last 2 weeks. Might get corrected on that. So that is significant because no other team has really managed to do that.
No, it's been a tough nut to crack for a lot of his teams, especially below that kind of top 3 margin. But what we need to see now is, like I said, those true indicators. I want to see from BH3 no games dropped for the entirety of the first day. ITB, I expect that from them anyway. And if we do see like the odd game drops here and there, then there'll be a few question marks as to why this is occurring. It shouldn't be, considering how confident they're going to be with the lack of pressure going to the tournament. But now it's going to be a little bit different. But ITB, they should be fine. We should be seeing them later on, especially in the 2-0 stages where they could be guaranteeing their spot to go into tomorrow. But we're going to be underway very shortly. We'll have the maps for you very soon as well to see exactly what they're going to be playing against. And another thing as well is it's best of 3. So this for Cat Smile, they're going to definitely prefer that, because if it's like best of 5, best of 7, the longer the series is going to go, the worse it's going to be for them, because they're hoping to clutch like 1 or 2 of these games in order to seal the deal, so to speak. But we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, and the third game, especially being oddball, if you get to that on this, you're in for the long haul, right? We all know how long the infinite oddball games can be, given how they've changed the scoring system. Not that needs explaining, because we're like 4 years in now, but the oddball games can be incredibly long, especially if the teams aren't managing to get the setups and get the footholds that they want.
Yeah, a good 20 minutes here and there. That's dabbling around with the ball. But yeah, it's if it gets that far, then it potentially could. We could see something crazy in the TS game and going into game number 2. But obviously, we're waiting for the series to start very shortly before we get into it. And eventually we'll see exactly how things are going to go in this series. But we are going to look at some B-Stream gameplay for you guys at home until this series does get underway, because we know that BH3 and Cat Smile Gaming are actually kind of prepared themselves for now. But let's jump into another matchup here. It seems like we've got Nebula and the rest of the crew at, I believe, it is Legion Esports versus Finnies and crew. So I feel like for this team, it's Conspiracy, and for Legion now, we're going to find out exactly how things are going to go. With Maxi already, it's a fantastic start, already going 4-2. But the problem is how it's going to go for the rest of this game. Already a trade coming out from Frenzied, and got 2 down, that 1 now for Legion. Just trying to capitalize on this hill and try and get behind him and contest it.
Yeah, and the question here is really, are Conspiracy going to be able to give space, let Legion take space and have a repeat of what we saw against Team Mystic, where there was those moments of kind of not necessarily bad play, but we saw Nick Senni on the top of the base on Aquarius, like letting the overshield get past and then getting killed for it. So like this is the game where Conspiracy needs to be like, right, we need to tighten it up, we need to make sure we win. They are a stronger team than Legion on paper, though we have talked about Neb quite a bit and how he's been performing. So this game is going to be a good way for them to like, right, let's book up the ideas, let's get in, and let's see what's going on. And we're Frenzy, they're just dropping the shock rifles. About to say, let's have a look at that cast curse coming in. You think of something, and then something happens. But at the moment, this first hill, Conspiracy getting half the time on the board.
Certainly have been indeed. We saw Finnies earlier in the first series of the day. He was absolutely popping off, and he's right now just trying to contest the hill as much as possible, but still getting a few slays here and there as well. No problem for Legion, as they do have 2 down. This could be a guaranteed hill for here, but finally been taken out by Frenzy in that top control. Chaos comes straight from behind to go on clean-up duty for the trade, and Chaos actually managed to get another, so that's going to be 3 down for Legion again, and that is going to be first hill in the hands of Conspiracy, and now look and see how they're going to hold that hill in blue pipes.
Yeah, I like that movement from Nick Senni to try and sort of block out like the area to try and get them spawn up in gold. the hold that they had then was really good. You can see the top tower, they lost it, and then we saw Slink or level 50 just come in straight away and take it back, which led to the 4 down. So the map control and the map awareness from Conspiracy right now really good. Legion kind of struggling to get some permanent space, though they are putting some time on as Frenzied and Light Axel both end up in the respawn screen.
That's right. It's been a close affair indeed, especially in the Slays department. It's now Nebula just biding his time, just trying to get that spiral control, just making sure no one's coming from long, no one's coming from tower either, but you can see having to consistently drop to make sure the hill is covered and just try and supply as much support as possible. But the problem is, with 2 down, there's very little he can do here. He can just delay as much as he can beforehand, but as you can see, they're already contesting the hill, pushing on forward, should be able to at least get a trade, and he does, puts a couple of shots onto one of the players as well, so Nebula did pretty well considering the position he was in. Very fortunate to get a bit of damage done and that trade. Now heading back to finish, playing ring around the rosy here, as he does clean him up nicely. Maybe had to find a double, but good on him just to back away and just stay alive. All about value in your life in this position, and it looks like they've already got 2 down once again, claiming that hill to try and catch up and overtake and potentially go up 2-0 in terms of hills.
Yeah, they've been holding that back C-spawn for a while. We saw that Legion stayed alive for quite a while before we ended up with the little ring around roses there on Turbine, but the way that they're holding the map is really good, and Finnish staying alive here, this is big for his team, getting the Shroud screen. Blocking himself off from Camo, getting a stray nade that's knocking him out the hill. Legion putting some time on, but this might be an opportunity for Legion to grab the Camo with the players that they have alive. See Nixeni and Finners both in the respawn screen, bit of a duel breaking out there with the likes of Slink getting his killing spree. So he's 14-7 right now, doing some big damage to Legion. 3 players down for them, and I think we just saw the Camo on the back of Chaos, I believe.
And you can see that Slink has definitely had his Weetabix this morning, already going 14-8. I say this morning, pretty much into the afternoon now, as he's still warming up and he's looking pretty damn good with that +6. Now up 2-0, but already Legion trying to start us off with that hill round Whirlpool, but already been contested very heavily here. Ferrari peeking around that bottom A, but does get taken down. 3 dead for Legion, which means it's going to be a clear path for Conspiracy to try and get this 3rd hill and get as much time out of it as possible. But the entire team of Legion are all spawned long and now heading towards that gold set. Sadly, the combo didn't work in his favour, but already quite weak and had his back turned, so not really too much of an issue. 2 down again for Legion, trying to make that 3, but instead Maxi puts a halt to that, and that's in the 2v2 scenario. Good trade coming out from Conspiracy. Conspiracy have been trading extremely well. This is a prime factor here, even if you're on the back foot and in a bit of a bad scenario in a lot of occasions. But again, you can see the beatdown coming up there from Light Axel, trying to keep themselves in this motion. But the problem with King and Hill, when you're down 3-0, you know things are looking a little bit bleak. Your momentum is going to shift massively on the downtrend, and then you've got to, think to yourself, what can we do to bring this back, especially with such limited time left now. Just a little bit over 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and engaging a bit of the caster math, looking at the kill, the deficit in kills to Legion isn't as big as what the scoreline would suggest. As you were saying, the trades that Conspiracy have been able to put in here, it's really given that momentum, because King of the Hill, it's not necessarily when you get the kills, it's how important those kills are. So Conspiracy have done a really good job of being efficient with any deaths that have occurred on their team. They've gone, they've cleaned up, they've caught space. And now we are allegedly going to be going over to the game we were talking about originally. We're going to leave this game, but the way that it's going, it looks like Conspiracy will be scoring that 3rd hill, which will probably happen off screen.
Yeah, sorry, Slink. I know you was having a bit of a field day, mate, going on to Recharge Hill, but we'll leave you to it. You lads seem to be doing all right so far. We'll let them crack on. But that's a dominating start for them, but we'll be heading over to BH3 versus Cat Smile Gaming very shortly. This is the juggernauts, the heavy hitters going into this. And for Cat Smile Gaming, I want to see a bit more from them, considering the position that BH3 have had to put themselves in, obviously due to that team change. Yeah, I feel like the gameplay that we're going to get from this is going to be very disciplined. We're going to see a lot of sort of efficient teamwork, maybe a little bit of drama and get a bit of ego between certain players. We like a bit of that. Yeah, exactly.
But I think at this point in the day, like you said, BH3 really needs to be like, right, no, we're winning this. We're going 3-0. We ain't dropping any games. This is how it is, lads. Let's just blast through it. Yeah, we've got some confident players. If you guys aren't aware, got Bastos, Mose, Shad and Mr. A very, very solid lineup. A huge amount of experience here across the board. And the individual skill in this team is just crazy. Off the charts.
And here we go, Recharge King of the Hill, the one we want to watch, not the last one, but I think we know exactly how things are going to occur. Consider what we saw there from Conspiracy, absolutely smashing it. But Recharge Hill will be our first game to see exactly if BH3 are going to be winning in dominating fashion as they had done in the past seeding tournaments against Cat Smile Gaming, or if they can bring something out of the woodwork here and create some mischief on the server. Already 2 taken down from BH3 straight away. Also made that Cat Smile Games actually the wrong way round, but you can see there, Mose, Shan, Mr. already cleaned up. Bastos is the last surviving member of BH3, but for Cat Smile, great start. Marine just going on a tear from the get-go.
Yeah, these players are definitely going to be fighting over that shock rifle. We saw it go down straight away out of Bastos' hands just earlier on then. That weapon in this game is going to cause some serious problems for the team that does not have it. And there we go, just straight away, just the no-scope hedge of the double coming in from Marine, already putting in serious effort for his team, showing BH3 that, you know, I'm ready, I'm dialed in, and I've got a shock rifle in my hands, almost getting Shad. Not quite connecting there on the end of it, but already from Marine just putting in some serious work.
Yeah, Shad valuing his life down to a T, exactly what he needed to do in order to get the shock out of the hands of Cat Smile Gaming. But for Cat Smile Gaming, this was a huge start. Marine just going absolutely crazy to begin with, and this is what you love to see and exactly what you want to see as well. With Bastos and Moser not on the board as of yet, but as you know, very, very early days. They'll be coming up trumps very shortly, I'm sure. But for Marine, no, he's definitely feeling himself. And now we're going to see exactly what shenanigans Bastos has with his combo.
Yeah, the shock rifle definitely is the drama weapon on this map. You know, the amount of aim assist the thing has, the show it and how flash it is.
It's lovely, isn't it?
He definitely made a big impact at the start of the game. And we saw, you know, they've scored a third of the hill. But BH3 now the shock rifle's off the field. They've got the spawns. They're holding Attic. Definitely making it so the game has slowed down. Franklin finds out you can't just walk across triple like that. So at the moment, you know, they're just playing the long game. You don't have to score. You can hold the space and just try to get time when you can.
Yeah, utility is very important to try and get them out of hill, especially from the angles they were holding. They had a pretty good setup, but the problem is it's a matter of how they're going to coordinate the push once they had one taken down. But BH3 were just doing a great job making sure to stay alive and not to let any members drop whilst holding that setup around Gold, Pipes and Whirlpool. But as you can see, BH3 are now back to normality, got that first hill. And this is going to be an issue here. Marine does have to shock and the camo. Will he be able to clean them up? A bit of peeking here and there, but it does stay alive. But this is a huge play coming up from Marine. He needs to make this work with the camo and the shock, as he does make a vital push, but actually decides to, oh, you might as well hit your teammate. But you've got to give him a bit of a chance, mate. You know, you've got to give him a bit of leverage. But you can see using that nade now just to try and keep him back. But he still manages to take him down there. Shad managed to get 2 of his own, though, on Subatomic and Marine. 2 down now for Cat Smile.
Yeah, Cat Smile definitely putting in, you know, some investment into Marine. We've seen him with the shock rifle twice now. He had the camo in his hand. Again, scoring the no-scope headshots. Unfortunately, falling to Shad when he got his double kill. But I'm impressed. I think the scoreline is 1-0. We've had quite a bit of the match go already. Cat Smile are putting up a little bit of a fight. You know, we've got to warm up. But yeah, at the moment, BH3 holding C4 go down. That is not something that you want to see. That's some free time.
It's free time indeed. 2 down for Cat Smile, just waiting to recuperate from their losses and create that coordinated attack all around Whirlpool. Looks like all getting all spread out and ready. But are they going to give up the hill, or are they going to make a charge of it? It looks like they're planning to go through control and go around long already. Already one found, but Warlord does take him down. A huge kill coming up from him, and now it's going to be a 2v2 scenario. But the problem is they've almost got this hill, but even if they gain it back, that's a huge amount of time they'd have to try and claim in order to make it 1-0. But that's not going to happen, as they do make it 2-0 in this first game. And let's see how Cat Smile are going to respond with that Whirlpool hill.
And now we're hopping on with Mr. who's got the shock rifle in hand. We've seen Marine use it a few times, but now we'll see if he can do anything. Franklin trying to go for the duel and get away, but no, gets taken out. Mr. being taken out as well. 1 shot left in that down in the Mangler area. We'll see if they go and try to smuggle that to try and get the odd kill to get some momentum. But no, Shad's trying to riot out in the Mangler pit, and it's not really working. Marine doing a great job here trying to hold this area, getting an awesome flank on Mose, the 2v1 there. And it looks like they're setting up to try to get some time on this hill that's in Whirlpool.
They certainly are indeed, but they're a little bit reluctant to go for the hill at the moment due to the gold control that BH3 have, which is actually the right play. There's no point pushing through it and just dying straight away and just getting another couple of seconds. Absolutely not necessary at all. And the back smack here in there, that's going to be 3 dead now for Cat Smile, as Bastos is looking to Get a little bit leery here with that grapple to try and catch him from behind, but takes down Warlord anyway, with Warlord trying to get away as best as humanly possible, but wasn't going to be the case. But some good nades coming up from Cat Smile just to keep him out that hill.
Yeah, I think we were talking about the goal control. Almost gets the triple kill in there, dropping down. Shad needs someone to help him out to get this last shot. Warlord comes in to try and get rid of him. The 2v1
oh my goodness.
Going just dancing around the pillars. I hate that in elevator where people do that, because you can crouch and you're just slightly lower than where it is. But yeah, the time is against Cat Smile here. Like, going for goal control was definitely the right thing to do, but it's like BH3 know that, and they're saying, right, okay, we're going to stall you out. What are you going to do about it? And then they just wiped 3 of them off the map.
It's just Ferrari peaking in general in this game. It's very difficult to kind of contend with, especially with the hitbox and how it performs on a Halo Infinite. So it's a vital option to use, especially if you're on no shield or potentially in a bloodbath scenario in one of those BR battles. But as you can see here, Subatomic now just on that trip stack looking to contest camo. They're in a great position for it. The question is, how are BH3 going to respond in order to prep for that next camo? But it looks like they're more focused on the objective, which is understandable. If they make it 3-0, then we know that there's going to be a very good chance for them to, not even need to contest the hill anymore. Just make sure to play it outright, have a good setup, cover the hill, and just not go for it and just let time be wasted.
Yeah, it's almost putting your opponent in a position where there's 2 decisions and both of them aren't great. You can have camo, but we score the 3rd hill, or you can go for the hill and then we get camo.
Pick your poison, basically, isn't it?
it's the old Halo checkmate, right? So, Cat Smile for this game, BH3, it might have started off real well for Marine. We saw some very flashy plays from him with the shock rifle, but as time's gone on, BH3 just showing their dominance, really.
Yeah, Cat Smile in the slaying department, it's not too bad. Like, I've seen much worse. It's just, in terms of the objective standpoint, it's been very difficult for them to contest overall. Everything they've tried to do or tried to perform or execute, it's just been shut down straight away.
Ooh.
As Bigger been shut down, you can see lovely shot coming in there from Warlord. Shad's also got a trade on Marine. They actually traded each other, and Mo's managed to get Franklin round the corner as he's whipping out the grapple to see what he can find around C. But knocking on the door, no one to be found here. Cat Smile, all of them are around that long and gold area. And now they've got to debate how they're going to try and execute this next push. And if they're able to, there's only a minute 20 left on the clock. And BH3, they're not planning on ending this 3-0. They're just like, you know what, let's just end it in 4, guys. Let's, call it a day in this first game.
Yeah, and even though the timer does stop when someone's in the hill, 3 points to get with only a minute left in the game, that's going to be some pretty strong gameplay. You've got no time to leave the hill whatsoever. You've got to be basically standing it the whole time while the spawners are coming up. That means you're fighting in a 3v4 if the spawn's not where you want it. And the duel coming in, Marine trying to do something to Mr., but it's not happening. He gets 5 shot and sent back to the respawn screen. So at the moment, it looks like BH3 may be taking this first game.
Maybe they are, and I can tell you now, they absolutely will be. You are definitely right, as we've only got a little bit of time left, and Cat Smile will have to try and make some miracle happen if they want to make a comeback in this first game. Not going to happen. Franklin Marine have been taken down, and Mr. looking to try and claim the remaining points of his hill, but he's doing a good job just leaving the hill and prioritising the slays, which is absolutely required. And Warlord now looking to head back into long to see if he can pick up anyone apart. Manages to get one more left. Should be able to in the second, but look at that. Managed to abuse that map jump, should run that box. And now it's just a matter of time before BH3 does end this first game.
Yeah, we were talking about the checkmate scenario. Do you score the 4th hill, or do you just let the time run out? 4 hills in 37 seconds is nigh insurmountable. That is a very steep ask. So I think Mo's may try to take a stay in the game here, but not quite. They're not going down without a fight. Bastos having some fun with the shock rifle. Not quite connected. Ooh. Gets him the second time. That was a nice little peek on Marine there. Have a bit of your own medicine. But just the return fire from C platform. Cat Smile, your credit to him. They ain't letting this one go.
No, they're not. But let's be honest. 25 seconds, 3 hills. Big ask. Tall order, but as you can see, a few seconds, and there we have it. BH3 will win their first game in this series. Remember, at home it is a best of 3. Next game will be a Slayer next. And very impressed from what I've seen so far. Mr. seems to be as proactive as he used to be, even with the D-Rust he has to deal with, obviously not playing a huge amount over the last couple of months. Again, the best pickup they could have asked for. Mo's, again, a huge amount of assists and a lot of objective ability as well. It's great from him. But all of them across the board, there was not really any weak links from both teams. You know, either equally did good or equally did bad. It wasn't really a huge standout. But for Catsmile, Marine was just absolutely going crazy. Just no days off for him, just going straight in, no holds barred at the get-go.
Yeah, and we you know, they're showing that the slaying power's there. And you know, Marine's been around for a long time, and so has Warlord and the other players on the team. So we've definitely seen that the fact that, you know, if they get the shock rifle, they can put on a show like that and just say, hey, you know, we know you're a good team and you're strong, but stop right there. Yeah, go back and respawn. We're getting some time. So I think the second game's definitely going to be interesting. It's just where do you sit from here? Because objective efficiency, definitely over to BH3. Slaying power, slightly different story, but still over to BH3.
Because to begin with, during the first 5-6 minutes, yeah, sure, BH3 was ahead in the slaying department, but they were able to keep up in some certain situations. But as time progressed, that's when they kind of managed to adjust. It's like I said, all about adaptation. That's what separates, you know, the top two from the rest of the pack, especially nowadays in the EU scene. And you've seen BH3 to show that adaptation to begin with is a little bit slow and steady, both of them trying to feel each other out. Since they've adapted, boom, 3-0, and then you saw, and then there's a bit of a back and forth for that C-plat, but the C-plat here, it's very difficult to really stay in for a long period of time. It's so open, I'm not saying it's open as bottom mid, obviously, but it's a bit of a pain in the backside on a lot of occasions, just because there's a lot of trade back and forth, and not really a helpful kind of scenario where to try and keep a dominant performance, keep him out from tower, keep him out from batteries, or stop him from going long. It's very easy to collapse onto that C-plat hill.
Yeah, and I think some of the points that you brought up, like the assists that were coming in for BH3 especially, you could see that their efficiency as a team, despite having Mr. in instead of Sunrise, the efficiency is there, the cohesion's there. They're putting Catsmile in scenarios where it's like, okay, even if you have the shock rifle and you're doing damage to our team, we're going in there and we're going to make sure that we zero out that threat.
Oh, okay. So we've just heard as well that Conspiracy also beat Legion 50-49. That was a much closer affair considering what we saw in that first game. So I assume that does mean that they won their series 2-0 as well. Conspiracy have been looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's close. You know, Legion definitely not a bad team by any sense. Again,
no,
Nebula and co on that team, but 50-49 from the likes of Conspiracy. Maybe there's some things that they may need to look at, but we are going to indeed get off with the next game in our series. Definitely something to think about with what we've seen so far.
Yeah,
a few
shouts.
Gonna go?
I think there are definitely a few shouts and screams, I'm sure. Well, even though we're quite far away, you could maybe hear it just a tiny bit, a kind of a faint scream from one of them. I don't know who in particular, but yeah, we will go into game 2 very shortly. I do believe BH3 should just continue this clean sweep. It's been kind of their trend, their track record. It seems it doesn't matter if they have Sunrise or Mr. Same applies. It looks like it's going to be the same result. Will it be the same result? Slayers are probably the best way for Catsmile game to kind of edge their way or to get into this series, to bring this back. And if we do, the problem is, actually, no, I wouldn't say a problem, because the final game would be a ball game, and it's all about structure and setup base. So even though BH3 have lost that one player, how is it going to go? That's going to be a different story. But it looks like we're going to be doing a restart shortly for Street Slay. They were going to go into it, but a few tech issues here and there, which I'm sure you've been aware of throughout the course of the day. So don't you guys worry, we will be heading to game number 2 very shortly. And Street should be a bit of a crazy one.
Yeah, and I think something that might need to be mentioned is I've heard that there may be some GAs around some of the weapons on this map, particularly the Bulldog. I'm not sure if they've agreed to that. But a lot of the players have been talking about the Bulldog and how it affects Streets, and we'll have to see how that goes in the game, whether that's been agreed or not. But this will indeed be the first map on stream today, I believe, where a GA may be in effect. Oh no, we've had Aquarius, haven't we, where we didn't see the heatwave being used.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. So you may see some GA agreements. May not see some. It's just the only way we can tell is just by anyone picks up the Bulldog. And if they do, then we know. We know they've agreed to something, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. But we'll make you guys aware if you guys don't catch up or see any of those kind of bits and pieces happen. But where we're heading to Street. So if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the next series of today's BH3 versus Cat Smile Gaming. Both these teams are currently 1-0 in the Swiss. Whoever gets to 3, then that means that they've already qualified into the top 8 double elim on day 2 tomorrow. And this is where, you know, things are going to get a little bit spicy here as we get into the later stages of this Swiss.
Yeah, I feel like Streets especially, this is going to be fast, it's going to be furious. You can rotate around really quick. Both teams showing some slaying power. So while King of the Hill didn't look close on the scoreboard, I think this one's definitely going to be a bit more chaotic. It's almost a little harder to hold structure on Streets because of how you can almost be a bit of a rat and get around it.
Nothing quite like being a rat, man. To be that guy to somehow swindle their way into like a certain rotation, which someone no one saw. But Streets, it's very difficult. But if you get away with it, then that's going to be a huge, huge play for anyone. And it looks like we'll be headed into game number 2. Thank you for your patience at home, everyone. As now we're going to head in and see exactly how things are going to go for Cat Smile Gaming. If they can make this a tied series, or if BH3 are just going to end it with a 2-0 and a 2-0 in the Swiss as well. As we're heading over to Shad's perspective. Already got behind him, getting a lot of damage done. Already taken one, which is Subatomic. And now we can see already just making that rotation around mid to find out if there's any going to be sneaky pushes or any contestations for that camo. But doesn't manage to get it yet. It's not going to risk it, obviously, due to the amount of damage he's taken. But the good thing is Bastos has got the camo. And we're going to see how much he's going to abuse it around purple and around that calf area.
Yeah, 30 seconds of active camo, that's an eternity on Streets. We saw 5 people go down before the camo spawned. I really enjoy the delayed camo spawn on this map. I think it creates the start of the game to be much more interesting. I believe that camo's still on the map somewhere, unless my eyes deceiving. But we've got a fight breaking out here on Cafe. Franklin's going to try and slide in and get some damage to get the assist. Mose does indeed go down. One shot here with Bastos. He's got about 10 seconds left on this camo. Franklin doesn't know that he's behind him. He's ratting out a little bit, but Waller managed to get the stray headshot and sends him back to the respawn screen there. 12 and 6 at the moment. An assist coming in there for Mister.
Couple of one-shots there for Cat Smile, and you could see Cat Smile just trying to stay alive around Calf as much as possible. They did the best out of a bad situation, but the bad situation now is the scoreline at 14-7. Make it 8. So trying to keep themselves in it a little bit more. It's a very good start coming out from BH3. You see Franklin whipping out a couple of kills here and there on that kill feed. Mose wants to take down Marine, and Subatomic actually takes down Bastos, and Franklin takes down Mose at that trade after. So a little bit back and forth here. We're seeing a bit more stability here and a bit more normality going into this, but Shad just being an absolute nuisance in ties, just trying to stay alive as much as he could to give his team enough time in order to push through to B, which they have done. So it's looking pretty good already. Now up by 5 still, and Mister looking to stay alive around that ball spawn.
Yeah, second camo grab there from Warlord was good. You see the 2 players were down for BH3, and even though he was one shot, he managed to grab it and burn it. So that's something that then their team doesn't need to worry about, other than the 5 kill deficit that they're at now. But we've seen a lot of the fighting around here, and we've not seen much of the red gun just quite yet. Warlord did have it earlier on, but I'm not quite sure where it got off to, and that definitely will be potentially the almost X factor in this game, especially if you can get a hold on B Street down to purple at some point.
You can see Mister acting as though he never left. Going 7-3 with 5 assists, being very proactive around the map, especially with Bastos as well. More assists than kills, and he's got one of the highest kills on the server, being an absolute demon. Is Warlord just hovering around Arcade to see what he can find, but Shad now just having a little bit of a battle around C stairs as Mister managed to take down one, Mose take down another, and Shad is aware that 2 players are down and should be able to stay alive around bottom C. Great job from him, just valuing his life once more. And Mister, again, his shot is fire in this game.
Yeah, and the 4 players down there, you could see the quick collapse from BH3 trying to force some form of split spawn. You saw Franklin that was behind A there, that was spawned in C, subatomic. I liked the way they tried to almost cause some form of a landslide in terms of points there. You could see they were proactive in it, but it didn't quite just work out how they wanted, even though they have got their 8 kills ahead right now. But it's those types of moves that the top teams need to make. You see the advantage and then you just press it.
Yeah, we see a crack in the armor, you go straight through, and that's exactly what they have been doing as we're switching over back to Shad. Find about what he can see here, and now just backing it away once more. Let's get an assist from Bastos cleaning up on Marine. That's going to be 2 down again for Cat Smile. Shad and 3 camo, thank you very much. I'll be having that. Going around purple Benz, making, again, another very important rotation. Just biding his time. Does get the clean up onto Subatomic, and Marine just having a little bit of a rotate there to see what he can find, but not much at the moment. Warlord tried to stay alive, get cleaned up, and you can see BH3, the difference between the two teams, they collapse in terms of how they dictate the pace and being able to put a halt to any kind of setup that Cat Smile are trying to deliver. It's just been shut down every single time.
Yeah, I feel like that you know, BH3 knew when the momentum was shifting. We've seen a very dominant sort of extension of this lead that they've had, and throughout the game, you've commented yourself on moments where, you know, like people being a nuisance to trying to stay alive. We've seen use of the repulsor at bottom pillars to try to stop people from losing their lives during duels. Marine, the only player left alive on the map for Cat Smile right now, and they know where he is, and they take him out. So I think BH3 are doing a fantastic job of making sure that they've got support when they're one-shot. There's been a lot of people surviving on one-shot on the stream this game.
They have been, but Mr. has just been on a course of shutting everyone down. Plus 11 with 9 assists, like he never left. And now we've only got 1 more kill, and that's going to be a steak dinner served nicely here for BH3 as they're just trying to get that last kill, but not making it easy. As Mr. surely will get the trade. Yes, he does. And that's going to be the end of it, 50-31. And BH3 win that very comfortably, as we're hoping maybe a slightly closer affair. But I did mention at the very beginning, even though Sunrise isn't here for this weekend, which is a little bit of a shame, Mr. is a very, very solid replacement, even if he does have to do a little bit of a D-Rust. But like I mentioned, it looks like he never left.
Yeah, for sure. I think given the changes to roster we've said and the way that Mister's been able to perform in that game especially, he has put himself on the radar as a player to be reckoned with and can keep up and make himself a vital asset to BH3 as they go through this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, vital asset indeed, and he's really proven that. You could see in the first game he's kind of get used to it again. You can tell from his aim skill, and in the second game it's just, yeah, night and day difference. Absolutely crazy, and this is what we want from BH3. We want a very solid BH3 roster, so if they do come up against, you know, the likes of Into the Breach, they can put on a very solid performance and not just a challenge, but potentially, you know, maybe even take the series off them. We have to see, you know, that's much, much later into the stages of going to the tournament. But it's, from what I've witnessed against Cat Smile Gaming, very impressed considering the lack of practice they've had with Mr., and it seems to be pretty damn good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now the story of where we're going to go and what we're going to think of now is next round of Swiss. Who's the other team that also won a game? Because there ain't going to be many of them now. So are we going to see BH3 and Into the Breach? Is that going to happen? Or now Cat Smile have to think about Streamer Zone and how that's going to go for them if they get drawn, if Streamer Zone lost their game. So plenty more stories to keep up with this weekend, especially with how the second round of Swiss has gone. But we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back with the losers side of Swiss really soon.
Yes, we do. We'll be back with the analysts, back with the host. They're going to literally dissect everything here, and we're going to head off. We'll see you guys very shortly.
I'm guessing we're clear.
Okay, we're here. Hello. Sorry about that, everybody. Welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. I'm once again joined by my wonderful analyst friend, Reed.
You forgot my name there, didn't you?
Once again. Huh?
You forgot my name there, didn't you?
No, I would
didn't.
never.
Yeah.
So, of course, we just watched BH3 versus Catsmell Gaming. BH3 come out with the 2-0, but we got a few more games to break down here.
Yeah.
The bracket's moving pretty well. So far, Into the Breach and Conspiracy both have their scores in. They've both finished. So Into the Breach won 2-0 against Baseline Beavers, and Conspiracy won 2-0 against Legion Esports. So that means Conspiracy are on the edge of qualification.
Yeah, and although they did win 2-0, it's worth saying that you kind of caught it on the B stream if you were watching that. It was 50-49.
It was a close one.
So, like, yeah, it was definitely a little bit on edge going to a map 5. They didn't push it that way, but yeah, could have easily gone there.
Yeah, definitely could have gone close, but luckily they scraped out the win. They've got through. Of course, now BH3 are going to be in that 2-0 pile as well. Catsmell now going down into the 1-1 pile, which at the minute is only consisting of Legion Esports and Baseline Beavers. There is one more match left to finish. That is Leaking Esports versus Streamer Zone. Still waiting on the result of that one to determine who is going to be joining Top Pot 2-0, whether it is going to be Streamer Zone or, of course, Leaking Esports. And then that will start to fill the 1-0 part out. But before we get there, before we rush into round 3, we've still got more round 2 games to come. We've got all the 0-1 games on the way very, very soon.
We do. And some of those are going to be quite close.
Yep.
I feel like they're going to be closer than the 1-1s games, even if we did see quite a close map 2 there. But yeah, so I don't even know who we're going to have. Do we know who we're going to have up on stream? It's going to be...
We do. There
Correct.
it is, in my ears. Team Mystics versus RS3 Cuzzy is going to be our game on stream. We're not quite ready for that yet. Once we get there, we'll get there. But those guys should be getting set up on stage. And then, of course, now as those games start to finish on the side stations, other teams are going to start throwing that out. Those games are going to start coming through. And we're going to start to get this little Swiss list that I've got here on our wonderful holo table populated.
I'm excited. I wish that worked. I really did. That would have been cool. What if we just had the graphic just emerge out of the... Someone pod, take some notes. We could get some Unreal kind of work going on here. We can really make this work. I've done it.
On the virtual set, maybe that looked right, but with what I've just seen...
It looked fine.
Okay, well...
It looked bad to you, but...
We'll move on. So yeah, that's the kind of situation we're in. I think before we start really prepping up to get into this next game, we are going to go to a little break, make sure that main stage is ready to go. So hopefully when we come back, we won't be too far away, not too many tech issues to handle. We should be able to get in, give you the rundown, and get straight after the casters pretty soon.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's holy city, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreign key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah. The Anodyne Spirit. Oh, alright. I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's level 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I've never really looked at, to be honest. No, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal vector. Hyperlethal. Let's go.
The answer? Hyper-lethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 Division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha. Were they blown up? Were they blown up like Cortana and then messed up?
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe. who was set on suicide missions?
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is that's not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get copied into Prometheus. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh, hold on. I have heard this one.
Was he born Stellar Makes Eternal last thing?
Why does the brain just go like in like overdrive when I ask a question? Like, you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer and react it.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it. Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was a hint for that. I don't know that didn't help me.
Maythrillium?
Maythrillium.
Yet not knowing, because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't know.
The answer? Maythrillion. Well, for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
It's been a long time since I read these books.
Abaddon.
Promethean construct. I don't know.
Bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Guilty Spark? Oh, the Grave Mine? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Janjir Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what? I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sen Shayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their Forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a Halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the Halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? The Banished. That was 0, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maithrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maithrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're gonna go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter in Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We have a slightly longer fly through here, so you get to see us for a little bit longer. Perfect. We are getting ready for this next matchup. We were just having a little watch there of Baxter from Power Gaming, sadly not joining us here for this event. Just enjoying a little bit of break video there that we had coming from Lunny.
He came very close to being here.
Yeah,
There was nearly some dropout, and I had Baxter was ready to jump straight in, but he's not gone for it for what I think everything was all sorted. It might have been for Hollers, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
first up, we have our next match. This is round 2, part 2. We have a 0-1 match. It is RS Free Cuzzy, and I'm not sure who we're going to be looking at first. Actually,
Team Mystics.
They're going to be playing against Team Mystics. Yep. So I'm not sure who we're gonna go through first, but we'll have a chat about either of these teams. Now, both of these teams did get kind of pushed down 0-1, but I think this could be a fairly close game actually. So let's take a look at RS Free. We're going to start off here with Buttons, TPN, Hollers, and Man Like Mike.
Yeah.
One of these is not like the other, Oscar.
Well, we all know what Hollers did to Lucid on that one MCC tournament that he doesn't shut up about. So, in theory, you know, if Hollers is on that level, then this should be a wash. But something tells me it might not be quite that easy.
He rushed his hardest to get over here, was slightly delayed, but he got here in time.
Yeah.
And now we're good to get him on stream. And I'm excited to see him play.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the rest of his team play, and I think they'll do a really good job.
Yeah. I think there's a good chance here. I will preface, there is a good chance that we could be seeing Hollers on a Smurf. So if he is, I will make sure that account gets pointed out and it's clear for everyone. Essentially, a couple of people have been having issues with Microsoft accounts and being able to sign in. It's not been working perfectly as intended, which, you know, trust everything completely out of our control to go wrong this weekend. But, you know, we can't do anything about it. We will take a look at our other team. That is going to be Team Mystics. I do believe they've been on stream before.
We did have them on stream. And I'm so happy to see them again. So we're going to be starting off here with Outcasted, the famous, along with La Katarina, La Mage Lord, and Funky Face of UHL fame.
La Mage Lord.
La Mage Lord.
A little bit French.
I love it.
Okay.
Mage Lord, also known as Wooten 2.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Wooten's brother.
Not to be,
who is, I guess, Wooten 3?
Wooten, yeah.
Who knows? We'll run with that.
Whatever.
We'll run with that. The Mage Lord, he's got the photo, he did the thing.
Yeah,
he's got the keyboard.
He got the keyboard, yep.
He's the big keyboard guy.
No, I'm not going to break anything.
Let's
Not going to break anything.
just to be safe here. We're going to take
I mean, there's no keyboard. It's a hollow table. Look.
Oh, yeah. Wow. We're going to take a quick look at the maps here, show you the series. Obviously, it is the same maps that we've seen last time, but we'll bring them up just to make sure you guys are up to date. Pulling them up here. Recharge, King of the Hill, Street Slayer, Live Fight, Oddball. Same series, run it back. But this time, I think we're a little bit more likely to see that game 3.
I think so. And Street Slayer is definitely one of those maps that seems to cause upsets in every single tournament you put it in. It's the one that always ends up flipping. So I'm excited to see it. And I wish we will catch a 49-50 game on stream. I mean, if we catch a 50-50 game on stream, that would be even more hype, even if it does affect our timing slightly.
Yeah.
Would love to see it. Just want to point out, or maybe I'm going to get upset for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Outcasted, we caught him with a few people playing a Street Slayer game where they were up 47-32, and they lost the map. So hopefully we don't see that this time, even if it is great for you guys at home to see somebody somehow fail to get 3 kills when another team comes from being staked to coming through with it. But we'll see. I don't know if we'll get there or not, but
hopefully we get to game 3. Crazy, but we want to see some action, don't we? That is the main thing. We obviously, we're getting towards the action end of Swiss now. The first round is a little bit rough. The second round, we're starting to fine-tune it, and then by the time we get into this round 3, those matches are going to be really, really good. So we are ever so slightly inching our way towards kind of the middle point of Swiss.
Yeah, we're getting there. Again, just want to shout out our sponsors. So Vex Games, check them out, ! Vexed in the chat. They make a 3D puzzle game, which is a ton of fun. We've got some people playing it here today. I've heard some great stuff already. There's some stickers going around, so if you're watching this in the sort of main room, go check it out. Go speak to them.
Go have a walk over.
Go speak to Halo Cards as well. Halo Cards, they've come, brought all their, you know, optic and... Sorry. Put in my ear. We got some optic, we got some...
We got all
you
the
know,
cards.
all
Everyone
the
you see at the majors, they're on a card. So go check that out. They got booster packs there. They have debuted their slabs that they've made. The slabs look incredible. I'm this close to getting one already, and
I want to put it on my wall.
I think I've only been in there 2 times. Nice display piece, right?
Yeah.
Get like an autograph slab. They look really sick. So again, obviously, if you're in the venue right now, go check them out. If you're not in the venue, go follow them on their socials. Maybe if there's an EU event this year, or even if you decide to go to an NA one, those guys are usually at most of the events. You can get their cards there. They look incredible.
Yep, and also College of Esports for helping us put on this big production.
Of course.
And also helping us solve all the problems with the production and trying to get it through. So big thank you to all of them. And Scan for providing us with a few prizes to give away in some side tournaments, but you'll see that tomorrow.
You will indeed.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to look to pass off now. I think
Yep.
we're going to head towards our casters very, very shortly. We got Team Mystics versus RS3 Cuzzy coming up, providing everything is running smoothly. But if it isn't, we'll keep you all updated. And we'll see you then.
We'll get there.
We're all good. Oh.
Unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
We just knew we just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, we'll be much better, because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to beat SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16, while Power could only get the 19th spot. So in both teams' eyes, there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Not happening. But yeah, no, right, this is my man. No, sorry, maybe they're 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine!
So
challenge. There's no rest for the wicked. We're going to be diving right into this fly through. I'm Hixie. I'm joined here by Lethal. Back on the mic again. How you doing, my friend?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. Another recharge. I love a bit of recharge,
Oh,
mate.
yeah.
You know, it's one of my personal favourites going into this. And, yeah, King of the Hill, we're going to be kicking things off and recharge. And, honestly, it's anyone's guess on how this is going to shape up. As we can see now, we're going to be cracking on, find out exactly what shenanigans going to be up to from the get-go. Starting off with Katarina, switching over to Outcasted. Sadly, he did not get the trade he desired. But Mazelord, though, trying to do what he can, get as much damage as he can with that top gold. Great play coming up for him. Takes down one and puts another weak. And trying to at least milk as much hill time as possible. We'll have to find out exactly how the lads on the opposite team on RS3 Cuzzy are going to bring this back or even break this setup.
Yeah, Mage whipping about with that mouse and keyboard, just trying to keep Funky Face alive and help out. TPN, though, good job to take him down. Does get the trade, Mage. But maybe could have done a little bit more to keep Funky Face alive. Mage on a 3 spree right now, not a single death to his name. And this hill is all his so far. No one really on Team Mist, on RS3 Cuzzy, excuse me. We've got team names around the wrong way. We'll get that sorted for you in a second. No one really there to shut him down, although Hollers does take Mage down, finally gives him death. Looks like that hill is going to be completely Team Mystics.
It certainly is. Not really too much contention there, but man like Mike, with his veteran experience, looking to try and do as much as he can across the map. Sally does get cleaned up, but got a couple of kills for his troubles. And Magelord just running around with that shock, being an absolute menace, going around that C plat. Does find one, but it's deciding to dip and contest the hill, which is understandable. Does get a bit of damage done, but not a huge amount as they're switching over to Katarina, as her team does have 2 down currently, but just holding that position here to see if any members of Team Mystics will switch across or rotate from C. But great damage coming up from her. Looking to try and get a second, but that will do for now.
Yeah, Katarina doing a good job there to take down that player flanking. See one going up to top security as well, so one to keep an eye on. Maybe might wrap round and see TPN just trying to get some shots down. Does drop, excuse me. So Katarina doing some good work and able to pick up some time on that hill, but it's so close for Team Mystics, Harry. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold on to this for too long.
Yeah, it's looking quite difficult as RS3 Cuzzy, this team looking to try and milk as much as possible, but Katarina did a great job, did some good slays, good amount of damage as well, and milked quite a bit of time to give him another opportunity to potentially close this out. But speaking of closing it out, Team Mystic looking to grab that second hill, and they do, as now equalise things with the next hill being around Whirlpool. And look at this, both teams already trying to contest it and establish some kind of control. Outcast with a beautiful nade there. It's very back and forth around this pipes area, and Katarina managed to grab another as I switch over to Funky Face, and great shots coming out from him. Now adding to the tally, and you can see already still one down there for Cuzzy. Just trying to be a little bit cautious here. Top 8 taken down. Now they've got full control around Whirlpool, and this is going to be a difficult setup for the people on Cuzzy now to break.
Yeah, so Funky Face just trying to get involved a little bit. Falling behind as far as slays go, but nice to see the rest of Team Mystics able to hold their own. Hollers trying to get involved from top goal, but some great shots from Magelord and Outcasted, just taking them down. Lovely nade onto Katarina from TPN as well. Just trying to get across, but you take so much damage just trying to cross over from that top goal. It's such a little bit, there's not really that much of space you need to cover, but so much damage can be done, especially if you have Mage and Outcasted holding it. But it looks like they've managed to get through RS3 Cuzzy of able, to intersect and get through the defense. So the hill has been flipped over. A lot of time has been put on by Mystics.
Certainly have been indeed. TPN just hold his own around that Whirlpool as Funky Face is looking to flank around. Gets away and now manages to get top 8. That's going to be a huge play coming up from here, especially if he's able to stay alive, but he's been shut down straight away. And Mike, beautiful shot coming up from him. Great double to kind of escalate things further for them and try and get this second hill. He's getting a little bit leery on the server here, Hixie, looking to add a bit more flair as he's been a bit of a demon with this shock and trying to find just anyone on the server. But Mike, great job, great double. Where to get the remaining hill time, and it's going to be a huge play from him, looking to stay alive, but taking a few risks with that shock as they're just trying to get him off around long and still how on earth he was able to value his life that long and not taken down earlier is beyond me.
Yeah, really good job there. But 4 dead for Team Mystics. And like you said, man like Mike had a great life there, able to pick up that Whirlpool Hill, no problem, no questions asked. And with 4 dead for Team Mystics, they're going to have to try and come out with something crazy. But man like Mike already, you can see, going up to top gold. He's going to try and get the cleanup on Katarina from the damage from TPN. Looks like she's not really going to be too wise to his games, although she does call him out. He's got to try and tuck tail now, do some damage with the nade, try and get the trade, can't. And Katarina does just have to back off just for a second, get her shields back up, but a good kill nonetheless to try and shut down any more time from RS3 Cuzzy. Good kill again, and now dives onto the hill. Just trying to flush them all out. That's all 4 dead. Man like Mike, just trying to stay around. Just be a bit of a pain in the backside for Team Mystics. Not allow them to get too much time, and a brilliant back smack onto Katarina. Some good damage onto Mage Lord. He's going to have to duck off the hill and try and tuck tail and get round. Surely he's going to fall here, and does. Man like Mike having a lot of influence this game.
Mike absolutely giving it with that rotation. Good play from him, just being extremely patient, letting these opposition assume that no one's around that area or see with that back smack. And now Mike just trying to get a little bit of heal time here, but he's well aware that they're probably going to be pushing around control. That was a great play coming up for him, just giving up the objective. Could get the double. Yes, he does. Now up +3 with a fair amount of assists on the side of Mike. And now we're going to see how he's going to be able to try and keep the opposition back. We're keeping good control over top tower and managed to claim that hill. Still plenty of time left on the clock, so Team Mystic definitely not out of it yet.
Yeah, Team Mystics do still have a chance, but it looks like the feed is just all man like Mike. RS3 Cuzzy are banding behind this guy. He is 11-8. Make that 11-9. Just maybe curse him a little bit there. But Team Mystics have really changed. They're not so dominant as they were maybe in the beginning. They were having some good fights, able to get some good trades as a bare minimum, and have some frags of their own. A couple multi-kills. Good kills there from Mage Lord as well. But as all 4 of them drop, again, RS3 Cuzzy are going to be able to take that hill, and this is such a difficult hill to try and keep hold of, Harry.
It certainly is indeed, and of course, with the amount of time remaining, RS3 Cuzzy are well aware that there's no way they're going to be able to delay this for over 3 minutes, even if it is the bottom mid hill. So why not? You might as well fight for it, might as well make it 4-1. As Funky Face puts some shots on, pulls back. And Katarina putting some shots of her own here. Just holding that Whirlpool area to make sure to keep Team Cuzzy back. And some great shots coming out from her. She has some great slays and great rotations throughout the entire course of this game. And speaking of rotations, looking to go round to control, round to back of C to see if she can do any more damage. And we switch over to Mage Lord doing the exact same thing. Just trying to keep their team alive. It's now a 2v2 scenario. It looks like he's going to be the aggressor here to try and being on clean-up duty more, but does get halted, and Outcast is now looking to see what he can do in order to bring this back. He's well aware that he's still got plenty of time left on the clock. Some good shots coming out again, but will he be able to finish up the 2-3 one-shots in front of him? Take your pick, Outcasted. And it looks like he does get finished up eventually, but does get a double for his troubles.
Yeah, and the shock rifle in the hands of Mage Lord. A remote detonation from Funky Face. I was going to call him out. Maybe just having a little bit of a slow map so far, 5 and 12. But that remote detonation is going to fill him with a little bit more confidence, trying to keep up with the rest of Mystics. And Mage Lord just trying to put down as much damage as possible with that mouse. Finally does fall. Hollers takes him down. So a good flush out from him. Button's just getting away with his life. Katarina's going to have to back off, but it's been really, really good to see the rest of Team Mystics just really showing up. Unfortunately, Funky Face just falling flat just a bit, but looking at the hill progress, it looks like Team Mystics could extend this to at least one more hill if they're able to just get a full round of slays.
Yeah, you can see just continuing to force that stalemate. And Funky Face does get a very important kill. Mage also gets another, so this could be a heal for them, and it is, and the camo to boot. So for the guys on Cuzzy, they need to decide how they're going to go about this. Either delay it for 2 minutes or just go for this heal. And it makes sense just to go for it, just due to the fact that this second heal is very easy to claw back from, especially if their opponents do have full setup. As Katarina just holding pipes just to see if anyone's going to push on through. And 2 players have, but it's going to be a 2v2 here in pipes. And it looks like the guys on Team Mystics managed to stop that. Katarina going for another one. Lovely stuff from her. Great double coming out around that pipes, and this is exactly the push they needed in order to try and get this next hill and tie this up.
Yeah, it was some great work from Mage and Katarina. The 2 players on this team that have played together for such a long time, being part of the Durham Defenders for UHL, able to just keep that work rate flowing and their teamwork so damn good. Able to keep both players alive in that pipes was insane. And then Katarina picking up a double kill as well was really, really beneficial to them. They've already gotten half progress pretty much on this 6th hill, excuse me, and they could potentially bring this to a last hill takes. Oh, a beautiful kill from Funky Face as well. A player that we're hoping can step up and try and bring this to the next hill and just get more progress. They're just trying so hard to keep hold of this one as all the players from RS3 Cuzzy are coming down this long haul. This is going to have to be an incredible hold from Team Mystics.
Yeah, I must say, Funky Face and Katarina had an incredible duo-like-esque bait and switch around pipes, which has actually been extremely beneficial for this B hill. And it looks like we are going to be all tied up here. They managed to make this comeback. And now who's going to get this 4th and final hill? That's going to be the next question. And Outcast, you can see he is feeling it. He is looking for blood here around that spiral. Will he be able to get it? Gets a trade. And that's going to be from Funky Face and TPN as Mage Lord now is bottom tower. He's trying to get away, but does get a fair amount of damage from that last beatdown for his troubles. And Outcast having to pull back once again. And how... Oh, Sally didn't really get that whack in, wasn't in range, but managed to get one before he is cleaned up. 2 down for Team Mystics. For RS3 Cuzzy, this is their time to shine here, especially with Mike having that camo.
Yeah, a bit nerve-wracking for Team Mystics as well. Weren't able to cap this hill on the first rotation, and RS3 Cuzzy able to take them all down and get a pretty solid hold on the map. Unfortunately for Outcast, he lived so long his ammo did run out, so it was a bit unfortunate, and has given up the map positioning. Although no one on this hill currently. Mystics just trying to get the slays, but they're working out in RS3's favor. And 20 kills has outcasted Mage Lord and now Hollers. But man like Mike still on 21, still leading the charge.
Certainly is indeed. He's, I would say the kills doesn't really represent what he's done for this team. He's made some massive, massive plays, which has been, yes, when it's actually cannon fodder kills, these kills were actually made a massive, massive difference overall in terms of the impact made in this game. But it is two down now for RS3. He will be able to take it. He still manages to, as Funky Face does take down TPN. But the problem is, look at the amount of hill time RS3 Cuzzy have. Team Mystics need to really pull the finger out and make a go of this next hill. It's going to be very tough indeed, but this camo could be the detriment. It could be the biggest factor here in terms of who's going to take this next hill.
Yeah, Mystics doing a great job there to defend that hill as well, but they have had their player die on hill. I believe it's Funky Face was just sat on it, so no one going to be able to pick up any time at all. As I say that, someone does just jump on. Active camo come up as well. Mage Lord maybe going to get away with this, and he does. That's going to be huge, trying to keep hold of this hill as well. Look at the progress, Harry. They're so damn close. You got the player as well on the camera. We can see them sat in the room, and this is just getting so close. Man like Mike trying to do everything he can, but the hill time is still going for Team Mystics, and they take that one. They come back from 3-1 to take it 4-3 in map 1.
Oh, as if that's madness. The amount of hill time that RS3 Cuzzy have, and we did say the camo was going to be one of the biggest factors here, considering not just getting the kills, but if the camo guy actually gets to heal as well, there's no telling how they're going to be positioned. It's going to be in an orthodox spot. So it's just, you can't just throw a few random nades and just, hope for the best and maybe be able to take them down. But their full setup around that spiral, around tower, around C was the biggest factor there. And had to claim that back because it's very demoralising when you're in that spot for the last hill, especially considering the amount of hill time RS3 Cuzzy had. Yeah. But yeah, my goodness, what a comeback. 3-1 down at one stage.
Yeah, literally no hill time, and they didn't get their setup broken at all until they won. It was a really, really solid hold from Team Mystics. Did a really good job to bring that one back as well. 3-1 down and then 4-3 victory. They had a lot of dominance in the early game as far as slays went. They were controlling the map when they got that first hill, and it felt like as soon as Cuzzy got their own hill back, the snowball just started forming. It got built up and bigger and bigger, but Mystics able to, completely shatter it and take that map. I'm really happy to see that for them.
Yeah, this is what we wanted, a nice close affair between the two, and that's exactly what we've got. We could be getting for our first 3 maps, potentially.
Yeah,
going into this, yeah. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't believe in superstition, but you'll probably say I'll jinx it. But if it's in 2 hours, it's not a jinx. I don't believe in superstition, it's all right.
That's fine.
But going into this now, we're going to find out how this is going to go for that TS. I know Cuzzy are going to be quite deflated, which is a little bit understandable because it was in their hands, it was in the bag. But you saw some great plays. You had Funky Face and Katarina, who had great bait and switching around pipes, getting countless kills for that B hill. We had Outcast, who was the initiator for a lot of the... sorry, not the initiator, but it was the one who initiated the actual fights to start with some of the great rotations he made. Funky Face was falling flat to begin with at the very start. We know that he was trying to really feel himself going to the matchup, but he managed to adapt, so was able to catch up, especially in the slaying department, but he may have had a hell of a lot of heal time and we just don't know, which is another beneficial factor there. But we're heading into Street Slayer to see if this is going to be the end for Kazi as they go 0-2, or if the Kazi team will be able to equalise things and take us to a map number 3, which surprised me if that did occur, considering what we saw there. But it looks like we're going to have a bit of a blip, which is no stranger to throughout what we've had today. And yeah, we'll get into game number 2 very shortly, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think this actually might work out in Kazi's favour as well. Just a little bit of time, a little bit of a mental reset. You can brush off what just happened, right? It was a bit of a heartbreaking defeat. And maybe Mystics, you know, they're just going to have to try and keep that one in their heads, right? 3-1 down, 4-3 victory is good. Solid work as well. Working as a team as well was nice to see. Seeing Mage Lord and Katarina, like we said, they've been playing together for such a long time that these two are able to work off each other so well. And having Outcasted and Funky Face as well. Funky Face had a good first series, right? We saw them earlier today on stream, and Funky Face had a very, very good series trying to keep up with Conspiracy, I believe it was.
Yeah.
You know, actually able to keep up as far as Slays were going, and it looked like, you know, it was really the only piece, just looking at statistics, that was able to keep up. So I'm hoping Funky Face in this Slayer can do a little bit better than the last one, right? It was, I think, 4-15 for him. Early on, but was able to pick it up towards the end game and be an integral part of why they took that first map. So I'm a little bit nervous as well, looking on the other side, looking at people like Man Like Mike, right? Having a very, very solid first map as far as Slays go, and then Hollers as well, I feel like can just show up at any time.
Yeah.
So this Slayer is going to be a big ask for Team Mystics, I think. But if they keep up with their teamwork, because the Slays were pretty consistent across the board for them, I reckon we could see a pretty convincing 2-0.
Yeah, there's no reason why we shouldn't see all 3 maps go in, or the fact that the Team Mystic actually taking the 2-0. It's going to be a very tough ask because Streets, it really does depend how good these rotations are. I expect players like Hollers or Mike to be able to initiate some of these pushes beforehand and then make the call to say, like, you know, I've done this amount, please guys, give me a helping hand, guys. Come on, like, sort your lives out a little bit. And we witnessed a lot of that, and they did support really well during those first 4 hills, which was a very beneficial factor there. But now we're going to go into game number 2 here in this best of 3. If you're just joining us, we're still going through the Swiss format, and we'll be in the Swiss format for the entirety of today, and we'll keep you updated when some teams here and there will or have made it into the top 8 into tomorrow. So let's crack on with this second game, as Major now making that rotation round to mid. We'll find another run at ball spawn, but gets the trade. Was looking for something a little bit better, but it doesn't matter. Might get some shots in, but sadly gets taken down on the B stairs. And Outcast now looking to make that entry.
Yeah, just trying to pick up that camera. You see Funky Face using that shroud screen. Able to nab that one up and stay alive just for now. Shields at half health, but no one really trying to find him just yet. You see all of RS3 Kazi round by that tram side and driveway. So a good grab for Team Mystics to get hold of that camo, and 3 kills apiece. Aside from Funky Face, he's going to have to try and make something work. The red gun does so much damage. Man like Mike able to back off as well. And the one shot for both of them gets a little bit more aggressive. Funky Face able to get away as well and just jump up. Potentially get some help, but unfortunately that one shot reveals him, and Hollers able to get the trade as well. So double kill for Hollers, a really impactful life from him.
Hollers made a very, very important kill there. Even though he didn't have much time left on the camo, even with 5-10 seconds left, he definitely could have done some damage or at least created a distraction in some way. So very, very good. They're coming out from Hollers. Lovely shots coming out from Katarina. Actually did a little bit more to another player, switching round once again. And Funky Face is also there from another angle. It's just a matter of if anyone pushed, which they have not. And I think RS3 Kazi, they rightly did pull back, and so they should have done. Lovely nade coming out there from TPN. As you can see now, Mike looking to try and rotate around to Kat, but Katarina is still there, just holding that angle, making sure no one makes that push. But nade on C stairs, Mike does manage to survive. And Hollers, sadly, go complete opposite, doesn't manage to survive around tyres, but he's already done a fair amount of damage already. As Major now, again, around that build or spawn to see if anyone's going to push around from the arcade or B. But they need to try and reclaim that B control if they can. Funky Face will be greeted by another, but does he get stuck? Yes, he does, and still manages to get away with his life. His buttons, very important stick coming out from him.
Yeah, and we saw as well Katarina going down that cafe side with Mage Lord as well. The two of them just worked perfectly there to take down Mike in that tram. So really nice to see the teamwork still just staying strong. Mage Lord still able to get that kill as well is huge. 18-8 is the score. They had the camo again and the player falls. Man like Mike not able to do much, still on 0 kills and 5 deaths, and the red gun, Harry, is in the hands of the camo player, and this can be so damn dangerous. Outcasted, trying to get up and find him. He finds one, he gets the assist, able to do all the damage and get the kill as well. Outcasted comes out with his life, an assist and a kill. He's done his work.
Oh, lovely stuff coming out from Outcast. I wasn't too sure how that was going to go because you saw 3 members there around that top seat just hovering, waiting for something to happen. And Outcast was just like, nah, do you know what? Instead of just rotating behind, I'm going to come at you face first on that C stairs. And my goodness, I don't know how he got away with the amount of damage and slays he got there, but still doing a lot of work. Put someone on 1 shot around that ball spawn, which has been cleaned up by Katarina. And T-Pen also taken down Mage Lord there. So Outcast looking to see if he can gun anyone else around. It looks like they're just making sure to try and stay alive. Scoreline though, 25. And actually, Katarina managed to get an overkill there, which is, I'm still looking for the kill tap, but do you know what? Done more than enough damage already. And look at this scoreline, 25-11. Our first overkill on stream, mate.
It's been clinical from Team Mystics. 10-2 is Katarina. 26-13, like you said, Harry. This is insane. Team Mystics are just not yielding at all. They're completely shutting down Cuzzy. They look scared. They're hiding. They're rushing into areas and just not able to get anything. Katarina falls, but not without taking a kill for herself. TPN picks up a double. Can he get the triple? Of course he can. Trying to have a response of his own. 28-17, and the camo goes in their favor as well.
Oh, Team Mystic, they need to have a day off at this point. Back-to-back overkills almost. That was absolutely ridiculous. And TPN still gunning for more. Managed to get one. Mike wants to try and push in and add a third to his tally, but even with camo, they're just making it so difficult for him to find any cracks to push on forward. But managed to get one, but sadly does get traded. But he did everything he could with the support he had. And now, again, Outcast. He's been initiating so many fights, and you can tell from the assists as well. With the slays along with that, incredible plays coming out from Outcast, making sure not to just hold the lead, but extend it as much as physically possible.
Yeah, the confidence from Outcast is bleeding into the rest of Team Mystics. It's looking so good, and a nice movement from Mage Lord, able to stay alive, almost takes Mike down himself, but still able to stay alive and also get away. So Mage and Funky Face, last 2 alive currently as the rest of Mystics try to spawn up. Funky Face does fall, but Mage still hanging around, trying to be a nuisance and able to pick up a kill onto man like Mike as well. Having a rough start is Mike, and this is working perfectly for Mystics. They're playing so damn well as a team. 3 of them now round by this elbow. The nade does come flying in, but it looks like it's going to pick up no one. Actually, the slays are going to go in favor of Team Mystics. It's all 4 full and a triple kill for Outcasted. He's flowing.
2 triples and over. Anything more? My goodness. The amount of damage they're putting through here is just unbelievable. As Outcast now again just trying to rotate round B to see what information he can supply for his team, but he knows that there's a couple coming through. He's going to be calling that out straight away with the rest of the support coming through, as you can see there from that PD area, as Katarina just holding top PD with that BI. Gets a fair few shots in, but no one around to really clean up yet. So you can see they've got different game plans. Even though she was putting the shots in, Funky Face was hoping that they would continue pushing forward whilst they were weak, but also at the same time being sure to contest that camo. So great play from Funky. Looking to get 1, maybe even 2 hiding around B stairs, but they've already managed to get away to go around that purple bend. Or has he? Yes, he has.
Yeah, but then you've got Katarina and Mage Lord trying to clean these up and doing a great job at that. Both of them picking up a kill. And 43-26. Harry, I didn't think we'd see such a margin. And Funky Face picking up TPN as well. The camo is doing work. He's just behind the back lines. Man like Mike stuck in red room, surely going to fall. Able to take 1 down with him, but Outcasted picks up 1. And he's had so many multi-kills, able to get shut down by Cuzzy. They're doing a good job at least to stem the bleeding slightly. But when you've got a killing spree out of Mage Lord, he's starting to show up. And everyone on RS3 Cuzzy is falling as only 3 kills are left for Team Mystics.
Goodness me, just been on fire from the very beginning. Not giving Cuzzy any kind of opportunity to break through and be able to at least make something happen. They just, I wouldn't say clueless, of course, but their coordination and their setups and how they've been pushing, they've not really hesitated at all in any of their pushes, where RS3 Cuzzy, lads there have been hesitating quite a lot here and there, debating a lot of the decisions they want to make. But too little too late now, 49 to 30, made that 31. Last kill's going to do it, and there we have it, a 2-0 from Team Mystics. And yeah, my word, an incredible display of skill there in that second game. Night and day difference compared to what we witnessed in that first game. Maybe first game jitters, I don't know.
Quite possibly. You know, they showed signs of being able to output the same level that we saw in that second game. Within the first, they had the beginning and then they had the end game. The middle kind of fell apart a little bit, but the puzzle pieces got put back together. And that second game, like we said, was clinical. Absolutely clinical from Team Mystics. A really, really good showing. 50 to 31 and a 2-0.
Yeah, I bet we didn't even get time to dissect some of the bits that were going on in game number 2. It was that quick. It was just crazy. A couple of triples and over as well. It's just, it just shows how well they're responding to each other's comms. There was a couple of decisions here and there which could have been improved, but honestly, you know, it's very difficult to make that kind of perfection. There was other times where they could have had a bit more B control, but the problem for them is Team Mystic kind of felt like they were dictating their pace the entirety of the game, and not only that, but RS3 Cuzzy were just not able to adapt. And you can see that when there's that much difference in slays, that just shows the lack of adaptation on their side. But they've still got plenty more series to go. Even though they've got those 2 losses, been able to try and claw back and get that 3 required to head into tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Cuzzy, unfortunately, like you said, struggling a little bit there, but I've really got to sing the praises for Team Mystics. In that first series we saw against Conspiracy, we expected it to go the way of Conspiracy, which it did, but I was hoping to see maybe a little bit more from Team Mystics in that series. This one, they have completely shown me everything I wanted to see. It's been really, really good to see them show up in both maps. I love the teamwork between, you know, the duo that have been together for a little bit of time now, Katarina and Mage Lord, and then also just see Outcasted really just feeling his game and feeling the shot. That I feel like the confidence from Outcasted being a little bit more of that authoritative figure in that team, it's really just noticeable when he's frying and feeling confident, the rest of them feel the same.
Yeah, a player like Outcast, who is the initial player to create the entry in order to start the engagement, and it's all about not just where you do it, it's how you do it. So not saying you have to go face first into someone else when your teammate's actually aware, but the sly rotations you make to really catch them off guard all turn, and then give those 3 players on your team the opportunity in order to make that coordinated push to really take advantage of that. He did it every single time. And you meant to have like a huge amount of assists on the back foot for that, but he was slaying them at the same time and still being a massive form, which is a very, very difficult task to do. You've seen some great entry slayers like Mose as well as another player who is able to create those opportunities. It's the opportunity creation required in order to be able to do that. And he did it every single time, which is why you saw such a huge scoreline going into game 2.
Yeah, it was insane, and you know, really just a good job from Team Mystics all round. But we're going to be going to, I believe, the analysts again. We're going to be throwing to them. They're going to be deciding and dissecting what we've just seen, because that was a really good job from them. But maybe we'll just hang about for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
we'll give the analysts a minute. Right, they can have their time. We can have ours just now.
Yeah, right? we'll give them a chance a little bit later. Like, you know, I know they've been extremely busy, you know, running this event and jumping as well at the same time. I could tell you what, I couldn't do it. There's actually one player I know who actually worked in production and won a tournament at the same time. It's crazy. I don't know how people do it. Maybe working on an event actually helps you at the same time as playing. I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But analysts are ready, so we're going to have to jump away. You're going to see us fly away in a second, but we'll be back just in a second with the analysts.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. Once again, I am Oscar. I'm joined by my lovely analyst Reed, and we have some sad news to bring you. Very, very sad news indeed. Essentially, I'll keep this very simple. Pretty much because of a lot of tech delays and issues with everyone being able to get started, we are going to have to shorten a lot of the series in the next 2 rounds. So round 3 and round 4 now are all going to be best of 3. We really didn't want to have to do this because obviously it sucks. Everyone wants to play more games, more maps. But if we don't do that, then we just run the risk of running so far behind that the whole event just becomes a complete mess. So this is the only way to keep us on track. Really sorry to everyone. I know that we plan to have best of 5s from pretty much here on out, but it's just not going to make it work time-wise.
Yeah, and if you want to save us to get as many best of 5s as we can tomorrow, if you're sat watching this inside the venue, just get your games done as quick as possible, get your settings done, do it as much as you can.
Yeah, make sure everyone's ready to go, and then hopefully we can keep things moving quite quickly. But anyway, outside of the unfortunate news, we have pretty much got round 2 in the bag. We're waiting on one more game to finish. That's Demonica and Numbface.
Yep.
Still waiting on the result for that one, but everyone else is in. We've got Conspiracy, Into the Breach, Streamer Zone, and BH3 are 2-0 teams. So those guys are going to face each other to go through to Champ Sunday very, very shortly. And in our O2 bracket at the minute, we have RS3, Cuzzy, and God Squad. We're waiting. Oh no, we also do have, of course, the what do we? Oh,
We got another match we're waiting for?
I don't think so. We're going to get some confirmation on this because there should be a score in here, we think, for the Outsiders versus Data Sky game. But at the minute,
we'll check on that.
It's not on my screen. So we'll get back to you on that one to get that sorted. But then in the 1-1 bracket at the minute, Baseline Beavers, Leaking Esports, Catsmile Gaming, and Legion Esports, as well as Team Mystics and Margin. So we're waiting for 2 more teams to join them in that big group. We're going to bring up a Swiss scoreboard. Hopefully it's got something updated. Yeah, I think this may actually be pretty much what we have. So you can at least see what's going on right now, all the teams. We don't have to tell you. We can show you. We are supposed to, I think, have the score for Outsiders versus Data Sky. So as soon as we hear that, we'll get it over to you.
Yeah, and these aren't versus, so the order doesn't really matter here other than, you've got your top 3, so you've got ITP, Conspiracy, and Streamer Zone, who have all won every single match.
And, of course, BH3.
And BH3. Yeah, that'll be updated in a second. And then you got the 1-1 teams, so they have won 1, lost 1, and then we'll have the 0-2s. So we're hopefully going to be bringing you next the sort of promotion games. So anybody that wins 3 wins will be promoted through to Champ Sunday.
Yep.
So we'll catch you one of those. I'm not sure which one it will be at this time, but we'll hopefully get that ready for you. And then we'll also have a set of essentially losing games. So anybody that loses 3 series is also out, and then will not have a chance to break it through to tomorrow. So we'll see those and we'll keep you up to date as they come through. But the last game we had on stream was pretty good.
It was indeed. Yeah, it was an enjoyable series. We kind of knew that one was going to be a bit of a banger, at least, and it was.
We saw an overkill?
Yeah, despite the scoreline, it was a nice close one. That's what we want to see. Good Halo. Everyone's happy. But I think, in general, that's our roundup, really.
Yeah, and I mean, I was in the passion pit.
Yeah.
Just when Andrea got that overkill, and they were begging for the 5th kill on that, but just didn't quite come through. It was close, but it didn't quite come through.
Can't win them all. Overkill, Overkill's plenty. Overkill on stream, online.
Oh yeah, you should be happy with that.
Yeah, it's pretty good going. Okay, so in that case, we are going to fly. We're going to fly over to a break, and then when we come back, we will be back on the desk, ready to go with round 3 games. We're going to bring you your first promotion game of the day. See you very, very soon.
After beating SK, Power Gaming set their eyes on MLG Orlando in 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp or pre-LAN as it was called back then?
I can't actually remember how like it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on like the pro forums because we had access to like the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. Like, so like it's like we're either like posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said like we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events like.
Enemy team nearing victory. Play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just got. I think we got told like, yeah, there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and like if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but like obviously it's big in America, some random house where they were still staying and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable, like some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we're one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theater to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snap down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. And it's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month, but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'll be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, like that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and Debay, like, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. Like, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event. Because it kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like, it wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team, or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe, but that wasn't enough. The players were not done yet, as they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just...
I think they're just saying that.
Go one more. One more then. One more. That's it. Yeah! 12. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Alright, on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like, they were going to be good. Well, literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and like really calm around what we did. Like I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
Custom. What time's custom?
47. Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin, which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find, so thank you for watching, and peace.
When we think about EU Halo and the face of our region, depending on the generation, you might think of different people. In Halo 3, the Buck Twins. Halo 5, Jimbo. Halo Infinite, Legend. But who was the face of Europe in Halo 1 and 2? Let's take a look back at the career of Europe's first Halo superstar, Harry Lethal Thomas. Before even the release of the first Halo title on Xbox, Lethal was already preparing for Halo to become an esport. He would start with various games such as GoldenEye and Perfect Dark.
We were quite prepared and we were quite ready for Halo 1's launch. We didn't know if there was going to be a tournament scene or any kind of competitive scene for that matter. But we just assumed it would. We was hoping that it would in some way. We saw like back in the mid to late 90s with the launch of CS 1.0 and 1.1 as it was developing over time. So we thought, well, if CS is going to have this kind of competitive scene, same with Quake 1 and Quake 2, they already had their own competitive scene already, which was in the dual format. And we saw Street Fighter 2 also accelerating, as well as Street Fighter Third Strike in the tournament scene. So we're like, well, there's no reason why Halo 1 couldn't.
Then, March 14th, 2002 finally hit. The release of Halo in the UK, and Lethal spared no time in getting with his friends to start practicing for their first tournament. Lethal will attend a few local tournaments in London before hearing about the World Cyber Games qualifier from Xbox Magazine through one of his friends in school. This was it. This was the opportunity he had been dreaming about even before the release of Halo, so he started to practice. Through this practice, he would learn that Halo Combat Evolved was different depending on the country you're in, and it wasn't as simple as playing a lot. You had to practice for the right game depending on the tournament, as well as the right rules.
You got three versions, right? So you got Halo 1 NCSC, aka the NA version. So it's what you see is what you get in terms of the speed of the game, the pace, the timings, the methodical approach, etc. Everything's there, pristine out of the box. But I still get PTSD even thinking about this. So you've got a UK PAL version and a French PAL version. As an example, let's go with the map Battle Creek on Halo 1. So if it was the NCSC version, the overshield will come up in 1 minute, camo will come up in 1 minute, rockets will come up in 2 minutes, and the snipers come up every 30 seconds. But on the PAL versions, it was overshield and camo every minute 10, every rockets every 2 minutes 20, and snipe every 35 seconds. So we had to practice two entirely different timings, and it was frustrating as well because everyone in Europe weren't playing the same versions either. So of course everyone in NA was playing NTSC. They've got absolutely no reason to play the PAL version. But we had of course like France, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and a few other countries playing the French PAL version. And then you've got UK, Scandinavia, and other countries in EU playing the UK PAL version, apart from Poland, who would solely play the NCSC version tournament. So it was really confusing, and the best way to describe it was everything was 17% slower. So the PAL versions were 70% slower than the NCC versions. Sorry.
As it was 2003, there was no Xbox Live at the time just yet. Lethal would practice via different means, GameSpy, Xbox Connect, and these would trick the Xbox into thinking it was playing on LAN, but in reality you were pinging to a different house or even country, but mainly just playing split screen and LANing with friends he had around at the time. The day would come where the World Cyber Games qualifier finally arrived in the UK. This was it. Lethal had spent the last few months practicing for this exact moment to prove he was one of the best in the UK and deserved that spot at South Korea. At this time, he was around 13, 14 years old, and his dad drove him to the tournament. Sadly, but unsurprisingly, the tournament would then have its own problems, some to the benefit of Lethal and some not.
Long story short, the ruling was 1v1 setting. It wasn't generic weapon start, so for anyone at home, it's not AR pistol start, it was custom settings. So with custom settings in Halo 1, you either start with a plasma pistol, an assault rifle, or a pistol. It was one of the three, and it's all map dependent. So in Chill Out, you would start with an AR. With Derelict, which was the most unforgiving map, especially in a 1v1, you start with a plasma pistol. Wizards, you start with a plasma pistol, etc., etc. So it was rough. It really was. So yeah, I got there, didn't recognise anyone, but everyone just seemed to know each other, but I didn't have a clue. I went in there quite cold, ice cold, so to speak. My thought process was just to win, nothing else, or not to win because there was 2 qualifying spots, and it was single elim. It was single elim, it was 1v1, and it was split screen, of all things. That benefited me the most more than anything, because all these players have been playing on XBC, they've been LANing on separate screens, but I've been split screening for the last 6 years. That's all I've known. All I've known is split screen and nothing else. I would look at their screen 95% of the time. I wouldn't even care what's going on my screen. It was that bad. So a lot of people were not happy about that. I was fine with it. I was pretty chuffed. I was like, I'll take split screen any day, mate. But the only problem was for all of us is that they, it was the year where they started bringing in LCD flat screen TVs, and none of us were used to it. We're all playing on CRTs leading up to this event, and we're just like, what's this? This is a flat screen. Like, this feels so different. It's had a tiny bit of input delay. It's the quality of the graphics looks a lot better, but we're not used to it. We asked for CRTs, but it was already set up then. During that UK qualifier, it was myself and Fenris who qualified. Fenris was an amazing player, an outstanding 1v1 player, very well experienced, and he was able to adapt very well. And I think a lot of people were expecting Fenris and another player called Beast to actually qualify, but instead I don't know if Fenris defeated Beast or if I defeated him. I can't remember from the top. I think I might have done it, but I'm not too sure. But it makes sense because I probably would have had a really low seeding, because I probably came in and thought, who's this kid in a Nike t-shirt, like, just being really quiet? And I was just like, yeah, well, I don't know who any of you guys are. So to me, it's great because of the fact that I haven't got like names like, oh my God, it's this guy, oh my God, it's that guy. I just went in cold-hearted going, I'm going to make sure to smash the living daylights of every single person here and make a name for myself. I want to make an impact in the scene. If there's a time to do it now, do it right at very early stages. And at least that way, if I do extremely well in my first tournament, they'll recognise my name, and at least I can be some form of a threat in future tournaments. And that was it, basically.
He had done it. Alongside Fenris, they had qualified to represent UK at the World Cyber Games. So in October of 2003, Lethal would then pack his bags and head to South Korea to play Halo at the first global tournament for a console. As Lethal arrived in South Korea, he had never seen anything like this. This was the future of gaming. The Olympics for gamers. People flew in from all over the world of different ages to compete in different titles.
I didn't know what to expect. Like, I knew it wasn't going to be a holiday, but I made sense to myself. I wanted to try and do the best I could. Like, and I wasn't expecting first because, again, I've not played, anyone from outside Europe, because it wasn't just, NA and Europe there. There was players from Singapore, Taiwan, etc. So I didn't have a clue. I thought, like, I think when I arrived there, I heard there's a player called Zyos who was meant to be the godsend of Halo. But you got to remember, I went into the UK qualifiers blind. I didn't know anyone there. So it's the same thing again. I'm going to the grand finals, the World Championship finals blind. So I couldn't care less who I was against. And I heard some people say, oh, this player's really good, this player's really good. I was like,
I don't care. Like, you know, let's just get cracking and start going. But I did have an idea of who some of the players were and how good they were. And then the groups got announced, and I got put in the worst group possible.
As he played his first match, he beat them convincingly. Then he had to play the number 2 US player, Proxa. He smashed him as well. As Lethal went 2-0 up in pools, all he had to do was win one more map to qualify for bracket stages. Next up, the legendary Zyos. At this point...
Hello everyone, welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. My name is Oscar. I'm here again with Reed, and we are bringing you the breakdown as we get into our round number 3 of Swiss.
Yeah, this is the time you've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
We've got the big boys on stream. This will be the promotion match. So, you know, whoever wins this will be guaranteed to come back tomorrow. Whoever loses this will have to fight a little bit harder for Oscar.
Yeah, of course. And the big boys that we're talking about, of course, it's Into the Breach versus BH3 for qualification. The Bochels above have decreed it, and it will be done. So obviously this is the big heavy hitter game, right?
Yep.
These are the two big teams at this event. Kind of what we were expecting to see. And then in our other 2-0 game, Conspiracy versus Streamer Zone going to be played at the same time.
That's going to be very close as well.
That should be a really good game.
Yeah.
I think we've done quite nicely here, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm going to head over there. I'm going to watch that, definitely.
I think I'll be watching that one as well. That's definitely, hopefully we can get that up on the B stream, maybe something like that, that kind of angle. That would be good to have. In our 2 games, we have Numbface versus God Squad and RS3 Kazi versus Zeta Sky. They're going to be played at the same time. So keep an eye out for us kind of reporting on those scores as this series comes to a close.
Yeah, and whoever loses that game, they're going home.
Yep.
So,
that's it.
Wish them luck.
They're the elimination games. So as we said, promotion and elimination games happening right now. And then after that is going to be our 1-1 games in the same round before we can move on to round 4 of Swiss. Hopefully, we're going to get round 3 and 4 done today. And then we'll be able to bring you the last round of Swiss, best of 5, in the morning tomorrow.
Looking forward to it, Oscar.
Yeah, indeed we are.
So let's do some predictions here, right? So we have, obviously we have ITB and they're coming against BH3. Now, the thing we've seen ITB struggle with in our seeding tournaments is kind of the thing that's plagued EU Halo for a little bit of a while.
Yep.
So Slayers.
Mm.
The top team in Europe always gets kind of locked down in one game on mode. I mean, we had Quadrant. They were sort of legendary when it came to playing Stronghold on Livefire.
Yep.
You had the old Navi squad who used to basically 3-0 like top or 5-0 top teams on Aquarius CTF.
Yep.
For a little bit at the beginning of Infinite. And now we've got this new squad. There seems to be a bit of a combination of both. Really good at doing those flares. I mean, Glory somehow hits such a high KD and still has basically all the ball time.
Yep.
But now they're going against BH3, and BH3, they've taken a flare off them on 2, and that's why I fear they might struggle a little bit.
In a best of 3 as well, that's where it can get really dicey.
Exactly.
You don't have as much opportunity to get those OBJ maps squared away and get a good lead going before you have to play that Slayer. And if it goes to 1-1, and all of a sudden we're in Decider for qualification, it can definitely get dicey, you know, that can weigh on your mind. But I like to think these teams, you know, they're very LAN hardened, so we shouldn't be worrying too much about pressure getting to them, but it's still definitely an option.
Yeah, I mean, obviously both of these teams did travel across the US for the final events last year, and BH3 didn't get anywhere as far as the guys on ITB did, but, you know, they still have that experience of being in a LAN environment a lot more recently than a lot of the other teams we got here anyway.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to get to have a look at the rosters here, if we can bring them up on our lovely little machine.
That'd be great. So
here we go. BH3 coming up. So we have got Shad, Mose, Mister, I'm not reading these in order, and Bastards. They're your 4 for BH3. Obviously full of veterans, full of really talented players and slayers. And then the main men of the hour, it's going to be Into the Breach. If we can get them loading up on the screen just now to show you. hopefully.
Well, they need no introduction.
There we go.
Yep. So it's going to be starting off here with Wootum, Snipe Drone, Glory, and SLG. This is the first time we'll see these guys on LAN since they formed together to make this team. A bit of a combination here of the old Quadrant squad and the old ITB squad from the end of last year. And obviously Wonderboy is their coach, Harry. So we'll see how that goes. I think these guys are going to be doing a very good job of trying to clean things up. BH3, although they did take, obviously, those Slayer matches off of ITB in the seeding tournaments, they were playing with Sunriz at that time.
They were.
Sunriz sadly couldn't make it for this event. Last-minute change. So we'll see how that makes things happen.
I think Mister's been performing. I'll be excited to see if he can keep that kind of form up against a really top team. And if he can, I think BH3 have got more than a shot at it. But I heard a little while ago, oh, yeah, actually, should we look at some maps before we do this?
Let's do it.
That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Let's pull the maps up on the screen. Since it is a new round, you'll have never seen these maps before. We have got Aquarius CTF, Solitude Slayer, and Livefire King of the Hill if we need to go there.
So Accra CTF, I would expect ITB to be pretty locked in on that. I mean, looking at the players they got on there, looking at how they perform on CTF, especially on this map, that should be fine for them. Solitude Slayer, now that's an interesting one, because Solitude is such a... I don't call it a clicky map, but there's so many rotations you can make, so many like places you can trap players in, trap teams in. Interested to see that could be a more favourable Slayer map for ITB than possibly something like Streets might be. And then if we do push to that game 3, then we'll see.
It's anyone's business at that point. Livefire King of the Hill decider would be a juicy one. But for now, I think we're going to get ready to get you all passed over for this game. I've heard enough that we're not too far away from being there. So hopefully we can disappear into the night like some sinking ships.
We'll make it happen.
Yeah, there we go. Slowly. We're whittling away.
Do you want to do a quick rock, paper, scissors?
Since they did one.
Yeah.
Here we go.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'd say it.
Hey, welcome back. We have a good series. We have a very good series. My name's Hixie. I'm joined here by Vanadam. And we're going to be showing you ITB versus BH3. It's going to be a fun series.
Yeah, this is something I didn't necessarily think we were going to get to see on Saturday. We both knew that both these teams were highly likely to win their first 2 games, right? Yeah. But to be able to get this such a important tone setter for tomorrow on stream today is a treat. So we've seen one of these teams on stream already today. We saw BH3 against the likes of
Catsmile.
Yeah,
stomping.
Yes, Mr. definitely showing that he's a suitable temporary replacement for Mr. Sunrise there. But in this game, we've got a lot of household names and we've got some stuff to talk about because these teams have fought against each other twice in the last 2 weeks, and it's not been as clean as you would have initially thought.
No, in week 1, it went to map 5, actually. It was a 3-2 in favor of ITB. And then in week 2, they matched up early in the winners bracket. It was a 3-1, I believe it was a Slayer that BH3 took. And then it was also the grand final of week 1.
Yes, we got a reset.
Yeah. I
think we got a reset.
No, it was a 3-0 to ITB.
Oh, was it?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, 3-0 to ITB in week 1. So they've had a few meetups over the last 2 weeks, and yeah, good job from BH3 to take 3 maps from them in total across those 3 series. But going to have to do a little bit more today if they're going to be coming out with a 3-0 in Swiss.
Yeah, playing on the LAN, we've said before on the stream today when I was on earlier, it's a little different, isn't it? Ping's not a thing. We've historically, even in other EHL streams, we've talked about Slayer and ITB, like notoriously, every so often they'll drop a Slayer game. And that's what we've seen really with BH3 when they went against them the other week. So it's, on LAN, is this still going to happen? Or are the boys just here and they're ready to just dominate? Is it like, no games now, we're not playing online, now we're actually here, that's it?
Yeah. Maybe the last 2 weeks they've been taken a little bit more casually, but like you said, they could be turning up the heat a little bit to get that 3-0 secured. But yeah, like Breed said before they moved over to us, this is the promotion game. Hello, nice and close. This is the promotion game, right? Oh, didn't like that angle too much, I guess. Yeah, whoever wins this will be 3-0 and in a very good stead for the tournament, the elimination bracket we have tomorrow, the double elim that we've got going on. It's going to be a fun one for our top 8. I can't wait to get into it. It's going to be a good series.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, we've had some great players that we've had on stream today. We got an overkill earlier.
We did. We got quite a few multi-kills in that series.
We did. We got to see Marine with the shock rifle. I think this series in particular, some of the things we're going to see, this is going to be where the energy starts to ramp up a bit. The teams want the 3-0. They want to lock themselves in for tomorrow, even though they know they probably will anyway. But it's likely that we're going to get a bit of showmanship, I hope. And I'm happy because as a fellow keyboard and mouse player, I get to see Wooten play on stream and cast it.
Yeah, get to see Wooten on stream, mouse and keyboard coming in hot, coming in heavy. We are just having a little bit of an issue with some of the players, but we'll get that sorted as quickly as possible. And yeah, I mean, first time seeing ITB on stream today. It's going to be a good one. Nice to see what they're going to be bringing for tomorrow as well. And hopefully for BH3, they can actually come through with a 3-0. Not a single scratch on that column for losses.
Yeah, and I saw the boys setting up this morning in the back room, and you know, morale was pretty high. They were kind of sat there just sort of thinking through their options. But I think, you know, the story of the teams that have moved and come in and out of European Halo, I think ITB want to use this off-season time away from HCS to be like, yes, we are the dominant EU force, and they need to set the precedent that, you know, BH3 are a good team, but they're not going to take us on LAN.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think with ITB and Quadrant, the previous rosters at least, coming together and making this, you know, God squad for EU, right? It's like you said, in the off season, they're trying to assert their dominance and show that they are the best that EU can offer.
Yeah, for sure. And even with the history of these players and these teams that they've played on, like, they have consistently been at the top. And in a lot of the opens that we've seen, you know, the likes of Bastos, Mose, Sunrise, all those players, they have consistently performed. So it's not like ITB are just going to hopefully not steamroll them. But contrastingly, as I said earlier, it's this idea of like now it's serious. You know, we're actually at LAN.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be nice to hopefully maybe see a little bit of trash talking as well in between the maps. To be in that room would be amazing. Yeah, we're just going to be jumping in very shortly. I do apologise for just a couple issues that we are having, but it's just in anticipation. It's just building, right? We're just getting a little bit more time to think about how these two teams are going to come out. We had seen BH3 take on Catsmile in a very dominant fashion, right? You look at Catsmile and Conspiracy being BH3's kind of biggest rivals coming into top 4 for sure. And to see Catsmile, you know, struggling quite considerably against BH3, it was a very dominant 2-0 that you guys had up on stream. It's got to be pretty, you know, confidence boosting, right, for BH3 coming into the series.
Yeah, and it's all the moments we've seen through today. You know, you have to use it when you're a top end team, when you're like a top 4 finisher, or in this case, when you're like a top 3 guaranteed more or less finisher. It's the Swiss stage that's going to set the tone, right? Like we can't this is where you try out strategies against teams where you know potentially are not as good as you, and then you get to find out where the weak points are. You get to find out, can I get away, not necessarily can I get away with this, but like, I want to play this in a certain way, and what happens when I do it? How do I get away with it? Because, you know, when these teams are scrimming, and a lot of these teams do play against each other when they're not in the off-season tournaments, when they're not playing in the seeding tournament and things like that, this is the time where they really get to try something out new, because you don't want to show your cards when you're in a scrim, right? You don't want to just tell the other team, hey, we're going to try this and see what happens. But again, it's just that idea of today has to be strong. And I think if ITB let BH3 through, that is potentially going to give them sort of the morale boost that they might need to maybe not topple them, but make them think, oh, hang on a minute, actually, we are taking this seriously, and they're still taking a Slayer offers, they're still taking a CTF offers.
Yeah,
those types of things.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, it would be a bit of a splash of cold water to ITB if they're coming into this series, knowing that they do need to step their game up a little bit, considering with how the day has been going for them. It's been relatively pretty easy, right? 2-0s across the board for ITB so far. So if BH3 can, give them a good game in map 1, and I feel like map 2 might be the place where they could actually take them out, right? With the Slayers being quite successful for BH3 over the last 2 weeks. They've managed to take quite a few from their competitors, and also one from ITB last week as well. So maybe that might be somewhere where they're looking to pick up that map and send us to a game 3.
Absolutely, and some of the maps that we've got lined up, as the boys were talking about earlier, we've got Aquarius lined up, we've got Solitude lined up. Like, this is going to be, Aquarius CTF. You make a mistake against, if you make a trivial mistake against these teams, they are going to take you to the cleaners. They are going to score a flag, wipe you out, spawn you in fridge, and then score a flag again. Yeah. So this is where it's minimum mistakes. If we look at the next map, if you look at Solitude, historically we have seen ITB lose on Solitude. Not necessarily to this roster, but we have seen them lose that map for Slayer. Yes. So it is going to be an interesting one, and both teams desperately do want to lock in. So the 3-0. So.
Yeah, I think Aqua CTF is quite a scary one for BH3 coming up against ITB as well. The pace, of that ITB roster is quite scary, and with how snowbally Aquarius can be in terms of getting double caps, right? You cap one, then you just completely flush them out again. This ITB roster, just all 4 of them, make me a bit nervous that for BH3 at least, that they will get caught off guard, a flag will get capped, and then you'll have SLG already ready to pull the next one, stood on the pedestal waiting for it to spawn back up.
Yeah, and we might see, it's highly likely we're going to see GAs honoured again. We saw earlier when we were watching Cat Smile and BH3 that the Bulldog was up and ready to be used, and no one picked it up. I'm assuming these teams will be following the same GA. If you don't know what a GA is, a gentleman's agreement, it means they agree to not use a weapon. So that's typically based around the balance of the game and how they feel about how it changes the way that the game runs. The shotguns at the moment are something that's a particular point of contention among the higher skilled teams. They are agreeing to not use them, but we'll see on stream whether they decide to do that. But I think it's likely that they will be following it.
Yeah, I think you're pretty confident in saying that as well. It's just easy for them to just continue how they are with ITB being in the pro scene as well, just following the same rules. It just makes sense. And like you said, we saw Cat Smile and BH3 having that, and that's half of the teams we have on this series. So very, very likely. We are just waiting on a final player. We do apologize. They should be getting into the game very, very quickly, and then we can get in.
Yeah, if we want to talk a little bit more about Aquarius, like we've seen various versions of Aquarius through Infinite's competitive life cycle. Remember when we had the QT up top, then they moved Thruster up, and then Overshield to the bottom. It's been a bit all over the place, right? The meta for this map and how you control it has always been around top mid, but the primary way that the power-ups and the things you could pick up on the map were is constantly moved. Like remember back in Season 1 where the sizzle sticks were down in Carbine, second layer on Carbine. Yeah. But it's been through a few versions. So I think with this one, I think we're back with the Overshield on top mid. I think with these types of teams, we're not going to see any sort of sneaky gameplay. I think the Overshield being on there makes this more aggressive, more volatile. We're going to see them pick it up, they're going to fight for it, and then whoever gets it is going to make that massive push.
Yeah. Loading in Aquarius CTF is where we're going to be starting off this best of 3 of ITB versus BH3. And I'm expecting to see Wootum flying in, trying to get up, grab that Overshield, pick it up and slam it into his chest. We'll have to find out This is going to be a very, very fast-paced game, as Aquarius CTF often is. But with these two teams as well, blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, for sure. The starting point, the start of games in Infinite doesn't necessarily dictate the pace. But as we move into this series, we can see straight away that they're going for top mid, and we've got a fight between Shad, Snipedrone going down, and he's going to pop that overshield. Ooh. Getting himself down to bottom mid and honouring the GA by not picking up the heatwave.
Yeah, really good start from BH3. 2 kills going in their favour. And having Glory and Snipedrone both full. Getting into the base of Shad. The overshield has gone down, but he takes Snipedrone down. There's another player in that back base, so damn weak. Wootum does fall. Double kill comes through for Shad, and the flag is taken, but that's all 4 dead, except for Bastos, excuse me. Bastos, last player alive. The flag trying to get that return for BH3. Somehow, it looked like ITB was struggling in their own base, but they pulled the flag.
Yeah, they weren't quite aware of that last player who was hanging down in the bottom, who did the hero move and stops that flag from moving. But once that flag's down on table, if he can get some momentum, it can be quite difficult to stop it. But we did see it returned. 2 players down for ITB right now. Shad on his own on the map, so Wootum's trying to move up to cause him to maybe spawn in the back of base. This might be a collapse option as Wootum goes in and tries to fight himself against Mr., who finds himself back in the respawn screen. So we're going to see another attempt at a flagpole.
Yeah, Wootum definitely going to fall there, but the flag has been thrown out, so the pressure is surmounting for BH3. A good kill onto Glory, and Wootum will probably shut this flagpole down, especially that one onto Snipedrone. A double kill for Shad. He's having a good start so far. 6 and 1 for Shad. Make that 7 and a triple kill. Can he pick up the 4th for the over? Probably not. It's just not going to be anyone available. Glory able to just sneak away with his life, tucking his toes. The bullets don't hit, but that flag's still running. Mo's able to get this one through the generator, and it looks like this one could go home. Oh, the fumble! Still not able to pick that one up. That's so unfortunate. Bastos, last alive. The flag does get pulled as well. ITB able to save that one. A goal line stand.
Oh, this is absolute chaos. The flagpole that we saw there was quickly reversed, and Mo's made his way through Carbine's side to try and score it, but just fumbling the bag there on the podium. You see that ITB were having none of it, and they were back over straight away as they popped this overshield. So, as we said before the game started, complete chaos. Both teams flying at the other team's flag podium, and just simple mistakes like that are going to cause it. So you end up scoring 1-0. So we went from ITB to nearly scoring to BH3 almost scoring, and then ITB quick to punish any mistakes. They themselves lock in that first flag.
Yeah, Wootum puts that one in, and a killing spree, excuse me, for SLG. He wants the flag as well. He wants all commendations coming his way. 8 and 3 is SLG right now. Norman on a tear. As this flag does get G-Slide, excuse me, through. Completely uncontested. No one there to shut him down. Bastos getting some shots. And finally, SLG does fall with the help of Shad. Snipedrone trying to be a nuisance and able to stay alive as well and put down a little bit more damage, but he's absolute. Shad surely he's gonna stay alive, even though he does fall. And that flag still just sat there trying to get that one in, trying to lock it in. Looks like they're gonna get that one through. ITB go 2 flags up.
And Bastos was trying to trade himself out, thruster in there into Snipedrone before he himself got taken out. As an intelligent player, but he didn't quite score him the frag that he wanted. That resulted in the 2nd point on the board being put on for ITB. And this is what I'm talking about, the smallest mistake, the slightest gap in the formation that your team has. This is how it gets punished. We haven't seen bad gameplay from BH3 at all, but yet ITB are spotting any weaknesses and they're just crushing it.
Yeah, we've seen a really good performance from Shad so far. 10 and 6. Double kill comes out for Mose as well. Having a good game himself. Bastos doing a good job, but has slowed down a little bit from that beginning. But still looking like ITB are in the driver's seat. 2 flags up. Wootum just trying to get round. Will catch Bastos. Ooh, catch him from behind, but not able to land as many shots as maybe you'd expect from Wootum. So Bastos does get away with his life for a minute. Mr. as well. Good kill onto Wootum, takes him down. Mr.'s been really good for this BH3 roster. I remember playing against Catsmile. He actually had a really, really good stat line individually. So, like you said earlier, Sunrise, although he's missing, it looks like Mr. has been able to fill this gap, and this flag surely is going to get run through and possibly get put in unless the fumble comes through again, but nothing. Mr.'s hands are not slippery. There's no sweat, no grease, no nothing, and that flag goes in.
Yeah, Snipedrone was off screen there, deciding whether to go for the flag return or to pick up the overshield. I was expecting him to crossfire onto top mid, but there must have been pressure that we saw off screen from BH3, preventing him from doing that as we saw him run to P2. But we've got another counter flag run here. Snipedrone still with some of the overshield left, getting a curb slide here off the table. Almost getting it into their base, but not quite. Not letting him run through past that threshold that makes it very hard to stop that flag capture.
Yeah, Snipedrone with his running shoes on as well. All those G-slides landed. What you expect from a player of his caliber. is having a little bit of a rough one as far as stats go. 5 and 11, nothing to write home about, but that run was really nice. Unfortunately, the flag does go back, though. Trying to get one of their own. Shad running this one round by the Carbine side. You got Mr. trying to keep that position held, but Wootum doing a good job of shutting down. Bastos last alive, trying to defend Lone Survivor in his base. The flag's going to go back. This is just back and forth. This is a grudge match, and Glory running this one now. Carbine side himself.
I was doing some caster math while you were talking about what was going on there, and the kill difference between the teams here is less than 5, or it was at the time. So that's how close this is, and the flags are so back and forth. It's absolute chaos between them, but the third flag does go in, and it's the thing we've been saying all day. It's the way you spot the gaps. And a team like ITB are going to identify it. They're going to exploit it. And even with Bastos fighting for his life on the top of the base there, there's always someone from ITB to clean up. Especially with Wootum on keyboard, the target acquisition he can have and the way he can menace your team makes him so incredibly annoying to play against.
Yeah, both flags out, but it looks. Oh no, a touch did come through onto BH3's flag. Mr. last alive as well, so this could go a little bit further. SLG did fall, and Mr. with that overshield as well. Surely Glory's going to fall to him, but he makes it really difficult and gets a lot of that overshield off, so Mr. not really able to do too much with that one. Flag does get returned for ITB, and it looks like the BH3 one's going to go back as well.
5 minutes, just under 6 minutes left on the clock here. 4 flags have been scored so far in this game. At the moment, ITB are putting on a really good show. I think BH3, with 3 players down and their flag now pulled, they've got an uphill battle in this, but they have shown moments of promise against ITB so far in this game.
Yeah, really good promise, especially from Shad as well. He had a very good start to the game early on. He was 10 and 4, I believe. 15 and 12 and 14 and 14 for Moz as well, but that flag isn't going to be stopped. SLG doing the dirty work. And that's 4-1. One more flag needed for ITB to take this first map.
Yeah, and the stats we were talking about prior are starting to widen a little bit. You can see that ITB are starting to hit their stride and take control of the map as 2 players trade themselves out there, Snapdragon and Mr., giving themselves the old fisticuffs and sending themselves back to the respawn screen. But look at this Wootum trying to block the spawns in the back of BH3's base. This is a really good strategy because you don't expect to get shot from behind. Bastos running for his life back into the ITB base.
Oh.
But no, the stick. Very good way to get someone out of your base.
Yeah, Wootum does fall, but the stick comes through, so the trade guaranteed. And with Snipe Drone last alive, though, it looks like Bastos is going to be running this one through the tunnel, through past Heatwave. This is the quickest route and definitely the best one to take when you get 4 dead. So that flag is going to go through 4-2. BH3 have a long road ahead of them, but that's a great way to start it. And Shad now just trying to pick up the pieces. Maybe get another flag. It's 4 dead again. Snipe Drone first to spawn up. Wootum as well. Both trying to get some shots down, but only one lands onto Shad. This flag could be going back. Snipe Drone not able to stay alive for much longer as there's a double kill for Moz, taking down those 2 spawners, and surely that's going to be 4-3. The flag goes in and the overshield comes up.
That was an incredible double run. 4 players went down for ITB, and as you commented, a Snipe Drone went up. They all respawned and got wiped out again instantly. 2 massively efficient flag runs there coming in for BH3. Now, can they make it a 4th and then potentially get to the 5th? Remember, they have had 1 near miss this game. At this point, if they can stop Glory, because this will end the game if he scores this flag, they could potentially take this from under the noses of ITB if they don't watch themselves here.
Yeah, Glory making a good call, though, knowing when he needs to run the flag and when he just needs to try and slay out. It's surely going to fall down here. There's 2 players trying to take him down, but Wootum and Snipe Drone able to help. And that flag could go back unless Shad has something to say, and he gets shut down. Snipe Drone running this one as well. The BH3 flag's going back, as has the ITB one. It's back in base, and the flag gets tossed. Glory picks that one up. Textbook from ITB to pick that one up. It was a little hairy. It got a little close, but they locked in, and 5-3 is secured for map 1.
Yeah, the cheeky little throws up at the end there, that makes me think of the Halo 2 days where you'd be on mid-ship with the flag and you just throw it up to your friend who is near the Gandhi ledge. That was amazing. The way that game went back and forth between the 2 teams. BH3 have it in them to take advantages from ITB and then punish them for the mistakes that they're making. And that was a very good start to a series. I think ITB have shown that as a team, they definitely are okay with, recovering from being put into a corner. That double capture that BH3 scored towards the end of the match there, that is scary territory. If
Yeah.
you're not able to get out of the spawn trap that you've been put into and that happens, that could have easily been 3. And let's not forget, if Mo's didn't drop the flag at the start, that would have been 4-4.
Yeah, that could have been even closer, right? Unfortunately, Mose does fumble that one at the very beginning. But like you said, what could have been, right? 4-all. We could have seen that going in there. And I think as well, I was quite nervous, right? The double cap from BH3 is something that you see, you know, SLG and Glory when they're on Quadrant doing to other people. So able to do that against this ITB roster with the amalgam of original ITB and Quadrant coming together, and you can do that to them. Massive confidence boost coming into this next map.
Yeah, it definitely shows you that you gives you confidence in your strategy. We do know what we're doing. We do know how to play as a team. And despite these guys being, you know, these players who have had high HCS finishes between them and successful opens, like we can take flags from them. And if we can take a flag, we can take a map. And if we can take a map, maybe we can take a series. And that's what all today's about. I think that they're trying to almost figure each other out a little bit here, because ITB don't want to show the hand, right? Even if they know they're the better team, they don't want to show the full hand. And there was that moment of doubt where BH3 were like, okay, mate, well, I'm actually going to take your flag and now I'm going to force you to show your hand or I'm going to win the game.
Yeah, nice to see BH3 putting on some pressure as well, trying to dictate and doing a good job of it, right? We did see, like you mentioned, right, ITB did make a few mistakes and BH3 not only noticed them, but were able to actually capitalize on that, which is what we see from these higher level teams. Sometimes, you know, with the teams kind of lower seeding for this event or just in the scene in general, they notice the mistakes, but they're not really able to take advantage of it, or they don't know how best to react, because it is it's very reactive. You see the mistake being made, and instantly you have to try and problem solve. You have to figure out how can we take the most advantage out of what they've just done, how they've messed up. And BH3 doing a very good job there against ITB to capitalize off of their mistakes.
Yeah, it's the age-old statement of like Halo is chess, right? It's not what you're doing now, it's what happened 5 seconds ago. It's not what you're doing now, it's what you're about to do 10 seconds from now. And what other map to talk about that more than Solitude?
Yeah.
You're going to have to play for the shock rifle. You're going to have to play for the thruster in yard. No, that doesn't spawn in yard anymore, does it? Or does it? Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah,
so
it does.
You've got to make sure that you're on top of the sandbox on this map. You've got the camo on bridge.
Yes.
Camo and shock rifle. We saw Marine on stream early with it. Teams of this caliber, you cannot allow the other team to have all of the toys at once. You are asking for trouble. A Slayer will quickly snowball with the way you can rotate a team on this map.
Yeah, for sure. And Slayer on Solitude has maybe been a bit of a rough one for ITB, at least specifically this map. And we have seen, like I mentioned just before this series started, that BH3 have done a very good job as far as Slayers do go. Their map 2s have been great for the last 2 weeks. And I believe last week in that winners bracket, round 2 or round 3, when these two teams matched up, the one map BH3 took off ITB was the Slayer. So if they can keep that capture the flag as close as they can, this Slayer also potentially going their favor, we could see a little bit more of a bark from BH3.
Yeah, I want a game 3.
Yeah?
I think this would be a very appropriate time today for us to get the first game 3 on stream.
Yeah.
I think this is the moment where that could potentially happen.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely got to earn that 3-0 in the Swiss bracket between these two. As we said, this is the promotional match, or promotion match even. And we will see one of these two teams guaranteed into tomorrow's double elim with a perfect record as we spawn in on board with Mr. Just trying to go down and get some early shots, but too many of the ITB players around. Wootum's going to be chasing this one down. Doesn't want to get too aggressive though. Stood by Card does finally fall, and we see that shock rifle did actually go in the hands of BH3, I believe, but that doesn't matter. We just had a small issue, and we're back. We were testing, apparently. We all just got baited. And you saw us leaning over, looking like a couple of goblins.
Oh, how I missed the sniper rifle on this map.
Oh, don't get me started. I was talking to Lethal about this off stream, and it's just a sad, sad sight to see sniper rifle no longer on any form of plaza. But at least it's Solitude, it's great. It doesn't feel like my plaza. It's not my plaza.
No, we were talking about the light rifle
Yes,
earlier,
yeah,
saying that the camera is on LR right now. So
Mm-hmm.
with this game, one of the things I want to say, because we've gone back into this fly through here, is Solitude normally becomes, and I say it every time that I end up casting for EHL, is it ends up being this like Western shootout where both teams just kind of, you have a team on tower, you have a team in flowers and cafe and ledge, and they just kind of shoot each other until one person dies, and then it's chaos.
Yeah.
I think because of the stakes here, I think we're going to see these teams potentially slow down the gameplay a little bit, particularly with the history that ITB, as we've said, have had with Slayers. So I think the playstyle of this game will potentially be a little slower, maybe, than what we're used to, unless a team has something they bring out the bag and they just want to crush.
Yeah, I think it really depends on whether we'll see Snipe Drone pick up the Slays a little bit more after that first map. You know, this whole ITB roster is one that can individually frag, right? There's not really a single person on that roster that can't go off. And there's people maybe you look to more, right? You got Wootum, who has just made waves since coming into the scene. Yeah, it's going to be, I think, telling of the strategy of ITB, and I think their strategy depends on how their, the people they look to slay heavier, how they play.
Yeah, and I think again, I keep mentioning the keyboard, but if you give a keyboard player a sniper rifle, that is a world of pain for your team.
Yeah.
The way the advantage of keyboard versus controller is you can switch to a target much quicker than a controller player can. So that's why we see him pick up a lot of kills. Like, he does damage. Like, Wootum, historically, whenever we look at the damage, he's always up there on the damage. But the advantage he has is if he calls you out as one shot and you're at the other side of the map, he can literally 270 or whatever direction he wants to go. He can look at where your head is. He can he can literally just find you, just pop your head. That's it. And that's the beauty of keyboard. And it's an advantage that ITB have that no other team really has. But at the same time, the skill level he has to have makes it difficult against other players at close ranges because, as we know, inertia in Halo Infinite, the way that Spartans move, controller has the advantage in those type of scenarios, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think keyboard and mouse players, especially when they're as good as Wootum, can be never really counted out in an engagement. Even if they're getting shot in the back, 2 shots land, they still have every opportunity to get that reversal kill. And like you said, having a sniper rifle, in this case on Solitude, it will be the shock, but having that weapon in the hands of the mouse and keyboard player that is fully capable, like Wootum, is, like you said, it's very, very dangerous. It can be ruthless.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about praising Wootum, but he is the most decorated mouse and keyboard Halo player of all time, right? And then we've got other honorable mentions like Scoobmeister, who plays in the Australian HCS. But like, Wootum has really made waves since he like showed his face towards I think it was Blackpool where he started showing up.
Yeah, I think Wootum's name really kind of got out there at Blackpool, and then he just has built up since. It's been an interesting, progression for him, right? He's not just come out of nowhere though. He's come from Splitgate, so he's definitely had a lot of time, behind that keyboard and mouse. But Mister again going for the same strat as we saw in that first just tester. And Glory, SLG, and Snipe Drone all round here, but Wootum unaccounted for, as he is dead.
Yeah, so that was indeed a test launch. The 2-2 that we saw when the game ended, it will be a full reset. We are starting at 0-0, so the score is actually 2-3 and not 4-5. Just for you guys at home there. So yeah, full reset on this. But again, the shock rifle trying to make waves, Glory trying to do something, but no, BH3 are not having it. Put that down. We need that. But Wootum is over there already. He's zoned in on that weapon that's on the ground. He wants it. He wants to carry his team. And he started off with 2 kills and 2 assists for his team, so he's already putting himself on the board.
Yeah, Snipe Drone picking up a nice double kill as well. Probably going to get the 3rd. Triple kill actually does come through. I wasn't sure if that medal was going to land. The over just eludes him. Shad, 1 shot, slips by. The ping comes through for Bastos, but 5-1 start for Snipe Drone is going to be a great start. 11, make that 12-3.
Oh no.
It's getting a little hairy for BH3 early on.
4 down. Look at the spawn mastery here. Look how they forced them to spawn down and lift. This is bad. They've all got to go together or they're just getting absolutely beamed from glass. You can see SLG there just pinging them across the map. Wootum's ready to try and get anyone who challenges him. They're even throwing nades over. Like, they totally stuck. And we were saying how ITB have struggled with Slayers, but Hixie, the start of this game, 4 to 15. They've been doing their homework.
Yeah, this is exactly, I think, what we expected, right? We said we need to look to players like Snipe Drone and like Wootum to show up, and show up they have. 2 deaths between them and 10 kills, right? They're definitely showing up. So the rest of ITB can see how well they're doing, and they can just play off of the momentum, right? I feel like ITB might have tried to play a little bit more slower, a little bit more methodical if Wootum and Snipe Drone weren't fragging out as much as they were. Momentary 4 dead for ITB, something to note at least, right? BH3 still haven't had the full sting taken out, but 17-8. This is going to be a rough one for BH3 to try and bring back, especially when the thrusts are going to be causing that kind of problem. Snipe Drone does fall to Bastos, but still Bastos able to use that thrust to get away just with his life. That nade, though, the re-peak, is going to be perfect from SLG. Glory picking up the remains onto Shad as well. 21-11, a 10-kill deficit with the camo up.
Yeah, and that camo was sat on that bridge for a hell of a long time. Both teams having the discipline to understand that you can't just walk onto bridge and take that in this sort of scenario. You will be melted if you try to do that. So great discipline for both teams. Active camo obviously lasting 30 seconds. We're about 10 seconds into that right now, so 8 minutes and 50 will be the time that Glory is once again visible to the team, but he's revealing himself and putting some damage into Shad. Manages to get the assist, SLG cross-mapping, and also Wooten throwing a grenade and Bastos and getting him too. So really great use of the camo. 4 players down now for BH3, and this lead is extending.
Yeah, that teamwork from Glory and Snipe Drone was incredible, right? Glory gets the shots down onto Shad across the map and then ducks out when he needs to. Is one shot, but then he's got Snipe Drone there to help him in case anyone pushes. No one does, so then they can both push up into Flowers and take down that player. 4 dead was beautifully executed from ITB. 29-12 now. This one's running away from BH3. Having a rough start is Mister as well, getting in so many engagements but not able to do anything. The feed is lit up with the bodies of BH3 Esports dropping. Let the bodies hit the floor. 31, make that 32-13. This one is disappearing.
Yeah, this one isn't about sending a message, Hixie. This one's like, we have done our homework and we are ready. So it's just 35-14 at this point. They're telling BH3, hey, if you want to take anything off us this tournament, you know, we're ready. We're basically saying that we're going to wipe you out today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and SLG as well, 11-3, right, on a tear. Snipe Drone trying to keep up with him, but SLG is just everywhere he needs to be, helping out his team, doing everything he can, cleaning up those kills, getting some pretty nasty ones of his own. Glory does fall to Shad, who was having a good start, and a good start to the series as well in the last map. It's been a stark contrast, the foil of the previous map. Snipe Drone sliding through, Mo's able to take him down, not Glory, though. Glory lives to see another day unless Mister does drop him, and he does. Bastos trying to get Wooten. Wooten wisely ducks out. Isn't going to get caught, unfortunately, though. Spoke a little bit too soon. But still, a massive buffer for ITB to make mistakes. 42-21, and Snipe Drone coming out with that kill. Does get cleaned up by Shad. A good job to at least get the trade, but you're going to need a little bit more than trades if you're BH3.
Yeah, this is just, we've seen some of the moments we've seen in this game from ITB Masterclass. We've seen some spawn locks. We saw them spawn down in C. The moment we had earlier where we saw Snipe Drone get cross maps, they were trying to get them to spawn in blue, and then they found that BH3 were trying to extend into A. Look at the concentration on ITB's faces. Even though they're this far ahead, look how locked in they are and ready to just end this game, Hixie. Like, this has been such a great showing from them strategically and dominantly. This really does send a message to the rest of the teams in this tournament. It's like, we're ready and we're making a skill gap. We're trying to show you there's a skill gap.
Yeah, ITB definitely trying to demonstrate that they are the best in EU, and what better way to do it than a 50-29 stake. That one is a rough one.
I didn't think it was going to go like that.
That was a little bit of a bullying, you know, maybe just trying to get some anger out.
Yeah, potentially. I think that's been a surprise. This series for me, I thought the Aquarius was going to be more towards ITB than it actually ended up being. I thought the Slayer was going to be more towards BH3 than what we ended up seeing. So maybe the absence of Sunrise maybe caused this, potentially.
Possibly.
Maybe there was a gap, or maybe, as we were saying before, and I've said a few times, is maybe ITB just did their homework and now it's like, Slayer, it's fine. We'll just crush you on any game mode, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm pretty sure Mister has been, you know, putting up some good numbers as far as slays go for BH3, especially in that Cat Smile series, but did have a pretty rough one in this one against ITB. Stuff happens, you know, you're still 2-1, right? Pretty comfortable, confident. But yeah, ITB, maybe not surprising to anyone, go with a perfect record into that double elim tomorrow. They're coming in pretty hot, but we're just going to throw to the analysts, and they're going to dissect what we've just seen.
We'll leave in a sec. We'll stay here just for Everyone's lost the remote to the virtual drone.
There we
go. They found it. There we go. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a good match.
It was a good
It's a 2-0. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer, if I'm being honest, but it was still good to watch from our point of view. It was very good to watch in the Passion Pit. I know I know as we were walking out, there was some words being exchanged, but that just makes it more fun, doesn't it?
That's what it's all about at the end of the day. And we did say if there was going to be a Slayer map that ITB were going to be able to run away with, it was going to be the Solitude, just because of the way that map works. All the rotations you can make, all the plays. It's a lot easier to kind of push spawn, split strategically. So they've done a really good job with that. Absolutely creamed them on the Slayer. And that's that. We haven't got a lot of results for you to dissect, unfortunately.
Sadly not.
I was hoping we were going to have a couple more scores in here, but it seems like when I refind my definitely not mouse, my hollow table.
It's on this side of the hollow table.
I got it. Yeah, so I think we've only really got one more score to report, and that is that Numface have beaten God Squad 2-0. So that is God Squad officially out. They're the first team, sadly,
I
to
hate
leave
to
the
see
event.
it. Rip Rock Eagle.
Rock Eagle had a good run on LAN. Maybe he'll be back next time.
I hope so.
Who knows? But yeah,
My boy Bobby.
That's the only other score to report here at the minute. Obviously, Into the Breach have just beaten BH3, so that puts Into the Breach in 3-0. They have qualified. BH3 will go down to the 2-1 group to face whoever's coming for them there.
And it's likely they'll win that one, and then we'll see possibly another matchup of this ITB BH3 squad tomorrow, and that'll be fun to see a bit of a grudge kind of coming back together of those guys. Maybe
one match, maybe two matches.
And this,
Who knows?
This is why Swiss is so good, Oscar, because we get to see more of these matchups between these top teams.
That's it. That's entirely it. We get to see lots of good, close, fun Halo. Obviously, the ITB game wasn't too close, but I'm sure the games that we have coming up next are going to be a lot closer. We are into the 1-1 pool, so we're still in the third round of Swiss, so your maps are going to be the same, but we are awaiting confirmation of the 1-1 game that we're going to show on stream. But at the minute, we got Baseline Beavers against Demonica set ready to go. Catsmile Gaming to play Margin. I believe that one has started.
That has started,
That has started, so that will not be on stream. Leaking Esports versus Team Mystics. If that's the game we end up with, then I think Steve's done a very good job at getting on main stage 3 times in one day.
Yeah. I mean,
you never know.
You would think he's thinking, oh, you know, I'll play with these guys. It'll be nice and chill, and he gets put onto the spot on main stage.
Every game he would have played on main stage so far. So that's very good fun. Of course, Legion Esports as well versus Outsiders. There are 4 1-1 games. One of them already started. So we got a selection of 3. We're going to find out which one that is very soon. But in the meantime, we're going to nip to a short break. We'll come back to you with our game, hopefully slowly getting loaded up and ready to go.
He would soon understand why.
So I was up 2-0, play against Zios. I was more like, as a 45-year-old kid, like I was like, oh, feeling this, I'm going to get out of the groups. No, he just absolutely smashed my head in. Like he went in deep. Like it was 2-2, and then he just ripped me apart. I was playing him on Wizards, his best map. It was actually my best map as well, but I couldn't get to any of the weapons at all. You've got to remember, it's past pistol start. I kept getting the spawn ball middle, or I kept getting the spawn near the tellies, but the base I was at was where the needle and AR was, where obviously I wanted the pistol or PR spawn, and it was just, he just ripped me apart. It's just, when you got someone with PR and pistol with Ocean camo, and I'm sitting there like a Wally with a plasma pistol going, this is fun, this is great. I knew it was wearing off.
Lethal was now 2-1. He had to win one more map in pools to qualify for bracket. He was against another one of Europe's best player, a Halo legend from the Netherlands called King Tur. For Lethal, it was now or never.
It was derelict. We had a saying back then where if you had top spawn, you've won. Simple as. Like, derelict was the most, it was the official FFA map, but it was the most dominant 1v1 map, and it's still, even to this day, like in team games, like in 2v2s especially. Speak to anyone, any Halo 1 player about it, like they'll tell you. But you got to remember, not only was it the most dominant map, it was Plaza Pistol Star again. So obviously we had to try and nade a pistol to ourselves from across the map, or go for the telly and nade it to ourselves. And we didn't know too much about nade tricks back then. We knew a few here and there, but not a lot to really stop ourselves from getting deprived from some of the items or power weapons. But of course, I had the very worst bottom spawn, which was near shotgun, and he got top spawn right next to the pistol, went straight for rockets. He got overshield camo, and it was just rough. It was like 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 6-0, 9-0, and I was sitting there and I was thinking to myself, like, what can I do to change this? So like my pads was buggered, right? It was like ripped apart pretty much. And I said to the ref, my pad is broken, and I was like, and the King was like, "What are you doing? What are you like? You know, why are you?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Pad's broken." So I used to use the Big Duke, and they gave me a replacement. They gave me the new Controller S, and I was like, "For God's sake!" I said, "Have you not got another Duke?" And they were like, "No." They said, "You can either go back to your Duke, which is like half broken, or you can go to your Controller S." I was like, "Okay, I'll go back to my Controller S." So they restarted the game, but they carried on with the score. It was 9-0. I said, "All right." So you can fill in the gaps for me. When the game started, guess where we spawned? He spawned up top, I spawned bottom. He won 15-1. The end. That was the end of that chapter. So
Lethal was devastated, as any 14, 13-year-old kid would be. As sad as it was, a European legend was born in Matt Logan, who represented France and placed second at WGC 2003. He lost to Zyos in Game 2 by 1 kill, but in the end, Zyos unsurprisingly got first. Matt Logan second, and in third place, we had the other British representative, Fenriz. Overall, Europe did pretty well. After that, in Europe, there was a huge break until the next year. Sadly, the UK wasn't even allowed to compete in World Cyber Games 2004, as the budget did not extend to us. And they oddly raised the age, so Matt Logan wasn't even allowed to come back and try to compete for first place. Lethal would sadly miss out on a few European tournaments due to exams and school at the time, but was able to make it to the last European Halo Combat Evolved tournament, the Elite Gaming Championship, also known as EGC, held in West London back in August of 2004, which had over 120 participants from all over Europe flying, just for the last shot to call themselves the best at Halo Combat Evolved. During this event, there was both an individual tournament and a 2v2 tournament.
I noticed that Phil 4, who was the best player in Poland, wasn't there. Matt Logan didn't come either. Maybe because it was a PAL tournament, not NCSC. But I knew that if I wanted to be the best player in Europe in Halo 1, this was the event I had to try and win. Like, maybe like I can say it officially, but unofficially, people will have different opinions. Like, they'll say, "Oh, this person's the best, this person's the best." But I wanted it set in stone as the final Halo 1 tournament. I wanted to be the best player. I needed to prove myself.
Although sadly, the day before, Lethal's doubles partner had to pull out, so he had to stand in, and yet he still managed to get to the semis. That wasn't his priority. His priority was the individual tournament. This would be free-for-all until top 4, then they would switch to a 1v1 bracket format. As he got to the semis, he would play against an extremely talented French player called Magnus. Lethal actually beat him 25-10. Next up was a practice partner of Lethal's. He was a talented young Halo player known as Zola. The map? Wizard.
Killing spree. Game over.
Lethal had done it. He had won the last Halo Combat Evolved tournament in Europe. It was the perfect send-off for a game, but his legacy wouldn't end there. In November of 2004 was the launch of Halo 2 in the UK, and alongside Halo 2, we saw for the first time a Halo game with Xbox Live.
Xbox Live came out in Halo 2. We're all playing the same version, we're all playing the same game. It was sick, it was crazy. We had matchmaking, so we didn't have to like arrange your own games the whole time. We had a level system. We're just like, bloody hell, look at this, 1 to 50. This is, honestly, we were just minds blown. You could have clans, you could have your own Halo 2 friends list. I was just like, look at this. Like, I was just so happy. But like, we fight. You got to remember, like just picture it in your head the fact that we've had to deal with a game which wasn't really that accessible online. The same like 100 people all the time playing against each other with an input delay of a second and a half, crap physics on the cursor due to its online stages, to then this. We could play anyone in the world, matchmaking, clans, level system, any playlist, beta, competitive settings in the works with Battle Rifle. It was just, it was a great time to be alive. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Although the community were not huge fans of the game, not long after the launch came EGC2. Since the game was still young, the competitive settings were not out yet, so they competed with SMG starts. Lethal to make his run to the grand finals once again, but can he close out another win and be crowned the best EU Halo player again on a different game, or was he a one-hit wonder?
And in the FFA finals, it was a four-way FFA, and it was 3 different players. GDF Sniper, you may have heard of, and we had Zola and Mr. Pink. And Zola, as you remember, I played against him in the last Halo 1 finals. Him and Mr. Pink on the same team. Again, it was bloody SMG start on Ascension. I was winning very early on. He actually got into the Banshee. He actually primarily focused on me. He stayed on the Banshee for about 6 or 7 minutes, trapping my big tower. I couldn't move, couldn't do anything. Mr. Pink and GDF having a 1v1 the entire time. And then eventually, after about 5 or 6 minutes trying to destroy the Banshee, I was able to catch up. And I think with 2 seconds left remaining, got the final kill top mid on GDF, won the tournament. And the owner, actually, funny enough, came up and whispered and said to me, we were going to replay this match because of what happened, because the Banshee was actually banned, but for some reason he got into it anyway. But because you won anyway, it's your call if you want to have the rematch or take the win. Yeah, I'm going to take the win straight away.
Once again, Lethal won, despite being targeted in the game unfairly and illegally. As time would go on, he would quickly learn that 1v1s and free-for-alls were things of the past, and the future would primarily be 4v4s. This would force him to adjust to a different style of practice, as well as start looking for teammates.
So we wanted to create a team which would win 4v4 tournaments throughout the entirety of Halo 2. That was our plan. So at first, it was actually me, Dread, Ruffle, and we were looking for one more player. Ruffle was one of my IRL mates, who I said one of the people I played with and practiced with, so that was quite convenient. Dread, who won the last Halo 2 1v1 tournament, and we couldn't find that other player. We were still wondering, and I remember there was a player called LA1 who I matched him in a final.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. Once again, I'm joined by my analyst friend and colleague and
whatever
everything.
his name
Reed.
is.
Reed
What's
is here
his
with us
name?
today. Once again, we are
Stressful
coming.
situation.
We're coming in with our 1-1 game. I'm losing my
1-1.
brain a little bit. We are coming in with our 1-1 game.
So this is round 3, and we're going to be sitting here with Legion Esports. We did see them round 1.
We did.
They've come back. Who are they going to be playing up against?
They are playing against Outsiders.
Oh, very nice. I like that. So this should be a pretty interesting game. So neither of these teams is going to be out or progress. It'll either just push them that one more nudge to getting into being around next tomorrow, or give them that nudge to go home, essentially. So we'll see how they do. But honestly, it's going to be quite exciting, and I'm looking forward to looking at those rosters when we get up to them. The map pool will be the same as that last match, because we're rocking the same game as a mode, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, we just watched a 2-0 game. That was a nice little complete package, and this one hopefully should go to a map 3. That's what I'm hoping for.
Should be a bit more scrappy, a bit more action. We're not talking the absolute top here, so there's going to be a little bit more kind of rough and tough, a little bit less strategy.
I mean, just so we're clear, these are all like mid to high Onyx players.
Oh yeah,
like
of
we're
course.
1800. There's some good stuff going on.
It's LAN. We're not talking terrible. We're just not talking strategical excellence, if that makes sense. So Legion versus Outsiders is going to be one of those kind of games.
All I know is that if I was on either of these rosters, that roster would then lose.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I think that goes for almost anyone in the room with us right now. Maybe not.
I was going to say maybe not Harry, but I've played against him in AM recently, and he's been struggling. He's now going to give me a bit.
He's the MK guy now, so
yeah.
Switching part. Not going to used to be. 20 years ago, I did this, I did that. Yeah, you saw it on the break screen. He did Halo 2. It's been a long time. Anyway, we're going on a complete tangent here. Legion Esports versus Outsiders is our 1-1 game. Unfortunately, don't think we have any more scores that we can report in the meantime.
But this is going to be the French versus the British, right?
It is. It's a classic conquest kind of game. It should be good. I'm looking forward to this. I'm honestly kind of confused by the lack of scores to be reported on here, but those things happen.
We'll ask about it.
Yeah, we will. If we can pull up the rosters, let's show you that while we're going on our preemptive rambles. I don't know which one we're going to show to you first, so hopefully we'll go to a screen in a moment, potentially, and check one of those out. Okay, I'm being told no.
Right, fine.
So
Notice.
We'll run through some players now, and then once we get to the screen, we can do it all again for some fun. So Legion Esports, we've seen them on stream once already. That is Nebula, Manxie, Light Axel, and Frenzied.
Correct.
Again, pretty strong team, all things considered. We were kind of expecting them to run through the middle of the pack. I think this is a team that could go down to 2-2 and be fighting in that best of 5.
I think really so. Yeah,
series.
I mean, they were sat there at 7 seed. No, 8 seed.
Yeah, I think they were 8 seed, right?
Seed
Because we watched... No, they would have seed 9 because we watched 9 versus 16 first, and that was Legion versus God Squad.
Yep, correct.
So I think we can bring them up here on the screen now. I'm being told that is all ready to go. Here we are, Legion. Obviously, the player names we've just mentioned. They're a good team, but the team they're against are going to try and make things a little bit complicated. Outsiders, when we get across to them on the screen, I'll hold my tongue. So
I think from what we saw earlier, there was a 49-50 game for the Legion Esports, and that's what lost them that round 2. That would have pushed them onto map 3 and had them a chance to stay on. They're going to be wanting to regain after that. I saw them; they were pretty demoralized, but now they're going to really lock in for this one. And this is who they're going to be playing against: Outsiders. So Snagger, Menzo. I'm going to
Mr.
bitch at
Baldo
this.
and Falters.
Falters.
We'll go with
just
that.
Falters? Yeah, we'll stick with it.
Something funky.
I should have wrote it in English and then we would know.
Oh, well. But yeah, like these are guys that we've, again, seen at a pretty decent kind of middle-of-the-pack level in HCS competition, in EHL competition. So they're nothing to be scoffed at here. Obviously, the French teams always come to play. They want to get loud.
The passion is deep.
Yeah,
right?
that's the main thing.
I love the French guys. They get a bit of flack, I think, from the rest of Europe sometimes. But honestly, we really appreciate their support, and a load of them are lovely. I mean, we've worked with the We Love BTB guys. They're all French based. I think. I don't know about some of these guys. I think I've seen Snagger and Menzo play in some of their tournaments. I know we definitely get, like SLG plays in their tournaments sometimes. So they get like the top tier of French talent to play in their BTB tournaments. And I would love to see them, you know, stay in our tournament, and we'll get some French guys into tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really interesting game. As you said, the BTB, the French guys, they're a big community. They're always loud. They always bring the passion. We're expecting that on the main stage, especially when you're on stream. You know, you want to kind of get shouty. And at the end of the day, that can work as a really good mental advantage for one team over the other. So if the French are going to bring that kind of volume, and some of the Legion players, you know, maybe the odd time you get a bit of a scream out of one of them, but it's only really if there's an overkill or something. Where, you know, they're not a loud bunch. Light Axel, Frenzied. Yeah,
I've seen Frenzy go off on
Frenzy talks online. Frenzy talks online. I don't see that. I don't see that guy standing up and screaming at the French over on the station. We'll see. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I think they are going to have to get loud here.
Yeah, so they're doing a little bit of a warm up. So we have a little bit to wait until that game comes through. But sponsor-wise stuff, just wanted to point out, anybody that's in the venue, I realize I'm talking to about like 10% of the people watching the stream right now. But if you are in the venue, and you've not played the Vex Games little demo we have going on in TR1, follow the map to make your way there. And if you do play, you've got a chance of winning 5,000 Halo credits. And honestly, looking at those new sniper skins, I don't know if you've seen them in game. They're really hot.
They're looking nice.
They're really hot. Yeah, if we can get some, if you can go in there, you know, play a little bit of puzzle games, walk away with 5,000 Halo credits, you can then buy yourself a nice sniper skin.
Get yourself some free skins. Everyone's a happy man. Vextorial obviously got that going on, and again, another shout out to Running Riot Halo cards. Those guys have been in the sponsor room all day.
Love them. Yeah.
Slinging their new stuff. They've got slabs, which they'll be debuting at the next HCS event, whenever that happens to be.
Who knows?
They're here. We got the exclusive first reveal of the slab cards. They look incredible. I am going to buy one after I stand up out
You've
of the
progressive.
chair.
You said they were cool and you were thinking about it, and then you said you really want to, and now you're going
And now
to.
I'm buying
I'm going to.
They've got me. I am the consumer. It's worked perfectly. Every time I walk past, I see that slab in the doorway, and I just think, ooh, I could do, maybe. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do it. So clearly, if they're catching my eye, they'll catch anyone's eye.
Okay.
Look out for those. They look so nice. And of course, thank you to Scan, who in partnership with MSI have brought us some goodies to give away on some side tournaments, which are hopefully going to be taking place tomorrow.
That's the plan. And then the College of Esports are putting on the event.
Of course.
Yeah.
College of Esports, we wouldn't even be in this room, in this cool kick-ass virtual set without them.
I know. So sick.
Can't really get any better than this, to be honest. I don't think it does anyway. Maybe someone has a complaint, but oh, whoa. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. We're enjoying it here. Thank you to College of Esports. I'll bring this one straight to camera. Thank you to College of Esports for letting us do cool stuff in your studio. We appreciate it a lot. But for the time being, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get over to our casters and hopefully bring you the game very shortly. It's Legion Esports versus Outsiders. We'll see you all very soon.
Quick rock, paper, scissors.
We might. Here we go.
Okay. Right.
Ready?
1, 2, 3, go.
Ah, he's beat me this time. All right, we're 1-1. We're 1-1.
We'll go for next.
We might be doing a decider.
No, we're out. You're out of time.
We can do it. We can do it. We can do it.
Right. 3, 2, 1, go. Fuck.
That was yeah. He won.
Let's go.
He won.
We'll do this. We'll catch you guys in a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Euro Halo kickoff, and I'm here back with Van Adam once again. And yeah, again, another series where it's 1-1, not on the pedestal in terms of like being able to qualify, but not on a loss either. They're in that kind of purgatory kind of period. But we're going to get straight into our next series between Legion Esports and Outsiders to find out who's going to go 2-1 or 1-2 in this Swiss format. Kicking things off at Aquarius CTF, and as you can already see, 3 already down for Legion Esports. Outsiders getting a nice styling strategy there, going for that overshield and a nice pick up there to be able to survive, but it looks like it will not be happening as Frenzied managed to steal it. And let's see what we can do with Asovi pushing towards their util.
Yeah, I'm excited for this game. I think both teams have shown that they've definitely got the potential to take a series off someone in this Swiss. And as the fight starts to break out on top, Frenzied fight for his life, trying to use the thruster, not able to shoot while thrusting, but still managed to get the kill anyway. Snagger just finishing off the kill top mid there. This is going to be a good one. I think this is going to go to a game 3.
Would not surprise me. Let's see what Outsiders can do here to potentially make that happen. Well, I say make that happen. They be like a 2-0, like any other team, just to make it short and sweet and be able to crack on with the next series. But let's see how this is going to go as we switch over to Light Axel. He's been performing quite well so far, not just in this series, but in previous matches leading up to this series. Going 3-2 so far. Lovely shots coming out, and he's going to be pushing through to that util. Double along with it as well. Looking to see if he can do a little bit more damage on towards the flag, but decides to hold util and does manage to get one for his troubles.
Yeah, just so you're aware, the team names at the top are actually the wrong way around. Outsiders are playing as the blue team, Legion Esports is the red team with Neb, Manxie, Frenzied and Light Axel. So as we're sort of holding out in util, you can see the pacing from this game is much more different from the BH3 game that we had earlier on. Both teams have started fighting out for some form of hold on the other team's base, but it's much less centered around top mid and sort of the rat runs around Aquarius. This one's focused much more in the util area because they're trying to. I'm assuming they're going to try and run the flag that way. And as the overshield's coming up with 2 players down for Outsiders, Volters is going to run this flag. And if Bolo can manage to pick up the overshield, that's going to be a significant issue for Outsiders. But he did have 2 players on his team down at the time.
He certainly did indeed, going 7-3 and was actually running the flag, but sadly drops it in the meantime as Snagger's holding the angle so far, but also trying to provide that vital support, which he manages to do so. Doesn't get the beat down, and that's going to cost him dearly. Now Frenzied picking up the combo, best time to use it, and he, oh goodness me, that was such an important trade for him and the entire team. So that's the overshoot he doesn't have to deal with, and Bordeaux now is looking to try and get one more to add to the tally, which he does to that kill feed with another double.
Yeah, the plasma pistol on the overshield is like the Halo El Clasico. Like if you're running around with that OS, you better bet someone's going to have picked up the old noob combo, and it's a bit of a depressing way for it to be gone, especially when you're trying to get some form of momentum on the map for your team. But right now, 1 player going down for each side, which means the momentum does stay neutral. Manxie trying to get a crossfire into Voti as he's on car 2. Light Axel coming in to try and finish up, does get him, but that's 3 players down for Legion Esports, and it looks like, sorry, for Outsiders, and it looks like we're going to try and get a flagpole here from Axel as he moves up onto the top of the base and sends some shots down to bottom mid, and they pulled the flag and they're moving when 2 players were down.
Manages to put it towards Carbine into U2 now, so it's going to be a little bit safe for the time being. Let's see how long for. No one's actually been trying to pick him off or pick him apart, and I love this as well. Just a quick drop just to get at least 1 kill to his name, and again support him once again. And now adding another, looking to push that flag, and looks like he'll be able to cap that with quite a very comfortable cap, I would say. I think the drop, especially in util, paid dividends and made a huge impact there. So let's see if he's going to continue to do some great work in this map number 1. Slave knows it's still a best of 3, and Frenzied looking to continue to pile on that damage, but will he be able to continue? No, he does not. Sadly misses the sticky, but he's done more than enough work there for his team now to push on forward.
Yeah, Manxie pushing forward there with his teammate. He's behind Voti, but the overshield's come up and Snagger's going to take it, but the crossfire, you don't expect to be shot from your own base when one of your teammates is alive, and he almost manages to get the double kill as the overshield gets put into his chest by Baldo. Last player alive, he's got some iframes here while his overshield's going up, but he manages to put some players down, and this was a really good turn in momentum, which could have potentially been a flag play. I'm surprised when he walked off the base there, he didn't take the flag with him.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, a shock to the system, but one thing that is a shock is Light Axel going 14-6, an absolute tear in this first game, looking to prove himself worthy, and he's done more than that, making a huge impact. Last alive is Snagger, just to add a couple more kills to his name, because he's had a little bit of a slow start, but he's suddenly picking things up as time progresses. And that was a great kill there in terms of his defense.
Yeah, Neb managing to get the assist on someone else and take Snagger out of his base there. 3 players are down for Legion Esports right now, and their flag is in the util, but he's trying to run it back through Light Axel, who's trying to use his 14 and 6 strong arm to stop something from happening. Manages to get 1 kill, sends him back to the respawn screen, trying to get the return. Carside very far away from where the team are coming from right now. They're sort of spawned in the back base area, trying to fight in the closet, but the flag's being run, and at this point, if he gets into the other team's util, you're looking at a cross-map battle to stop that flag from being scored.
The problem is for Outsiders, they do already have 2 dead. Could be 3 if he gets cleaned up, and he doesn't. He's still able to stay alive, but the problem is that flag is still in the open. Could be okay here, as he's now pushed it on forward. Yes, he does, making it 1 apiece. We're all tied up here in this first map.
When you get that feeling where you know the series is going to be a good one. Just both teams scoring 1 flag at this point in the game. We're about sort of halfway through the capture the flag timer right now. And we've seen moments from both teams taking control of the map. We've seen overshields on both sides. Quick caster masters, Outsiders are in the early 40s on their kills. Legion Esports, they're on around 46 as well. So even the kill tally this game is fairly even between the two.
Certainly is indeed. Falter's having a great game, going 14 and 10, done a fair amount of objective with it. And Botek Cheat also doing quite well in terms of the slaying department. I assume that is Menzo on a different account. And Light Axel, again, with that overshield, still going 17 and 8. And he's going to throw it into the courtyard and pull back. I love this play, just to kind of bait his opponents to make a mistake and have a little bit of a wonder to find out where he could exactly be. He managed to clean up 1 and do a huge amount of damage onto the other. So have to see if this is going to work out for the rest of the team, where it looks like, sadly, it has not. 2 down now for Outsiders. Back to Falters to see if he can get the clean up on top. Cop, yes, he does. Great shots coming up from him, and the cap coming out from Frenzied. So now Legion Esports looking to try and at least do a little bit more damage across the board, and looks he has done as well. Now, to see what Light Axel is up to, still coming up with the mischief on the courtyard, but finally gets taken down after valuing his life quite well in util, and a beautiful double out of Frenzied.
Yeah, Frenzied is really the point of view that we've had here from Frenzied. You know, we saw him score the flag. He somehow got away with his life on that previous flagpole. I thought he was going to get traded out. A stray shot must have actually missed his Spartan as he was moving around, but it looks like he's going to secure this next flag for his team. But no, he gets taken out from top mid somewhere. Crossfire coming in from somewhere they're not aware of. Maybe Mr. Baldo there, just crouched behind the pillar, top mid. 2 players down for Legion Esports right now. Snagger's trying to get the return. Baldo in front of Light Axel, just missing out, and the assist coming in. And it's 2 players down for Outsiders, and the flag has been returned.
Just a bit overzealous with that flag. He's on no shield. His teammates on no shield. I actually saw him get clean up right in front of him, and still decided to continue making that push towards the flag, which is a big mistake, but still made a good run beforehand. But Frenzy, again, trying to stay alive, pull that flag, take it straight to util, looking for the fridge spawns as well, but does have his teammates to get there in time to support and to keep them back around pink and fridge. And you can see already a couple of shots here and there to keep them sweet around P2. 2 down for Legion, 3 down for Outsiders though, as Snagger just trying to stay alive as long as possible, but that's all 4 down now, and this is Legion Esports time to get full map control and to continue pulling that flag.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment here while that flag's being run. The way this game's being played, there's so much more gameplay going on in the util area on both sides compared to how many flags we saw get run through the middle with ITB and BH3. The pace of the players is slightly slower than the other games, so because they don't have the time to run the flag across the middle, they're forced to almost take it round the side because they're not setting up and identifying those opportunities as fast. And that's normal because, like, you know, ITB are a really high skill team, so they'll notice those openings much quicker. But it's just interesting to see how a game on Aquarius plays so much differently depending on what type of team that you're watching.
Baldo again getting behind enemy lines, managed to get the flag going through into util, but he's been greeted by one of his opponents and gets a very important trade. Legion Esports now 3 down, but only problem is for Outsiders. 2 caps down and 3 minutes left. You can see Nebula doing a huge amount of damage to try and put as much pressure on as possible to put a halt onto this flag run, but goodness me, the nades are coming out thick and fast. But will he be able to cap it? No, he does not, but someone else should be there to cap it. Yes, he does, as Falters was actually the only person left standing with Outsiders only having 4 down at the time. This is looking pretty good in terms of a comeback, but Legion now have to deal with this flag run coming out from Legion.
Oh, some nice mechanics with the little slide down the slope there. Yeah, if Altus scored the flag, he was the only person alive on his team, which meant the pressure came in from Legion Esports. 3 of their players just in their util area there. You can't,
was quick.
You cannot, yeah, you cannot really just try to fight 3 people. You know, Halo is about the team shot, with the Bandit rifle especially, or the Bandit Evo. You can't just hard peek 3 people at this level. Like, you'll just get absolutely melted. And the momentum looked like it was going back to Outsiders, but Legion Esports capitalizing on that moment of weakness where there was only 1 player on the map.
Baldo stayed off for such a long time. Decided to make that rotation, only gets a trade for his troubles. Frenzied looking to get a little bit leery in their courtyard, but gets cleaned up instantly. But for Outsiders, they need to try and find 2 flag caps in this next minute and a half. It's definitely possible, though. They've got 1 on the run already. Had to deal with this P1 player. Will he be able to clean up? This would be huge for him to kind of continue establishing the map control, which they're about to lose. Does get him, which is going to be extremely important, but gets traded instantly. 4 down for Outsiders. This is not looking too good here. This could be a Legion game 1 if his flagpole isn't stopped.
Yeah, you were looking at potentially 1 flagpole and an overtime extension, trying to run the flag to this point now where Legion are actually running that final flag across the map with a minute left. So not only are you trying to score the flag now, but you're trying to stop the other team from ending the game at the same time. And as Frenzied runs in the last flag for this game, he almost gets it, but someone catches him on the way out. It looks like it was... It looks like it was a player from Legion there that managed to slide forward. I think that was Neb, maybe? But yeah, first game going over to Legion Esports there. They played that well. I thought that game was going to be close, and it was, but I wouldn't know if Legion would have taken it. I think Outsiders have shown that they're potentially a higher in seeding, I would have thought.
Yeah, we weren't really too sure how this was going to work in terms of both these teams going at it head-to-head, and it's going to mean a lot for both of them, like we said before, both 1-on-1 in terms of the Swiss format, and it's all to play for here. And I do feel like what you saw from Outsiders, it was good to begin with, so he established some great control. But the problem is on the other side with Legion Esports, their caps were extremely clean from every single time. We didn't feel like they struggled too much. When they established that control and pin him around Fridge, and they're always trying to get out through pink side, they managed to successfully be able to pin him and put a lot of pressure onto him every single time without fail. And the angles they were holding was brilliant, and the coordination for those pushes was outstanding. Then he put him on the other side. With Outsiders, yes, so managed to get a couple of caps, but they were really riding that struggle bus to get anything going. Sometimes when they got a few of the pulls, they were trying to bait their opponents to push into courtyard. They didn't have that full control which was required. They didn't have top mid. They didn't have Enotok, or not all the time someone blocking utils. So that's what really didn't do enough justice for them. And the slaying department's just another one add to the tally here. But I do feel like now going into a Slayer, they can kind of recuperate from what they had to deal with, and hoping not be too demoralised going into this next matchup.
Yeah, definitely. On the flagpoles there, I felt like every time we saw a flagpole coming from Outsiders, it was like the scrappy, like it's the last person alive, desperately trying to pull the flag, and it's not just scoring the flag in CTF, right? The momentum of the game you have to keep it. You can't just throw all your resources at the flag, get team wiped, because then the other team's just going to score a flag and it's like a zero-sum game. Like, great, you're exactly where you were beforehand. Yeah. And that's what happened 2 times in that match at least, where you've got the power to take the flag, but then you've got to hold on to that momentum. You can't just let the balance in the game just shift. But enough about the first game. Let's move into the second one. We're going into Slayer on Solitude.
Yeah, let's see how things are going this time around. If Outsiders can claw their way back and tie this series, or it's going to be a Legion Esports show and successfully win this series 2-0, and that will make them 2-1 in this Swiss day today. And just let everyone know at home, you need 3 wins in order to be able to qualify into tomorrow. We're just trying to get us final 8 teams. And it's been a pretty good day so far. We've seen some crazy bits and pieces here and there. And now we're going to try and find out who is going to be qualifying. We already know Into the Breach qualified. I feel like they qualified without dropping a single map. But let's be honest, are we surprised about that?
That should have happened.
No. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's like you better not drop a game, not just a series. But if it was a series, then we'll be asking quite a few questions. But no, they've been performing really well today, as well as a few of the other teams on top of it. But Slayer on Solitude is what we could be watching next to see who's going to be going for that camo top mid, who's going to be holding that shock, who's going to be able to really dictate the pace and cause a bit of a kerfuffle around the map and collapsing here, there, and absolutely everywhere. It's going to be a good talking point. But one thing I will say is that what we witnessed from Legion Esports is that their adaptation seemed to be a lot better compared to what Outsiders were doing, where we saw more desperation from Outsiders and more adaptation and calm, patient plays coming out from Legion Esports, which is exactly what you need in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, for sure. And I think part of the strategy that Legion Esports want to employ in this is because you've got the shock rifle and you've got a player like Nebula on your team, give him the shock rifle, let him play off the team. He's great at looking at where his teammates are and moving accordingly to support them. If they can lock that down and then get one of their more proactive players to get the camo, Outsiders are really going to have a tough time trying to shut that down with the way that Legion have played so far, as we saw in Aquarius. So game plan for Outsiders, we've got to control the C side of the map. We've got to make sure we get the shock rifle, as you would to win on this map. But especially so with the lineup that Legion have, you can't just let them have that stuff, because the power that they'll have and the way it'll lock you down on a map like this, it will just basically end the game.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that not just about stats, but one thing I always look for in a player is their productivity in terms of how proactive they are on the map. There's some players who get quite a few amount of kills, don't get me wrong, but you don't see enough damage done. The objectives like lacking heavily. So again, you can see that's more the stats department, but it's the productivity and how proactive you are around each and every single map. Solitude is a great example of this. You have to be extremely aware about what needs to be done and how to execute a lot of your game plans. And now for the likes of Outsiders, they do not want to go 1 and 2. It's going to be quite abysmal. Don't get me wrong, you know, they're not completely out. They're all right. You know, they're still sitting pretty 1-on-1. If they were 1 and 2, they just need to win 2 series back to back, and will have to play against someone of a lower seeding. But yeah, it's a different kettle of fish when you don't want to be in that 2-2 scenario where you have to, you know, it's all to play for, and then that's when the pressure's on, panic, nerves.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I could be out day one. It's one of those things, isn't it? But yeah, we'll find out shortly when we head into this game. And thank you for your patience at home. We'll be heading to game number 2 very shortly. And it seems like we'll be back with game number 2 shortly. We're just seeing how the players are getting on. We'll be having a restart, and then we'll be moving on to this second game. Hopefully a third, because I don't think I haven't casted a third game yet. And I'm not going to lie, mate. I'm a bit of an eager beaver to like get into a final game through.
Yeah, so on that note, we're going to go over to a tech break. We're going to wait. We're going to let these teams think about what's happening while we're getting the computer sorted out so we can get this game streamed to you guys. But Solitude on Slayer, other way around, Slayer on Solitude will be our next game, and we'll be back right soon. Don't go anywhere.
Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org, and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them.
Very patient souls in chat, and here we go. Outsiders, Legion Esports, Legion up 1-0. As we kick things off, Titan off from Light Axel's perspective. He had an incredible run on Aquarius CTF, huge amount of slays. And now looking to potentially do the same. Looking to stay alive, could take out that player bottom mid, but was not able to. But Falters managed to take down Manxie pretty comfortably. Just a quick trade. And Falter's still able to stay alive, but thank goodness he's got the support. 2v1, we'll have that. Thank you very much. His Snagger does get cleaned up. Sorry, Snagger takes down Light Axel.
Yeah, that was a super harsh outcome. I don't know if you saw there, but as the respawns came in, the Outsiders team spawned in Flowers, and the entire Legion team spawned on Tower. So all of the Outsiders team came to help him to secure that last kill. Meanwhile, the player on Legion Esports got absolutely clubbed by 4 people. So that was an unfortunate side effect of the spawns. There was only 2 people on the map. They were playing a 1v1 for about 5 seconds there, but as they're trying to spread out to take some space here, we trying to live up on the back of the frag grenades here, but no, gets taken out by the plasma grenade. Not quite far enough to be the Hail Mary, but it was pretty far across. 2 people hiding up in the back of blue here. Snagger trying to play his life against Manxie and his teammate who's just moved on to bridge. And the players are everywhere at this moment. There's no clear sign of like who's trying to set up anywhere. They're there's so many small-scale sort of fights going on the map right now.
Yeah, Manxie had a bit of a slow start in that last game, but don't get me wrong, he did play a huge support role. He did have a lot of assists on his back, but looking much better in the slaying department this time round. Snagger just making that rotate around to see if he can find any more around the shot, which he does. Some good shots coming up for him. Was quite keen to be a little bit more aggressive to try and finish that up, but he got called instantly and then traded out as Better Cheap Motor actually gets it clean up there. I keep saying that name, but I know it's Menzo on a different account. Confusing the hell out of me, but that's fine, that's fine. We'll let him crack on.
Only a 2-point deficit. This game continues to be as close as the CTF was as well. And we've got a lot of fights breaking out in Loop right now. Legion are trying to hold some form of tram and through LR, but no. He finds himself with 2 players in front of him, taken out, sent back to the respawn screen. Mr. Baldo and Snagger need to do something here to slow the game down, and they do exactly that. They just halt their push completely. Light Axel finds 2 players, Outsiders split on 2 sides of the map right now. Legion Esports finding themselves only 1 player alive. Manx is the last person, but he's going to go in for the fight here on the back of Truck, and he manages to get it, saving his team a point on the scoreboard. Remembering, Slayer, you are the objective, and you must play that way. This isn't capture the flag. So with that said, 21 and 18.
Yeah, who would have thought it, eh? Legion Esports are trailing behind, but wouldn't surprise me if they made some kind of miraculous comeback. Frenzied having a little bit of a slow start, which is quite uncharacteristic of him, considering what we've seen in the previous couple of series. And Snagger just trying to stay alive. I've noticed that Manxie and Snagger didn't have the best of starts in game number 1, but they've just completely turned it on its head. It's like we're watching in 2 entirely different players in this Solitude game. And Falter's very keen to try and find someone with that shot, but he will find 2 players around. Yard managed to get 1. He will be able to get the second. No, he doesn't, but he could get the double anyway, which he does. Huge play coming up from him to support the rest of the team. But this is not looking too good here. We've got 3 players looking to pounce onto those 2 Legion Esports members there. Snagger managed to get another. And Light Axel, I was going to say getting the camo uncontested, but someone finally managed to get eyes and cleans him up. Huge, huge play. Because, of course, you don't want to let them get any kind of comeback or even potential lead extension. It's Baldo just trying to stay alive, but it's looking pretty good here for Outsiders. Entirely different team from what we saw compared to Aquarius CTF.
Yeah, they're managing to collapse very efficiently. We've not seen much of the shock rifle played in this game, but Dull coming in on the ramp, the 5-shot, they're just shutting down Falter as he gets sent back to the respawn screen, I believe. And 2 versus 2 on the map again. I think one of the things that's helping Outsiders here to keep the lead is the way they're moving around and being efficient with spawns and things. They're definitely collapsing efficiently. We've seen a little bit of the shock rifle earlier on where they used the collapse to get some damage in and then clean up, and that extended their lead. And now we're in a lead of 10. They're living up. They're trying to push, but look, Falter's just moving away. Does get cleaned up. And because he was split away from his teammates, I think he was looking for somewhere to go, but Legion were all over the C side of the map, so he was kind of stuck.
Yeah, stuck in a rock in a hard place. And that goes for Frenzied as well. Sadly going 3 and 11, but there's quite a few occasions I've been watching him try and create that entry point in order to cause a bit of a catastrophe and a bit of a chaotic mess for his opponents, but it's just not been capitalised. Run the struggle us a little bit compared to that last game, but I'm sure we'll see a bit more of him at some stage. It's Menzo going 8 and 6 with those 7 assists. Trying to mark his territory around yards, but it will be greeted by those players around CAF. He's got 3 members of CAF and 1 on shock. They need to push out, and it seems like they're waiting for the opponents to come to them, or they're not really, a little bit undecisive on how they're trying to make that initial push.
Oh, I don't think they expected that. Neb came in to help Manxie with the push, and just as he slid under, he didn't realise that 2 members of Outsiders were waiting. Crosshairs primed for his visor, and they ended up losing 2 players for nothing there. This lead of 10 points that Outsiders hasn't really gone anywhere for the last couple of minutes. I feel like Legion are trying to find space in the Outsiders formation, and they're not really finding it. And even now, the lead's extending, and 3 players have gone down, so plenty of momentum space for Outsiders to just close the game, really. Snagger find himself in a fight against Light Axel, who gets sent back as well. So with that said, I think Outsiders are ready to move on to game 3.
Yeah, they seem quite keen to go into the next game and trying to make up for the mishaps which occurred on Aquarius CTF. Falter's still doing so much damage. Oh, the baiting switch is beautiful, but the grenade was just a little bit better coming up from Legion, but too late now as Menzo does have that camo. And it's just a matter of time before he sends one of them to the Shadow Realm and themselves into game number 3. There we have it. So, let's be honest. I don't think we expected the scoreline to be that drastic in comparison to what we witnessed. And also, it's nice to see a bit more from Menzo and a bit more from Manxie as well. Because we, like I said before, you know, they were supporting quite well, but the Slane was a bit, you know, it could have been a little bit better. But that was an entirely different ball game, night and day difference from what we saw compared to the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like Outsiders were really great at supporting each other much more openly in the map. You know, in the first game we said a lot about they were going all in on objectives and they were literally using everything they had and giving up an advantage they had to score flags and things. In this game of Slayer, not the case. I felt like there was a lot of times where they got a lead on Legion, then they collapsed efficiently. We saw the collapse on Yard, where I think we were with Baldo, who had the shock rifle. He got 2 shots in. The rest of the team collapsed from driveway. 3 kills for 1. It was plays like that gave them the game. Really, it was I wouldn't say a very different Outsiders, but it was a more confident Outsiders that were playing more proactively.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. In Solitude, it can be quite difficult in a lot of ways to be that proactive, depending on where your team's been placed, where you're spawning, how to try and be more proactive with the damage around the map and how to distribute it well enough so that you're not really getting any dead air in terms of damage. Because there's a lot of damage you can output, don't get me wrong, but if you can't capitalise on that kind of scenario, then there's not really much point for it. But it seemed to be that they were coordinating really well. They seemed more eager and they were aggressive at the right times. But the problem for Legion Esports is they're a little bit more off-key. They've got that offensive and defensive balance a bit skew with, especially during the second half of that game. Yeah, sure, they were still doing the little thing, well, not say little things, the big things like contesting the power-ups, trying to get that camo away from them. But it just felt a little bit flat towards that second half, which was a bit of a shame. But it does mean we go to game number 3, which is the first one we're going to have. And it's been quite a long time. We've been waiting for a game 3 for quite
it's about
for
time,
quite a while
right?
now. So yeah, we need to get our getting our teeth into the final game, and it's going to be King and Hill on live fire, so it should be quite a spicy one.
Yeah, I feel like now we've got this intermediate kind of game, like King and the Hill. You can't just play Hill because then the other team gets the map, but you can't just play map because then the other team gets the Hill. So we've got this middle ground. In your experience, when you're in a series and it's 1-1, how do you feel when you're the team that won the first game and lost the second game? Like, when have you been like that, and what have you had to kind of do?
If that happened to me, if I lost game number 2, probably for a toilet break, let the momentum kind of like dwindle a little bit.
Yeah.
And then hopefully when they come back, they're quite calm. And it's like, well, okay, yeah, they seem to be like, not as hyped as about, in compared to like 5 minutes ago. But that's just my take. As we now head into game number 3, is Manxie already off to a great charge here with those first 2 kills. 2 down for Legion, but 3 down for Outsiders. And Legion seem to be a little bit better in terms of their objective mindset. And this is looking pretty damn good already with the QT now inside B. And the world is their oyster here. It's just a matter of how Outsiders are now going to collapse and break this setup from Legion.
I really like how Legion proactively set up on C. You could see that they had Light Axel in A and they had 2 players on C, so they were kind of forcing like the screen spawn onto Outsiders. It doesn't like it's quite worked out how they wanted it, because I think they wanted Hill and Camo with the 4th player in the Hill. But I like that they're trying to strategically do things like that this early in the game to show that they want to win this game 3.
Yeah, they certainly do. They had a great display of skill in terms of on the Quail CTF of how they worked with the objective. This is a little bit different, but I'm sure they're going to be consistent enough anyway. As in terms of Slays, you can see the Outsiders are edging them ever so slightly, even though the Hill time doesn't represent it. But this is what I mean. They need to have more objective efficiency around the map and be a bit more proactive in that department. But you can see Legion, I love this as well. They've got sandbags and big door, but they've not really made a push onto B as of yet. They're just playing patient to try and get at least 1 pick before making that initial execution.
Yeah, and Frenzied was trying to bait him out and get something going on C to try and cause like a gap in the formation. Someone on bridge from Nest potentially having to look towards C, but it didn't quite work out in his favour. But actually, now that he's respawned and he's come back, Frenzied is now able to get a triple kill on the Hill, making it so that Volters is the last player alive, and he's fighting to stop this time going on, because if he manages to get this while his team's down, this could make it so Legion get very close to scoring the first Hill of the game. Snagger's trying to stop him. Nev's playing his life brilliantly, gets the double kill, gets back in the Hill, playing his life really efficiently and rotating around to boxes. Maybe someone behind will stand the Hill, and they do, and that's the first point over to Legion Esports.
Yeah, I don't know where Frenzied was last game. I couldn't find him, but now he's actually slain pretty damn well considering the position he's in right now. But the first Hill does go to Legion. Couple of missed spike grenades, but let's be honest, it's happened to the best of us. I've definitely tried a few times and failed miserably. As Baldo now, we're going to be sticking from his perspective to try and bait and switch around bottom middle and just try and feed his team some info to find out exactly what on earth is going on, because he can't find anyone at this stage, but he's going to be finding a couple of players from Legion making that initial rotation from back C. And I love this as well. Managed to claw his way back, got tower control once again. Camo is up, and it's a matter of who is going to get it. It's going to be a 2v1, but probably a 2v2 as Bordeaux is actually getting drilled from behind. But this camo is going to be so important. But it looks like Outsiders were able to grab it. Trying to pull back with the QT, but the shots coming up from Bordeaux is pretty good, apart from his last couple. Does clean him up initially, but will he expect another one at Tyre? I think he's got the info required, but it's going to have to go the long route. But now he's surrounded by 2 players. How on earth has Bordeaux not been taken down yet? He's still able to value his life to this degree.
Yeah, the amount of pressure he was putting on to Legion there, like just shooting all the different members of the team, trying to stop them from returning fire on him, that was really well played from his part. And while I did want to say that Legion were holding the map, they were focusing on map positioning. The amount of times they've been on tower, you know, we saw Neb up there, and then we saw the player who had the QT up there as well. But it didn't quite work out in their favour. The pressure, you know, Baldo playing his life manages to get so much time on the hill here. And with S7 in hand, Frenzy just got a very large hill to climb. No pun intended this one, but you cannot let Outsiders touch the hill now. If you get 2 or 3 players down and they touch it, that's it. And he just misses the headshot, but no, managed to get him the second time. Can they hold out for the rest of this hill? There is no space for error on this second hill of the game.
This is probably the one hill where you can take full control in terms of the map presence and claw your way back, which is why they're quite keen on being able to do so. But sadly, they don't. That was so close. But in the end, it will be Outsiders who will tie things up in this third and final game, with Forters now already in the hill, sitting comfortably, pitching that tent in A, and going to be seeing how they're going to try and stop this push coming up from Legion, because this is fast and furious. So they all spawn B, but Baldo's like, absolutely not. Double for me. And this could potentially be another hill for Outsiders if they continue to play how they're playing right now.
Yeah, and the teams are going to have to consider how they play these next 20 seconds or so, because camo will be up, so dying to push the hill and then giving away the camo will greatly affect what happens in the next minute or so, and that's how far you have to think ahead sometimes. Maxi knows this, and he's trying to live up around the back of the screen, while Baldo, being the only player arrived, tries to get him, and he should not have been able to get him there. 2v1. Neb also misses, gets a double kill. Frenzied stopping this madness from happening. Maybe they're going to try and get the active camo now. Light Axel on the turbine does indeed pop it. 30 seconds of invisibility for me, thank you very much. But now, Outsiders have taken control of A, so Legion are going to have to put this camo to use. That was a steep cost.
It certainly was. Oh no, Light Axel sadly lost that camo. And again, a uncharacteristic stats coming out from him after what we witnessed from him in the first 2 games. But I expect him to, you know, at least be able to stabilise during this course of the game. But I hope it doesn't take too long, because we've only got a few minutes left. And I must say, Baldo going 14-6. Just, guy needs to have a breather, but he's going absolutely all gas, no break this game. And it's the best time for it in the third and final game. But you can see already Outsiders trying to get that hill time away from Legion Esports. They've already covered 2/3 of it. And they know that one set of team deaths is going to cost him this hill as well. But Menzo now rotating back around, a few spikes around camo, as he is well aware that someone is around there. But Legion Esports, again, one of their players just valuing their life down to a T.
Yeah, Outsiders really spread far then. The S7 coming up, Neb was living up on turbine. I feel like their formation was very wide there, which has given Legion some time to come back and get the hill. And with the scores on this third hill being as close as they are, I wouldn't say I'm surprised that happened, but I feel like there was a game plan there that maybe they didn't fully execute, and Baldo's is trying to do something. He manages to almost get away, taking Light Axel down, but then getting traded out. And now we've got Neb with the S7, so I've said a few times this series, Neb with the sniper and how he plays supportively. Is this going to be the linchpin in the strategy? No, it's not. Caster's Curse says he's going to do something and he dies. Sorry, Neb, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, right? But here we are, 4th hill of the game. This one down in the river.
Yeah, Frenzy looks a little bit keen with the snipe, even though he's made a few shots. Go on, just get us one for us. Get us one. Looks like he's still going to be quite patient about it. But main thing is he's getting hill time. Both have 1 player's dead on each side, making that 2. But for Legion Esports, if they take this hill, This could be such a difficult task now for Outsiders to claw 3 in a row back, and we're well aware of that, especially on a map like Livefire and when B comes up next. Oh, great snipe anyway, getting very important trade. 3 down now on the side of Outsiders, and Legion Esports have that time to now sit up around C, around Tower, and just to keep a close eye on anyone coming from B side.
Yeah, and Legion Esports have the opportunity now to not necessarily desperately go into the hill as Void is trying to live up to get this active camo, and he indeed does. So potential advantage for Outsiders, see if he can live up, but Light Axel doesn't want to let him get away. Going in for the melee trade, not quite getting it. Both players just windmilling it round and even getting a friendly grenade from the top of Cuts thrown there. Bit messy, but 3 players are down for Legion. So I was going to say here, Legion have time to play the map. They need to play the hill, but they can play the map. Outsiders have to touch the objective to even tie the game at this moment. So I wonder what they're thinking right now in terms of game plan. They obviously will win, but you don't want to throw away a lead by just standing in the hill when you need to slay.
Well, this is it, and Light Axel has actually stepped his game up massively in the last couple of minutes, which is exactly what the lads on Legion Esports required. QT comes out, manages to get cleaned up, get a few more shots onto Tower, which is going to be huge. Sally could not take him down, but hopefully he's done enough damage for someone on his team to finish it up around Tower. But this hill's been very back and forth. Snagger gets one, looking for the second. Oh, no. So important. This could be an Outsiders hill. Yes, it is. And we're now 2 apiece on this final game. We've only got a couple of minutes left, and this tower control could be so important for Outsiders. They need to stay alive. They need to be proactive, and they can't give away any city deaths at this stage. It looks like Nebula's already got that tower control, and this is going to be huge for Legion if they're going to get this 3rd hill.
And what better way to have this hill on the 3rd game of the best of 3, with both teams at 2, the S7's coming up, the death box of all places being the last hill, the nade hole. If you can control the top of tower, that is going to give you some serious presence on the map. And 4 players have indeed gone down for Outsiders with the S7 available. So sniper in hand, Manxie looking for the spawns. They weren't exactly positioned for him to spawn up that way. And you can just see on the corner of the screen there, Baldo is trying to get a push onto Nebula from the back of River, but they're not having it. Light Axel's gone down to try and do something about it, and falters with the support again. B side of the map again. We saw Snagger push it last time. Outsiders are good at coming up this way, but they're just letting them have the hill. It's going to be the 3rd hill for Legion.
I know, someone's got to tell them Christmas was a month ago. Stop giving it with these free giveaways and that. It's absolutely ridiculous. But Legion Esports, as soon as I saw Nebula take that tower earlier on, I was like, okay, this could be a serious issue, and it's going to be very difficult to break that setup, which eventually they didn't. And some good snipes coming up there. Manxie now going to try and push through Big Door, as Outsiders are well aware that they've only got 1:23 left on the clock, but it's a B hill, so we're expecting this to go all the way. I'm not expecting Legion to try and put a halt onto them going for the hill or anything like that, or try and waste time. Not really any need for it. Snagger has been taken down, and Baldo has taken down Frenzied there. But looking at the slays, there's not really too much of a difference here. A lot of support and assists coming out on the side of Outsiders, but yeah, that wasn't looking too good there for Menzo, but he actually came straight back and cleans them out. As 2 down now for Outsiders. But just remember, though, look at the hill time they've got in comparison.
Yeah, the mind games there. He was frantically trying to hit the camo player, and then he just comes back and gets the double beat down. That's so annoying. But then, you know, I did some maths on the kills here, and Outsiders were actually leading on kills, even though they're behind in hills. So the movement of Legion, the way they're playing the objective, is causing them to win the game right now. But both teams are roughly half on this hill. So again, fighting for tower control. 5 players across the game are now dead. The way these respawns come in is going to be really important, because it's going to affect how you push onto the middle of the map. And as we can see, Outsiders are moving to take the sandbags, the tower area to get control. But someone is in the hill. Neb doesn't care. He's down here. So with that said and done, this might be the end of the game.
And Outsiders were actually completely neutral in slays, but in the end, Legion Esports will be able to take it 4-2. A very close affair. Not just in that game, but in the entire series overall, and very back and forth. But it's Legion Esports who will be seen later on in our Swiss play, and currently now up 2-1. But Outsiders, I expect them to go a little bit further, bare minimum. They're 1-2, but I expect a lot more from them coming forward, because they know that they're capable of more than that.
Yeah, that was a good showing from Legion towards the end. We had a few moments where Outsiders were able to single them out, and and play really well into, you know, their individual skill, but unfortunately you can push the B side of the map as much as you want. If the hill's on the other side and Snagger's like crossfiring everyone, it doesn't matter if the other team scores the hill. So
yeah,
well played from them, but unfortunately Legion just edging out there and managing to take the game.
Yeah, Outsiders for that top mid hill had that full, not full tower control, but enough to kind of stabilize and be able to create that stalemate, which no other team would want to deal with. You know, spawning A, having to try and break tower. It's an absolute pain in the backside. But they both had set up very, very quickly. And then Nebula was one of the players to really act as that entry and to initiate it. And he just went straight in and then got top tower, and that was it. It's pretty much game over for them. And that's when you've got that decision where you've got, you know, about minute 30, minute 20 left on the clock. Is it actually worth at this stage on a map like Livefire to not go for the hill and just have a full setup and just work around it? No, you might as well go for the hill at this stage, because at that point in time, there's way too much time left on the clock. It feels like 20 or 30 seconds. It's like 1, maybe 2 clean slays, and then you're perfectly fine. But it's just way too much of an ask to kind of just defend the hill and not go for it, especially when you've got that much time left on the clock. If it was recharge, might be a little bit more of a different story and a bit more debatable, but Livefire, absolutely not. It's way, way too open. But now we're going to head off very quickly. We're going to go for another series soon, but we're going to head to our analysis and the host very shortly. So when we come back, we'll have Oscar and Reed coming back to you to break it all down from that last series.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. It is once again me, Oscar, joined by Reed on the desk to break it all down for you, give you a bit of an update of what's been going on elsewhere. Of course, first off on stream, very good game, London Legion take the win 2-1 over Outsiders, which we've just watched. Very, very good series.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, 100%. We said it was going to be close. We said it would need to get interesting. They need to get loud. We heard it from inside the main stage room. So clearly managed to find a way to get through that one. And that means that Legion Esports are now 1 game away from qualification.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that. You know, helping us set up this event, the college. So they'll be happy to still be in it and hopefully make it to tomorrow. We'll see how they do in the next round.
If they make it to bracket, then I think that'll be a really good result for them. So hopefully they can. And
should we speak of who made it into bracket? I don't think we spoke about that yet.
I don't know if we did. No, we definitely haven't spoken about one of those teams. Of course, we know that Into the Breach have made it to bracket, but the other team is Streamer Zone. They beat Conspiracy 2-0, so they have gone through 3-0. Conspiracy now 2-1, so they will be up against either Legion Esports, Leaking Esports, or BH3 in their 2-1 game to qualify.
That's going to be nice.
Those matchups are looking nice.
Yeah.
They're looking
going to be
very
close.
sexy.
I'm excited.
I'm a big fan of those. Of course, on the way, we have lost RS3 Cuzzy. They have gone out 0-3. They lost 2-0 to Zeta Sky. Are hanging on for dear life in 2-1. Also in 2-1, we of course have Numbface, who beat God Squad, which we, I think, brought up last time we were here on the desk.
Yep.
Team Mystics lost to Leaking Esports, so they're now 1-2. And Outsiders are also 1-2.
Okay, nice. So definitely some interesting matches. This is the point in which people are playing to stay in it.
Yep.
And people are going to be trying their damn hardest because they want to be here tomorrow.
Exactly that. This is where it's getting excited. We're waiting for 2 series to end. Can't do too much before those series have finished. So there may be a little bit of a break here while we get it all figured out. Currently, Baseline Beavers playing Demonica and Catsmile Gaming are playing Margin. We're not too sure where we're at in those series yet. Hopefully we'll have some information for you, but I think for now that is it for us. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back we'll be here with round 4 of Swiss. We'll see you all very, very soon.
Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team nearing victory.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the European Halo Kickoff 2025. This is going to be our last game of the day. We're currently in round 4 of Swiss.
Yep.
So we've got our 2-1 teams and our 1-2 teams. We've now got 2 qualified, 2 gone. Everybody else still in the mix. So we've still got 12 teams here right now. We're going to get, I think, 4 series done today and then get everything else done tomorrow morning before the bracket. So as it stands right now, Conspiracy are 2-1, BH3 2-1, Leaking Esports, Baseline Beavers, Catsmell Gaming, and Legion Esports. All of those guys are 2-1. And then we have Outsiders, Demonica, Margin, Team Mystics, Numbface, and Zeta Sky are 1 and 2.
Correct.
So 4 of these teams are going to be playing tonight. No, not 4 of these teams.
If you
Sorry.
take a look at our holo table, you can see who's going to be playing.
You can. 8 of these teams are going to be playing tonight. The other 4 are going to be playing tomorrow. What we have on is, of course, on the main stage, it's going to be BH3 against Legion Esports. And then for the rest of the stations, we have Conspiracy versus Catsmell Gaming, Leaking Esports versus Baseline Beavers, and Margin versus Team Mystics. The other 2 series will be played tomorrow. Hopefully we can get those on stream. It kind of depends how quickly we can get the stream set up, to be completely honest.
Yeah, so we'll know by the end of today a couple more teams that are going through, a couple more teams that have been knocked out and who we're just a little bit unsure about.
Who might still be in the mix.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's the way it's going to go. Hopefully we're not going to be too far away from this series. But right now we are going to show you the teams. First off, starting with Legion Esports. Here they come, floating slowly down the screen. We've seen them before. It is Manxie, Nebula, Light Axel, and Frenzied. And we're going to go over to look at BH3 as well, which is, of course, you've seen them here on stream a couple of times now. That is Mose, Bastos, Shad, and Mister.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see these guys go up against each other. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. I think it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for London Legion Esports. Sorry, just Legion Esports. Obviously, they had to fight really hard to be here. They should be happy enough with that. They do have another chance if they lose out here. They've got another series to play. Not saying they are going to lose, but, you know, definitely BH3 is one of the stronger teams in here.
Yeah, I think realistically we're looking at Legion going 2-2 here and fighting in the big best of 5 on Sunday. But, you know, that's still to be decided. We're not quite technically there yet. We got our other matches going on.
You know what, Oscar? This really has testament to how good our seeding was to begin with, because Legion Esports was sat there right in the middle. They were middle seed, and they're here in the end.
And they're going to be in the middle, probably, by Sunday.
Most likely.
Anyone talking about our seeding, I'll have you. I'll have you right now. Come find me. Anyways, outside of doing any of that shenanigans, it's been a long day, guys.
Yeah,
we're still here. We're still trucking away. We're trying to get as much done as we can with the time we have been allotted. But of course, as we said, BH3 going to be playing Legion Esports. We are going to bring up some maps for you. It's a new series, so it's new maps. It's a new round. Everything is going to be changed. Hopefully, I'm going to get those up in just a second so we can show you guys what we're working with. Hey, there we go. It is Recharge Strongholds Map 1, Aquarius Slayer Map 2, and a Solitude King of the Hill Map number 3, if we do happen to get there.
So we're going to see more Aquarius and more Solitude, but
you wouldn't know who made this map.
I'm sure they're not watching. It's fine. It's good. We're fine. It's because we cut it down. It all makes sense.
Yeah, so many Aquarius.
So we're going to be starting off with that Recharge Stronghold, and honestly, I feel like that more than the Slayer is the game in which Legion Esports has the most chance to really prepare themselves and regain a little bit of momentum.
Yeah.
Whereas in the Slayer, I think they might get put through the blender a little bit, but I hope not.
We're going to have to see. Hopefully, we're going to have at least a little bit of action for you all. There will be some action. BH3 versus Legion Esports is coming up. We are going to go over to our casters, get them here on the screen. Hopefully, the game's not too far away, and we'll be able to deliver you some fresh Halo right to your screens very, very soon.
All right. Let's go to a break.
Hey, we weren't sure when we were on, but welcome back to European Halo Kickoff 2025. We're going to be throwing right into the game, right? No time to mess around. My name's Hixie. I'm here with Lethal, Legion Esports, BH3 Esports. They're going to be throwing it down in the last series for today.
There certainly will be. A lot of favouritism will be towards BH3, which is perfectly understandable considering their stature in the scene. And they're very warm, very ready, and already the slays are coming out. Can 4-1 now for BH3. All strongholds have been captured. And goodness me, there's absolutely all gas, no break once again coming out from the BH3 squad. And Bastos with that shot. Oh, it's going to make it two. Lovely double coming out. Bastos make it a third. Looking for that over. Will he be able to find it? No, he will not. But do you know what? It's more than enough damage.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage done to Legion Esports. 4-0 for Bastos, a great start. And Neb just able to get away. Not for long. I feel like Bastos is going to be staring him down as the rest of BH3 try and get some shots down. Manxie does fall. But Frenzied going through the tunnel alongside Light Axel. Able to get at least one kill, but still Frenzied last alive for Legion Esports, trying to use that Shroud screen to just get away. The points are being tallied up as well. BH3 with the triple cap. 77-0 so far, Harry, and this one is all BH3.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Legion Esports at the moment, but it is the very start of the game. They're looking to try and stabilise the best they can. 2 down now for BH3. This is going to be Legion Esports' time to shine, but it's just the trades coming out back and forth from BH3. So crucial. Will B actually get captured now? It should be able to, and that's Legion on the board. Now, the next step is how long are they going to be able to keep hold of this setup?
For sure. Bastos picking up a killing spree, but does fall to Neb. We're going to need to see a little bit more from Legion. Like you said, Harry, they are getting points on the board and a good kill, but trade comes through from BH3, and unfortunately, Frenzy last alive, so definitely going to have all play switch over, and Legion, all 4 dead, not able to pick up to that kill onto Mose. Hoping at least you could have got that Frenzied, but nonetheless, the triple cap comes straight through for BH3. They don't waste any time. They pick up that camo as well. Shad just trying to get a little bit techie. He does see one player, he spots the nade come through, but the shot's already down. Bastos with a double kill to help out Shad, and he didn't even have to lift a finger.
No, he didn't. He just had to sit there and look pretty, and that's exactly what he did. I say sit there and look pretty, but no one could see him. He had camo, so that kind of threw it out the window. But yeah, lovely stuff from Bastos. Not really too much of a surprise, just expressing his individuality in terms of his skill ceiling. And it's just kills just going on the side of BH3 consistently. That kill feed is getting filled to the brim with BH3 members. And we've got 2 down again for Legion Esports. But the problem, what I've seen from Legion Esports so far, is that they're not pushing as a wolf pack or, you know, coordinating as a 4. There always seems to be at least 1 or 2 dead every single time. They need to circulate and trying to get out of this death cycle.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult, though, with BH3 just being so dominant, right? They're not giving them chance to breathe. They spawn up 2 of them, and then they're just instantly shut down before the other 2 are maybe even spawned up, but definitely not able to come and help. So it's just constant from BH3, and Shad not letting his foot off the gas, 11-3 for Bastos as he drops Manxie as well. And this one is looking like it's going to be an open and shut case for map 1. It's getting there. There is still time for Legion, but with how dominant BH3 have been this map so far, the triple cap still in play, and 238 on the score. Maybe B does get flipped, but no, they're able to shut that one down. Shad taking Light Axel and resetting that one. And again, Manxie just gets dropped on A, so this is going to be an open and shut case. 250-18 is what it looks like, and that is what it will be.
Goodness me, that was probably the quickest game of the day, I would say. And we're actually at the later portion of day 1. This is what we should be seeing at the very beginning. Not at the very end, but that's fine. It's just one of those situations. But 250-18, I think we expected quite a large scoreline. I don't know if it's going to be that strong, but goodness me, yeah, there was just not really too much contention. A little bit of a, light at the end of the tunnel, like when it was 80-0, managed to get A and B, but they held that for a very brief amount of time. It's just textbook stuff coming out from BH3. Just shows how well they're doing, not just their individual skill, but the lack of hesitation. When they've got a thought process they want to achieve, they just go straight for it and not really give them, too much room to breathe, and just a huge amount of pressure on suffocating them across the board.
Yeah, for sure. BH3 just playing that very clinically and able, like you said, to just shut that one out very, very quickly. I feel like that was a sub 4-minute game. It felt like
that, yeah.
It was very, very quick. So, yeah, BH3 definitely wanting to wrap up their final series of the day.
Yeah, they're quite keen to finish the day off, aren't they?
Yeah, and finish strong. And like you said, you know, playing as a team, BH3 doing a great job and not hesitating at all with their pushes, but also the individual skill, right? Bastos having, I think it was 11-3 by the end of that. A lot of shock rifle headshots as well. The triple kill from him down on Whirlpool can't be ignored. Very, very solid from BH3, exactly what we expect from them. And unfortunately, Legion are already a map down with what feels like the series hardly starting.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder how's game 2 going to go. In terms of predictions, I think we know what is going to occur in game number 2. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to say that something could happen, but, you know, it needs to be totally different from what we've seen in that last game. Totally different. There was a lot of times I kind of feel they played a little bit scared, but one of the main cases was their death cycle. Always 1 or 2 dead, which means that they never could break a full setup as a full squad. It was always 2 or 3 just trying to make a play here and there. The teamwork did drop massively, separated them extremely well, and just pinned him around C. Now we're heading into Aquarius Slayer and see if we find anything a little bit different. Ignore the bottom left of the screen. We are actually on map number 2. It's BH3 coming up 1-0, and this is our final series of the evening. And we're going to see they're going to end it on a very strong note, but Legion will be playing either later off stream or on stream tomorrow morning to finish off their games. But Moses finally had his overshield taken off, and a few missed shots, but honestly, Moses was playing so well last game. I think you can give him a bit of a breather in terms of his aim skill. But 4 dead for Legion Esports, and already up by 3 frags.
Yeah, this is where it gets worrying for Legion as well, because like we saw in the last game, BH3 doing a great job to just shut them down and not allow them to spawn up all 4. As I say that, though, you do have all 4, but it looks like they're all back in the base, except for Frenzied, who does finally fall. He gets 1, at least he takes Mister with him. Axel picking 1 up onto Mose as well. They're not going down with too much of a fight this time. 7-6, a beautiful nade as well. Does flush out Shad. Bastos falls in a trade to Manxie. This one is looking a little bit more competitive, Harry.
Certainly is indeed. We're seeing a lot more better trades coming up from Legion Esports, but they're always getting outnumbered. They're not really expecting certain scenarios. They're not expecting 2 or 3 players just to look at them every single time. It just shows how strong the comms and responsiveness is coming out from BH3. It's massive capacity. A lovely nade coming out from another nade. A couple of Hail Marys just to add insult to injury there. And, you know, was thinking it was a little bit, you know, close and competitive, but Shad just absolutely shut that down and said, no, it's not.
Yeah, Shad just shutting us up with his nades, didn't even have to rush in. No risk of him losing his life there at all. And unfortunately for Neb, the noob combo comes out. An 0-4 start for Neb. That is going to be rough. 16-8 is the score so far. Make that 17 as we grace just the first 2 minutes, and the teamwork is insane. How Shad is still alive, I don't know. He's got Mose, he's got Mister around him, and Neb, unfortunately, is going to have to push back away. Not able to capitalize on any one-shot players. Neb himself falling again. Frenzy picking up Mister, though, so he does get the trade come through at least. But you're going to need a little bit more than trading at this scoreline currently.
Yeah, you can see Nebula hasn't got any kills or assists as of yet, but I'm sure he will shortly. But James Bond probably is on his speed dial with that 007 maybe soon, but I hope that won't be the case, because we see bigger things coming out from him. Sadly not. I was looking to try and get that trade. Mister, though, goodness me, he's been causing absolute havoc over the last 90 seconds in this matchup. And just continuing to do what he does best.
Oh
and how
my God.
did he survive that? He had no right at all. Unbelievable. But it's Nebula managed to get a couple more kills on the board just to try and build up confidence. But yeah, look at it, already doubling the scoreline of Legion.
Yeah, I think it's just so difficult for Legion to try and keep up with the pace of BH3. They spawn up and they're instantly being shot from 2 different angles, and that's just how well BH3 play as a team. Mo's getting caught off guard and gets a few wiggles in, but Manxie's still able to clean that one up. 5-8 is Manxie. Struggling are the whole of Legion. Still just trailing by a considerable margin. BH3 will give them no room to breathe at all. They'll keep just chasing them down. Speaking of chasing down, Manxie trying to get a bit aggressive. Does pick up a free kill onto Mose. The damage has been done from a teammate, as is Bastos as well. Double kill comes through. A triple for Manxie and a killing spree. This is what we need to see from Legion.
Certainly was indeed. Just showing a little bit of life in this game, in this series overall, and we're finally seeing it. But again, you know, 11 kill deficit is going to be a tough road, a tall order, but Manxie's definitely put a little bit of a halt onto BH3's destruction. As Mister does get taken down, switch over to Bastos, looking to try and make this crucial flank rotation around top cart into util, but Sadly, doesn't find, eventually finds him in the end, but yeah, this should be a nice clean kill from him. There we go, just adding another one to the tally, going 11-4. Stat line wise, he's been on an absolute tear, not just in this match, but just throughout the entire day.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Bastos has been in flow state in that last game, and also this one as well. 11-4, like you said, for him. A very, very solid showing. 38-23. Again, this lead is just extending for BH3. I feel like every time I look at it, it's just gotten wider and wider. 12-4 now for Bastos. And Mr. just trying to find light. Doesn't get the catch and actually does fall to Frenzy. The back smack comes through. Banksy, though, unaware of Bastos last alive for BH3, but still able to output so much damage. And 41, 9 kills to go for BH3. Bastos able to slip away.
Manages to, but I don't know how long he's going to extend his life, and it seems like he'll be able to extend it for quite a lot longer than we initially thought. Ooh. Even with Legion having all these angles, how on earth has he not been cleaned up yet? That is absolutely, and still comes out with the trade at the end. Just unheard of, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. We could tell in terms of the scoreline, it's pretty much said and done. It's just a matter of time for Legion to delay the inevitable with that 45 to 46 to 30 scoreline. Legion definitely did their best to try, and make a good effort against BH3, but in terms of predictions, this is what we anticipated.
Yeah, unfortunate that we can't really say the underdog has come out on top this time, 49 to 33. Likely this final kill will be found, and looking like Frenzied and Manxies are going to be having a little bit of an introduction to Mose and the rest of the boys. They're going to pinch them in the back of blue base. Mose goes flying, not able to pick up one. Maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, but the kill finally comes through. 50 kills for BH3. 50 to 34 is the scoreline, and a 2-0 for BH3 in that matchup.
Yeah, Mose and Bastos did enough. I think, yeah, that's it for them. Because that caused a destruction there. But yeah, in terms of predictions, it's what we anticipated. The scoreline's pretty much what we expected as well. Yes. I would have been shocked if we saw anything different. This is the team where they were expected to at least get top 2. Well, top 3, yeah, sure, but top 2, they're looking for that grand final spot. They're not looking to place any lower. And if we expected a game drop here and there from them, then I would have been absolutely shocked, even with that last-minute pickup from Mr., because we know Mr. is an incredible player all round.
Yeah, for sure. And that will be BH3 going 3-1 in terms of the Swiss format. So they're going to be progressing into tomorrow. They've confirmed their top 8 spot in the double elimination bracket. And a very good showing from them today, right? We've seen some very good games on stream and also off. When we were walking around in between series when we've had a little break, and we've been seeing them looking red hot. So a very, very strong BH3 coming into tomorrow. ITB maybe going to have to buck up their ideas. They did close them out, but they still will likely meet each other once again. So that is the last series for the day. That is us finished for today. We will have some series early on tomorrow morning just to finish off the Swiss bracket because we have had a few technical issues. But for us today, that will be us closing off. Harry, anything you want to say as we probably fade off into the back rooms?
Yeah, somewhere in the back room. I don't know where exactly we're going to head off to, but somewhere in the warehouse. But yeah, no, been a fabulous day as always. It's nice to see the Swiss format come into play here in this competition, because it's not something we ever see. It's definitely a rare occurrence, especially in the Halo esports scene, but it's nice to witness. And it was actually nice to see a lot of, especially the lower tier teams with their first time LAN experience, or learning to improve their skill in terms of an offline environment, be able to get a few more series underneath their belt rather than having that 2 series, right, thanks, catch you later kind of thing. So it's nice to see, and looking forward to how the 8 teams do next, I was going to say next week, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. You don't have to wait that long, my friend. It is tomorrow.
I'm glad.
It is tomorrow. But yeah, that'll be everything for us today. Thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to Scan and MSI and the College of Esports, as well as Vextorial for sponsoring us. We're fading off back into, we're going to be sat here. Me and Harry aren't leaving. We're staying here overnight. We will be here tomorrow morning. We will not move from these seats, but you guys have a good evening. We'll see you later. Bye. Have a good one. Enjoy your evenings and dinner.
Hope that's not the case.